Hi. So Witchy had a great idea, and that was that we should totally cover the interview with Candace Owens and Anna Kasparian. Um, and I only listened to part of it in the car on my way home, and I'm super excited to cover it. And I think it's actually worth covering because Candace, as I was just telling Witchy, gets the opportunity to actually show some of the stuff that she's being so criticized for not showing. Um, I think that's something that really needs to happen in this case because that's all we're hearing out of Andrew's camp is she didn't prove anything, she didn't show anything, you know, and I thought, I think this interview actually is a good opportunity for her to show stuff, and she does. Hi, Gypsy. What do you
So
think, Witchy?
he framed it as a debate, right? So
Right.
what I think is Candace is a debater. I mean, I've followed Candace Owens for years. Like some people like in this communities don't really know a lot about her. She's a woman I've respected as a debater for a long time. Even yeah. So um there can only be one affirmative. He tried really hard to phrase the prompt as though they both had an affirmative to prove. And I think I've said this since the beginning, that was intentional for it to be a advertising, I hate to, a promotional event as opposed to an actual debate. Um, However, there's only one affirmative.
Right.
Andrew had the obligation to prove the affirmative that the evidence is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. He had that obligation. Now, she did concede that after the debate that she would give him an hour and a half to question her evidence on the other side. So he tried to phrase the debate that that's what it was about, but the debate was his affirmative claim of overwhelming evidence. And then she said, okay, but I'll also cede an hour and a half when we're done for you to question me about my evidence too. Right?
Right.
Isn't that?
Right. That was my understanding as well.
And so his people expecting her to prove anything is ridiculous. It was
The
his job to
framing
prove something.
the framing is all over the place with this and everybody's opinions and the way they see it and the way they saw it and the way everything went is shifting moment to moment. And that's another thing I want to cover while I'm live today is a video with Rob Noor discussing responding to Candace and things that we were watching yesterday where she was talking about how his team was very unprofessional, except for Rob. She actually had very nice things to say about Rob Noor. Um, and so I kind of
Yeah.
speed watched what he had to say today. And I think he almost lost sight of like, dude, she actually like pretty much gave you flowers while she said everybody else on the team were assholes who couldn't respect her privacy and were rude. But she said, except for Rob, Rob was great. And he just kind of like skips over that and goes straight to defending the boss. And it's like, dude, you had a good moment here. You really, really did. And I like Rob Noor. I like him as a person. So that was sad. Hi, Liz
I,
Mitchell. Hi, Witchy, or just Becca. Oh, I've already said hi to
and
Witchy. Alex.
Gypsy. And Gypsy.
Yep, and
Um,
Gypsy.
yeah, I take a little bit of umbrage with the back and forth about Cruz and misplaced
Yeah.
things, and uh, because the focus here should, at least for those of us who are in this for the debating portion of the whole thing, should be on the fact that this man is supposed to be representing the idea that the debate sphere out here in the internet is legit, and
Right.
he wasn't. And I think Anna Kasparian, what I really like about her in interviewing the interview that you're going to see here in a few is that she actually brought out the evidence Andrew thought he wanted to get
Right.
in the manner he said that Candace should have gone to TPUSA by asking in good faith.
Yes, yes. Anna Kasparian. had a lovely sit down with Candace. And like I said, that's why, like, at first it was kind of like, well, how much of it do we cover? And as I was listening to it in the car, I was like, we cover all of it, because Anna gave Candace every opportunity that Candace needed to put forth her evidence and what she thought. And I think it's really helpful for us to get that look at Candace's side. I do think it's a compelling case. And if Andrew had just let her do what she was trying to do, maybe we would have seen more of this at the debate. Hi, Vibe. Hello, Freeside. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have everybody. Let me get this up there. Vibe, you haven't been around a whole hell of a lot. We miss you.
Yeah, I don't know either of them personally. Like, you've actually met Andrew. I don't know either of them personally. I've followed Candace for a long time, but I have the impression that on most things they probably see eye to eye, knowing what I know of each of them. I think that when what's happening here is more, well, if you've listened to Candace talk about her positions over the years, I think her and Andrew would see eye to eye on a lot of things. But
I
the
think
thing
so too.
they disagree on, he's not even willing to have the conversation. He just wants his gotcha moments.
Right. It's all a competition. God forbid that you sit down like human beings and just be like, hey, look, because I think even he, like you said, I think he would agree. He would see this shit and be like, yeah, this is weird. And it makes me uncomfortable that that thing happened right after Charlie Kirk was carted off, bleeding profusely after having been shot in the neck. I don't know. I think it's silly. I wish people could act more like adults, but let's get rolling on this. It is a really good interview. Huge shout out to Anna Kasparian. I actually like her a lot. I first kind of got acquainted with her when she debated Pearl at Word War. And wow, she wiped the floor with Pearl Davis. Like, she is a force to
I don't know.
be
I think
reckoned
that
with.
was closer than you thought it was, maybe. But I like both of them a lot. I've followed Anna Kasparian since before she was blonde, and she was way better then. She's a little bit, they're a little MSM now. They've got a little bit QIT.
Oh,
They've got a little bit more of a global reach, and so they're a little bit more careful about things. But before she went blonde, she was so much better. But yeah, Anna Kasparian's one of the boss bitches I like, and she's definitely a feminist.
I might have actually known her when known of her when she was not blonde, and I'm just not remembering it. Um, uh, how do you say that? Scene, you citizen, hobo Ralph. Hi, Ralph. Trying to listen
Okay,
between
so
doctor
that's
appointments,
that's
driving, and
that's
errands.
Belay, and they took his W, so he turned it to Belay, and they took his B, so now he's Belay, and that's coming over from my side. Hey, Belay,
Belay.
buddy,
By the way,
buddy.
I know you got to run off. You're more than welcome to leave your side running when you go and get the watch hours. That's totally chill with me. Nothing bad's going to happen here. I'll protect your channel.
I don't know. I'll probably just shut it down and tell
Okay.
everybody to come over here, because that's kind of what I left there, was a message of come over here, because I'm only
Oh,
doing it to try and I don't have a huge audience, but I have some loyal people who will, if they see I'm live, they'll show up, and then maybe they'll get to know your channel too if they don't already. So I figured I'd do that while I'm here.
well, I appreciate that. Vibe, what do you mean she danced around the answers every time she started? So some answers are not a simple yes or no, right? We both know this. Hi, God's favorite aunt. Good to see you, sir. Um, so some questions are not a straightforward yes or no. It's not that simple. And I feel like every time she tried to explain, this is the backdrop of why I feel this. A happened and therefore B, she would get halfway into B and he would stop her and move it on. And that was driving me insane. She couldn't finish a sentence. All he was
part
asking
of
was,
the
give
issue
me your
was
point from point A to B, and she wouldn't give him that. She was trying to, and it was driving me insane. Maybe it's because I'm also a long-winded gal that I understand. She was trying in several cases. She was trying and could not, like they were speaking two different languages at one point. I concede that.
Okay, so
Well,
she had no evidence to present. She wasn't the affirmative, number one. Number two, more importantly, we're forgetting that this was a debate. He was supposed to prove a man guilty by overwhelming evidence that we already know. She's not asked to prove a man innocent. You're not even asked to do that in court.
right.
You don't have to prove your innocence. They have to prove your guilt. He made a claim, and she stated, okay, I will fight that claim, and that there's overwhelming evidence that he's guilty. He had an obligation to present overwhelming evidence. He presented no evidence for her to rebut. After the debate, it was made very clear that he was just going to question her. And she even asks, can I ask you a question? And he says, no, we'll wait for the clip. This is factual.
No.
So the fact of the matter is she didn't have to answer a bunch of questions. He was the affirmative. He was supposed to present evidence for her to rebut, and he never did.
The prompt began with, there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty of shot Charlie Kirk. And then her rebuttal was, no, there's more evidence that he's a patsy than that he's guilty of these charges. Okay. But the prompt begins with, the first part of the debate is, there is overwhelming evidence that he is guilty.
Let's just play the video because they're going to get their answers to everything.
Here comes your evidence, regardless.
And the answers. She'll answer it all for Anna.
Yeah, of course.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter. This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay.
Incredible to witness Andrew Wilson, who paid Candace Owens $300,000 to engage in that debate, have absolutely no familiarity with the topic at hand, namely the Tyler Robinson case, the suspect who's accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk. Now, Candace's detractors have basically brushed that moment off as like no big deal.
What do you mean knowing the charges is a red herring? It's not important for this debate. It does. It absolutely does, because the prompt begins with, there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Guilty of what? Guilty of what, God's favorite aunt? Was he jaywalking? You see what I'm saying? Guilty of murder. Nope, not even murder. It's aggravated murder, which is very different. That carries the death penalty, and therefore the level of evidence that is required to convict is significant. Like, that shit has to be airtight. Come on, guys.
Overwhelming evidence that he is guilty of the charges is the presumed ending of that statement. Overwhelming evidence that he is guilty. And that, especially since he's on trial for specific charges. And that means if you don't know what the charges are, how do you know if the evidence is overwhelming that he committed those crimes?
Exactly.
And again, he was the affirmative. He needed to present evidence for her to rebut. Now, is this from the very beginning? It is, right? Because if you watch, she's got the questions you want answered, Candace will answer, as well as you're going to see here in a moment where Andrew concedes that he's not even overwhelmed by his own evidence, which, like, what the fuck was the point of the debate if he wasn't there to just try and catch her in a gotcha for some reason?
And it may include the lesser charge of murder, but because it's aggravated murder, it's raised to a higher state, which makes it eligible for the death penalty. Not all murder is eligible for the death penalty. You understand that, right? There's some people who it's, freaking second degree.
Pues, stop arguing the chat. Pues. You can address the chat, but let's not argue them. Let's watch.
Hi, sis. Good to see you, Himza.
If he wants to talk, he can pay to come up.
But it is a big deal because prior to that debate, Andrew Wilson declared that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Okay, guilty of what? How can one know what Robinson is guilty of if he doesn't know what he's charged with? Because Robinson wasn't simply charged with murder. He's facing trial for a more severe charge of aggravated murder, which could translate to the death penalty if Robinson is convicted. And as you can imagine, the burden of proof required to convict someone of that charge is rather high, rightfully so. So when Wilson says that there's overwhelming evidence to show that Robinson is guilty, well, he should be able to present that evidence. We should be able to see that evidence. And remember, there could be no reasonable doubt. Now, imagine making that claim, offering Candace Owens $300,000 to debate her.
Okay, talk for a second,
stance,
just because.
And then say,
we got to be discussing it. And I love that Anna says exactly what we said. And I mean, she's just being real. I don't know. I was gonna say, I don't know if they can't hear you, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I realized she was saying the same thing we were, and yeah. So, vibe, awesome. I love that you're not on either side. And like, I am not saying that she was able to produce anything in the debate that gives more credence to her side, except for she does make compelling arguments when it comes down to like the degraded fingerprints and the degraded DNA. It would not be so degraded were he just to have handled it. That even includes, even over his clothes, there's still going to be some transfer. Wiping off would have fucked up the other fingerprints. Okay, you don't wipe off one layer of fingerprints and there's magically another layer underneath. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. No, I want to say, vibe, I think they both failed. You said no, they both did exactly what was planned. I keep saying this was a promotion event. It wasn't about actually debating. It was about a lot about promoting the debate and getting clips that both sides could take and feel some sort of way about, because they both stream it. My feeling on it.
I will give Candace more points than Andrew because Andrew had some serious fuck ups during that. That, like, come on, man. Even if you only had, okay, like, sure, he hasn't been following the Charlie Kirk situation. If you know you're going into this debate, you do debate prep. Now, afterwards, there was some copy answer that Rachel said about he only had 6 days to prep. I would prep on the most important factors, like, for instance, what the charges are. What is it that I'm supposed to be saying there's overwhelming evidence for? Well, that's just me, but I'm a retarded woman. I'm a retarded woman, so
Yeah, we're all retarded.
But I certainly wouldn't have conceded the debate bright and early into it all either. Hi,
like,
Lauren.
How do you come up for a debate and then concede it like within the first 10 minutes?
Right. Look, the bottom line is, I think that there were fuck ups on both sides. I think that she let him kind of push her around, but then she caught it and was like, I see what you're doing. And she reined herself back in. And that's when she was able to land the gotchas on him.
Well, I think too is she was trying to goad him into doing that because she knows that's his style. Because she did do her research and her homework. She tried to goad him into that sort of tactic so that she could embarrass him by it. Because aren't you a man and I'm a woman? Why do you need to get so aggressive about this? I can sit, and she did so well at sitting back the whole time, whereas his foot wouldn't stop shaking. Anyway,
sorry, my kids are taking off. My bad.
Anyway, press play.
Real quick, Vibe. Andrew did a stream, and he said that it's the best 300K he's ever spent, which blows my mind completely. And Lawrence, good bar to the chat. It's fabulous to see you, sir. El Pero, welcome. We're watching the Anna Kasparian interview, which actually is pretty good. And like I was saying, I like how Candace is finally going to show us.
I do want to throw out that this right here is part of what makes it worth the $300,000. TYT is a really big institution. It's not just a YouTube channel. They're big. They're almost MSM level. And Anna Kasparian is an international correspondent, dude. Like, would you think you would ever hear her saying Andrew Wilson's name?
Right. And I think that El Pero's absolutely correct here. Andrew's trying to buy his way to an international venue, such as his own international channel. But absolutely, the attention makes it worth it, if nothing else. Because now there's all of these people who are saying his name for good or for bad. Hate watching is just as valuable as
notorious on the interwebs is just as good as famous. Infamous works just as good.
Exactly. So let's get back to this.
This at the very beginning of an hours-long debate. Take a look.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Oof. Look, that was not a great moment for Andrew Wilson. That guy's supposed to be like a amazing debate. Okay, amazing debater. Now, Candace, on the other hand, demonstrated that she's knowledgeable about every nook and cranny of the case, including what I feel is the bare minimum of what.
Real quick, right in there, Vibe. If Andrew's purpose in the debate was to hold the position that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty, overwhelming evidence for aggravated murder, which carries the death penalty, is 75 to 85% overwhelmingly convinced.
Oh, not even for aggravated murder. That's not what PBD asked him. He said, how sure are you that he shot him? Like, the aggravated murder takes a lot more than just that he shot him. That's all he asked him. He's not even sure that he shot him, much less that it was the aggravated murder charge that they're claiming.
And this is where the problems come for Andrew Wilson, because that was a very simple question. And the prompt is, there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty. But he's only 75 to 85% sure that he even shot him. So, like, he fucked the debate right from the start. Honestly, come on, dude. Vibe. If you're gonna ignore that point, I don't know how to help you here. That's wild to me. If that's not dude, Vibe. I really seriously, I don't know where you're going with this.
I mean, he was the affirmative. He spoke first in the openings. he gave the affirmative claim that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty. That was his affirmative claim. Even if they want to claim a double affirmative, which is not possible, and maybe that's why Candace said this isn't a debate, because they were trying to claim a double affirmative where he said one side's evidence is overwhelming and she says the other side's evidence is overwhelming, and that would be a double affirmative, but then that is not a debate. And since my understanding of debate, typically this person who speaks first is taking the affirmative, and the affirmative I heard at the introduction of the debate was there's overwhelming evidence this man is guilty. Whoever has the affirmative has an obligation to present the evidence. Everybody keeps asking, where was Candace's evidence? Which, I mean, she does a good job of presenting later in this, and I'll probably be gone because we got to talk over it, much less the fact that we can't help ourselves.
I know.
She's definitely not responsible for presenting any evidence unless it's to rebut his claims. He's got the obligation to bring evidence. And if he has reasonable doubt himself, which 75 to 80% to me, that's reasonable doubt. That's more than, that's more than a fifth. That's a quarter to a fifth, he's saying. That's a lot of doubt. Then how can he claim overwhelming evidence if he himself has doubt in his own evidence? Like he really just conceded the entire debate based on the prompt.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Women's logic. Nah, dude. Beyond a reasonable doubt isn't even 100%. It comes down to, oh my God, beyond a reasonable doubt. When asked what percentage sure he is that Tyler shot Charlie, he said 75 to 85% sure that he shot him. That is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not. That's not good enough. I don't understand where you guys' heads are at here. It's Vibe says we're driving him insane. They're driving me insane. Pero, where are you at on this thing?
What Wilson should have known. Take a look.
Now name all seven.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all seven.
And I
can you name all seven?
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, I'll name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next two charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next two charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final
the specific charges though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
How are you finding the time to send over all these videos?
I got a secret. I've been using granola.
What is granola?
So it's an app.
That's okay. We needed a second.
Like, look, regardless of what you might think about Candace Owens, she's been investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination every single day.
Did you want to say anything before we go on?
Like, I just don't get why he would want to debate her on this topic if he wasn't going to prep. Like, I was told by you yourself that he's an intelligent man and decent enough, at least debater. You've said before, pretty good even. This was like, it's all for show. That's how I felt about it. And he lost face, in my opinion. However, like I said, infamy is good enough if you're a capitalist.
Right. Such a shame.
Since it happened. Anyone who follows her show has seen her exclusively present materials that give any rational person the very reasonable doubt that would acquit Tyler Robinson. Remember, he stands accused of killing Charlie Kirk by firing a single shot to the neck with a .30-06 rifle, and he allegedly did so from a roof 142 yards away. So look, we're going to show you some of the material that Candace has presented on her show. And luckily, Candace joins us today to walk us through it all. Candace, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for doing this, especially on such short notice. I was planning on
I'm so glad she gets this opportunity to actually show the things that like Vibe and everybody else wanted to see that were not shown in the debate. It's like the number one criticism against her. But everything that she's showing, that's the other thing, Vibe. She has already gone over all of this and highlighted it and shown the footage and shown the math and done all the homework on her own show. So why would anyone think she came to this debate making these claims and had nothing when she's already shown it and walked through it on her own show? I don't know. It's like,
well, that's how I felt.
Magically disappeared.
That's how I felt about his claim after that. It was to try and pin her down to a narrative. The thing is, the woman has more viewers than you that she gives her narrative to every fucking day. Like, but she's a good video vlogger or whatever, content creator, whatever the fuck we call this shit now.
I'm not saying reasonable doubt means no doubt at all. Okay. But like, overwhelming evidence is very, very different. And by the way, Witchy, in the live stream that he did where that I just watched earlier, where he was saying that it's the best 300K he's ever spent, he did say that was his goal, was just to pin her down to her position on is Erica complicit in it? Do you think Israel had something to do with it? Like all those little pieces. He said, I just wanted to tie her to her positions so she can't get away from them. I don't know why anyone thinks she's trying to get away from them. She's been very publicly vocal about.
He had the clips. He had the fucking clips. Like, you already have her tied to her position. What more? What is the point of this? So that it's a clout chase. That's all it is.
Cynthia, if you want to come up and hang out, you're more than welcome to. Let me know.
On doing this segment totally by myself, but there's just so much, and I know I'm gonna miss things, and you do really know this case like the back of your hand. So
we'll make it a women's hangout for now.
Talking about what you covered on your show yesterday, because for me, that was it. At that point, I'm like, I'm gonna talk about this and I'm gonna give her kudos because this video footage is very suspicious and we need answers, and it does cast some doubt on the official narrative surrounding Tyler Robinson and how this assassination allegedly took place. So, you have mentioned on your show repeatedly that less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot, Terrell Farnsworth, who runs audio and visual for Turning Point USA, was seen taking down one of the cameras that was like on the set where Charlie was, right? So there's 3 cameras in total, but the one camera behind him, which would capture the back of Charlie's head and the audience viewing him, that's the camera less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot. That's the camera that Terrell Farnsworth goes to immediately, takes it down, and then there's video of that moment along with some of the context of what you had to say about the video. So I want to just show the audience that, and then we'll go to the new footage that you presented yesterday. Everyone take a look.
Real quick, Vibe. He did not come with a question that was left unanswered or was never answered. He said so himself on his own stream today. He said he went there strictly to tie her to her positions, and she restated her positions. He says it was a mission accomplished. I don't know what to tell you. Andrew Wilson says, mission accomplished. I did exactly what I went there to do. And it's the best 300K I've ever spent. Are you going to tell him that he's wrong about his own motivations? I love you.
So when the footage began going viral, the clip of Terrell taking down that camera in particular, people online, I think, rightfully speculated that there must have been something really important about that back footage behind Charlie's head specifically. And then people were gaslit. We were told, no, there was nothing unique about that camera. There was nothing unique about that footage in particular. Terrell actually grabbed all of the footage, and he did so because people were stealing and people are evil, which we then said our common sense went, that doesn't really make sense, because if he was worried about people stealing, like, wouldn't he be concerned with the camera? It was just the SD card that he took out. Contrary to what Andrew Colvett is saying, there was something special about that footage behind Charlie's head, and Terrell beelined to it in particular. And he was nervous about that footage in particular because he did not instantly grab all of the SD cards. He grabbed that one, and he did it nervously. Here he is. Here he is.
Your concrete is cracked, pitted, and 20 years old.
So wait,
you don't need to tear it out and repour.
while
We
we're
repair
getting
every-
through this, if 75 to 80% is not automatically losing the debate on overwhelming evidence, what percentage qualifies as overwhelming evidence? Because in a court of law, especially at this level, it is not more evidence than not. That is the that's what, oh God, that's the threshold for like civil court, right? In civil court, it's more likely than not. So just slightly more than 51% for civil court. This is a death penalty case. So what percentage do you think is required for that?
So I could go with even saying that 85% or so is reasonable, beyond a reasonable doubt to some person. Okay, I could go that. But this isn't reasonable doubt. That wasn't the debate prompt. See, we're not in the courtroom. That's happening later with a real judge.
Right.
What we're here is his claim of overwhelming evidence. If I were overwhelmed with evidence, I would be 100% sure of something. That's my feeling of being overwhelmed with evidence. And him saying that it just means he's reasonably sure it happened, saying overwhelming evidence as a turn of phrase. I mean, it's a fair enough thing to say, but it goes to his credibility.
Yeah, because likewise, if I'm going to say that something was overwhelming, that would mean there's so much I don't know what to do with all of it, and there's no room for me to question anything. Even he would have to admit there's a lot of shit to question with this.
He's taking down the camera altogether. If you're worried about theft, take the whole camera. It's pretty small. It's in your hand. He doesn't do that. He takes it apart and he takes the SD card out.
They're fucked.
He looks
at the
around.
crime scene.
He wants to see who's looking at him. And then,
I mean, the chair.
looks
That was
down
the
at it and
chair
he walks
Charlie
around
was
and we had
fucking
wondered,
sitting in that he
what
stood
did
on.
Terrell do?
Right. In any other actual crime scene, you would not be these people would not be allowed in there. There would be police going, no, fuck your cameras. We're guarding your cameras. You stay over there. We don't want you tracking blood. We want to be able to look at, the fucking spray. We want to look at, in order to figure out trajectory and everything else. This is the worst
He grabbed
crime scene in history.
so much. Well, it gets worse, but I won't be
I
here for
know.
all of it. But still, this, I mean, she does bring proof. There's a lot of the claims she's made. She's shown why she thinks it. It doesn't mean that it's court level evidence, but I can see her side saying they have overwhelming evidence, but
Right.
that wasn't the claim. The claim was his overwhelming evidence.
Exactly. And then he could question her position after he established why the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. Then she was going to address hers. Which I've been watching some guys, some former military guys that are doing a whole lot on this, or at least one of them is, it's Valhalla VFT and Big Country, something like that. But Valhalla actually explains the ammunition that they found and what type it is, what it does, and like I have that queued up as well to show. And actually, surprisingly enough, I actually want to defend Andrew a little bit on a couple of things because I do think that he's being unfairly gone at.
When he walked around, he hasn't addressed any other camera there, just that one.
So it's definitely strange that he didn't address any other camera except for the one directly behind Charlie Kirk. And you actually reached out to him. You knew who he was because of your time with Turning Point USA. You spoke to him on September 18th to ask about it. What did he tell you?
It was the first thing that made me uncomfortable in this case. He basically was saying a bunch of excuses that didn't make any sense. The first thing he said was, he wanted to secure the footage because he didn't want Erica to see Charlie die in 4K. And I said, Terrell, we all just watched Charlie die. Like, they're not saving her from that inevitability because, that's the whole thing. It was live stream. We all watched this already. It's all over the internet and it's from the front. Why would you grab the back footage if that was your concern? And then he told me that I said, could you just send it to me because I'm not going to show the footage. I just want to see it so I can then defend you on my platform, which was my intention to say, hey guys, like this is the reason he did this. Maybe a police officer told him to grab all the footage. I hadn't put the pieces together yet. And he told me, well, I don't know how to send a file that big. And I said, Terrell, you run an audiovisual company. You know how to send big files. Like you can use WeTransfer, you could use Google. And then
Vibe real quick. I want you to please do me the favor as a friend and listen to some of the points that she makes. I'm wondering if you're familiar with all of the evidence that actually kind of exonerates this poor kid. It's got me questioning, okay? And look, if anybody is going to say, I'm over here, yeah, I'm over here. I liked Charlie Kirk, but I wasn't a diehard fan, right? And I do believe that the justice system needs to bring whoever killed him, to
I will
justice.
say that I'm biased against Erica Kirk because I shipped Charlie and Candace from a long time ago. And
Yeah.
the whole Erica thing threw me for a loop because she is nothing in character of what I thought Charlie would marry. And I've been a fan of both Charlie and Candace, even through the split for a long time. They're commentators. I really enjoy their content, as it's called nowadays.
Yes. Thank you, Avil. I didn't dead name you. I almost did. Went back and double checked because everyone keeps misrepresenting the prompt. PBD cast 2515. Wilson, overwhelming evidence Tyler shot and killed Charlie. Candace, he's a patsy. Now, I agree that Candace did not get to put on and really defend her side very well. But Andrew totally dropped the ball on his side. He didn't even, there's so much info that he didn't have.
But is it a debate if there's a double affirmative?
Yes.
And I think that's why Candace kept saying the way they're trying to phrase it, this isn't even a debate, it's a conversation. Where each person's perspective has been predetermined. But it's not a debate if you have a double affirmative. Either she has to.
That's not true. I've had debates where it was a double affirmative, okay? And the way that we did it was the first hour was on prompt 1 and the second hour was about prompt 2.
See, that's 2 debates though.
It's 2 debates.
And they did not want her to address his claim or force him to address hers. They each just somehow wanted to make their own claim without ever having to address the other person's. It was set up so perfectly to do exactly what it did, which is nothing real.
And like I said, I've had multiple debates where it's double affirmative. And yeah, it's not that hard to work out. You still call it one debate, even though technically it's two. Adam Purser, I am not entirely sure what do you know about him confessing, Witchy? Because to my knowledge, no, he hasn't. If you're talking about text messages, that does not constitute within
Well,
the
even
law.
the text messages infer things they don't actually do.
Yeah.
Anyway, so most
Just
importantly,
because
in
it
the
says,
confession area,
I did it. Did what? If he had said, I shot Charlie Kirk, which for Google gods out there, I did not. But if that was the full text message, then yes, I would give it more weight. The text messages as they stand, I don't give weight to it. Sorry.
well,
Sorry, not
most
sorry.
people saying that he confessed are referring to a statement he has that is on video that's been released of him saying he would be seen in the stairwell on the cameras. But that does not equate to a confession of murder, because that's their main evidence, is this blurry video footage. But
Right.
he, by way of saying you'll see me on those cameras, he confirmed that was him on the camera, even though it's blurry. I don't know that there's an actual confession. I know there were conversations with family members that had very clear implications, but those haven't been confirmed or denied because we're not at court yet. But there's some suspicious language in some of them, from what I understand. So we just don't really know on that. We'll find out, because this will be highly publicized, like it has been. Because again, here's the thing: is this whole situation is a promotion event for all sides of the issue. It's being monetized and capitalized through the wazoo. And so Andrew got his piece in it. And honestly, the fact that Candace, even if it took $300,000, the fact that Candace took his debate, boon Andrew. Regardless what the fuck happened at the debate, he could have dropped his pants and danced like a baboon. He got to go to fucking Candace Owens' house and broadcast on her platform.
Right.
Dude's got notoriety now. His name actually is being spoken by Anna Kasparian on TYT. Like,
right.
No shame. No shame. The grift is real. And when you're winning, you're winning.
Agreed.
And he said he was worried that Google was going to hack him. I mean, these are just totally, frankly, bizarre excuses for not showing me the footage. I would have happily gone to him. I would have jumped on a Zoom call. And I was like, hey, you're acting really strange. I told him that. I said, oh, this is all very weird. Like, what would Google hack you for? For the purpose of then showing the footage that we've all seen? Like, we're all going to see Charlie die again? Like, what kind of a conspiracy is this? And so you fast forward to this preliminary hearing and the testimony of the State Bureau of Investigations. And I find out that actually 8 days prior to him speaking to me, actually on the day that Charlie was assassinated, he sent them Google links. So clearly he wasn't fearful about Google. Clearly he knew how to share a link, as I know he did. So the natural question that I have is, why did he lie to me? Why did he lie to me?
Well, not only that, and this is really important. So he took the SD card out of the camera. You just mentioned that he provided investigators with Google links of the footage. Did he provide
as well
them
as a flash drive, which is what was testified to, which means what happened to the SD cards, right? So the SD cards, if you're saying that you wanted to assist the officers, you just give them the SD cards. They know how to figure out an SD card. You don't have to do anything to help them figure out how to do an SD card. And so if that excuse of I just wanted to secure all the footage was correct, that's what you would have done. But clearly his focus was that back footage, because he even steps over another camera, which would have had a good view of people in the audience. If you thought, hey, maybe someone shot him that was in the audience or Velosi Center, I would have grabbed that camera that was behind him facing the audience and the questioners. He steps over that camera and abandons an opportunity to grab that SD card at the same time. And he, nervously looks around, grabs that back one, and then walks around to the back of the tent, as you just showed.
I think the whole thing with the cameras, it's all weird. I mean, were I in that situation, the first thing that I would be securing is all 3 cameras that captured what happened.
He's the fucking CEO of the company that handles their media coordinations. How is he stupid enough to not even know there's a fucking camera? Because that's a stationary camera that's pointing at him the whole time that what they're showing. If that's actually him and has been truly identified as him or whoever it is, if they're part of the communications team, how do they not already know they're being filmed taking that one SD card? And like, it's the whole thing. I mean, oh, it's just such a theater. It's amazing. But I have like 10 minutes to leave here and I need to like.
When
do
you
a
gotta
couple
go,
things.
you just go. Don't even worry about it. Cynthia's gonna come up in a short bit. She just got home from work. I threw her the link.
Nice.
And you know, I don't want it to be lost on our audience, so I want to reiterate. He never provided, and this is based on the testimony that you can hear for yourselves during the preliminary hearing. He never provided the SD card, the original, SD card to the, investigation. He just provided the Google links and a flash drive, which would indicate that there's a possibility of evidence tampering. No.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that he did do that, but that there's a possibility for that.
There's certainly a possibility. And what's also interesting to me is like the SBI, they control the case, right? So that's the State Bureau of Investigations. The lead investigators on the case are the SBI. They were on the ground that day. I believe he testified. It was about 1:30 by the time they started saying, okay, this is your job, your job, your job. Your job is to secure the surveillance. Why are you not giving them the SD cards? And the only excuse that we have gotten about where those SD cards are came from Andrew Colvett weeks later. He told the public that the SD cards were given to the FBI. That makes entirely no sense. This is not a federal case, this is a state case. The lead investigators are in the state. Who in the FBI has those SD cards, and when were they given those SD cards? Did Terrell take it back to Arizona and then give it to Kash Patel thereafter? We don't know, but these are questions that anybody who is looking at this case should be rationally asking, because Terrell had an opportunity to edit that footage. He did. He just did. And the story that we were told by Andrew Colvett was that
if it were anybody else, the prosecutor would absolutely demand the original SD cards. At least that's what I've seen on and I'm a little bit of a junkie when it comes to, like the true crime stuff. If they don't have original, the original hard drive that you received that email on with everybody's original IP addresses, and you've got to be able to prove that IP goes to such and such a place, like they won't take it. They'll throw it out. It doesn't count. So I don't understand why the prosecutor wouldn't be demanding those actual the SD cards themselves. And do unto others. Exactly. They could, like I said, why were they not posted up, securing the crime scene and saying, no, I don't care if you are the head of his video and audio, you're not coming in this area right now until we process it. That would have been, if it were anyone else, if it were a car accident, that's what they would have done, right? So I don't understand why they didn't do that for Charlie as well. Witchy, I'm gonna hit play real quick. I'm gonna run and grab a drink before you take off here. I'll be right back.
That he just wanted to secure the footage for the purposes of making sure that nobody stole anything because people are evil. But actually, I don't think his priority was making sure that things weren't stolen, because he left those other cameras. He left that other SD card as the one that he stepped over and addressed his computer.
Right.
Like, that's not the first thing. And I want to be clear. This is all happening within 10 minutes of Charlie getting hit. Yeah. Terrell runs up to a ledge, records a selfie video of himself. As Charlie's being carried to the car, he says, Charlie's dead, which is a stunning thing to say. A stunning thing. Nobody knew that Charlie was dead. Charlie wasn't going to make it. No. He explains it away. I was close to him. I saw how bad it was. I just, assumed he was dead or whatever. Okay, I'll accept that. Your next step is not to call 911, but to jump down and secure the camera behind his head. Are we allowed to acknowledge that that's strange?
I mean, I'm acknowledging it. I do think that's strange. And what's even more strange is the exclusive footage that you presented on your show just yesterday. So you asked, rightfully, like, what happened immediately after?
Before we move on, I don't want to give this guy too much hate. Like, the first thing he does is record a selfie and he says, Charlie's dead. I think anyone who saw the impact of that shot, I certainly, and I mean, like, I've worked in hospitals before. I did my stint on post-op and everything else. And yeah, no, that was a wound that was not sustainable. You know, life was not going to be sustained after that wound. No way. So I think that it was a reasonable conclusion for that guy to make that Charlie's dead. Honestly.
Okay, yeah, it's a reasonable conclusion to make that Charlie's dead. Okay, fine. We'll go with that, even though he's a communications CEO and narrative and controlling what you say is always important.
Fair.
You just don't say shit like that. But you're there and Charlie gets shot in front of you and you're standing there. Is it your first instinct to post a selfie of you at the scene where Charlie Kirk was just killed? Just, I mean,
yeah, I get
general.
you. It's weird. It's inappropriate at the very least. You know, when I worked hospice, people did weird things when people that they loved died. So I think I'm a little more desensitized to it just because I've seen people do weirder shit. Way weirder shit.
I'm not arguing that. It being who he was, like, this is a lot of things that we're not taking into consideration with a lot of the evidence here, is that the people who were up close and personal to this and who are being discussed in suspicious ways, number one, they're professionals at imaging.
Yeah.
And imaging isn't just taking the image, it's creating the image. And two, they're not just that, they're also the people who stood to benefit or lose based on Charlie's projected future. And they were also dismissed offhand as possible suspects, and their backpacks were returned to them, and they were allowed to move freely around the crime scene. This wasn't like seconds after Charlie was killed. This was a couple of minutes, because this guy was part of the people who got him to the car, and then he came back to do this. Like, let's just be very clear. He walks in from having left and coming back to do what he does here. So he's allowed to walk freely around a very obvious crime scene in a place where there are a multitude of police already on campus for the very reason that it was volatile, and yet people are just allowed to walk freely around the crime scene, and all of them are immediately cleared of any suspicion without any known investigation of them.
Right. And then on top of it, I mean, like, there's so much weird. I think that going on that, like, even from his standpoint, being an audio and visual guy and like handling that tech, I think anybody who watches any kind of war movies would and especially, I mean, he carrying him to the car, I'm sure he gets somewhat of a look at him, you know. But
no, it's not about whether he knew he was dead or not. It was the announcement of it in that manner.
Yeah. The announcement was extreme. It's very uncouth. It's inappropriate completely. It should have been kept very fucking quiet at first. And the crime scene absolutely should have been held down way better than it was.
I'm out of here, dear, and love you, and good luck on the rest of the stream. I hope someone else comes up to join you. If not, I'm probably gonna have to sit outside somewhere in a bit. I might come up on my phone while I'm sitting in my car.
Okay, I'll be here. I got this. I got this. Little bird's got to stream solo once in a while. I gotta get used to it. What's up, GS? Good to see you, sir. Fart Fig Newton, welcome, welcome. we're watching the Anna Kasparian interview, and then I've got a few other pieces to take a peek at. Let me get. I do think that, like I was just saying, I think it was inappropriate for him to make that announcement. However, I can see why he would automatically jump to Charlie's dead. But he should have really kept quiet. I mean, and the crime scene, that bothers me so much. The fact that the crime scene was not held down the way that it would if it was anybody else. If it was a fucking car accident out on the highway, they would have locked that shit down way better than what they did with this crime scene. So it's a failure across the board. 1000%.
After he took the SD card out of the camera, and you managed to find footage of what he did immediately after. So that's what we're gonna take a look at next. Everyone take a look at this video.
Here is what Terrell did thereafter, seen for the first time.
Are you a hot sleeper?
Commercial.
Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night overheated?
Thanks for that, YouTube.
Terrell is there. He looks around, again, nervously, and he puts the SD card in his pocket and he zips up. He doesn't run to the other cameras and try to grab the SD card. Instead, what he does is he whips out his phone and he begins texting with someone. And that's what he does. He's texting with someone to say what?
I mean, that's a legitimate question. And think about the traumatic scene that everyone just witnessed. Less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk gets shot, he goes for the camera to take the SD card out. Like, I just feel like most people their mind wouldn't go there. I mean, and I could be wrong. Everyone reacts differently, I guess. But I know I wouldn't react that way. My first thought wouldn't be, I gotta get the SD card out of the camera directly behind Charlie Kirk's head. It's just strange.
Which is the least important footage.
You would be surprised. Like I said, I worked hospice for over a decade. And when people die, the people who are close to them, they all respond very differently, and they can do things that are out of character. They can prioritize things that maybe you don't think should be prioritized. Like, you know, let's say one of his shoes fell off. He could have fixated on, oh my God, I got to make sure that they get Charlie's shoe. People go into a strange state of shock and will just, like I said, they'll pick something and that they make it their goal so they don't have to think about what they just witnessed, what they just saw. So I'm willing to give this guy grace, except that, I mean, the fact that the SD card's missing, you're trampling all over a crime scene. I mean, somebody should have been there to hold this shit down. Where are the police in this situation? Where are the investigators in this situation? Especially for somebody as high profile as Charlie Kirk.
When you consider the shots, it's the least important footage is going to be that footage because traditionally it always just showed kind of what was at Charlie's feet and a little bit of the audience. It's not a great shot of anything, actually. The other two cameras would be more significant. If that was your instinct to secure the footage, why not do all three at the exact same time? Why this one being prioritized? And I also want to raise the most significant part. He violates the crime scene to do it. He pulls the chair that Charlie, according to him, just died in because he said instantly that Charlie was dead. So he knew it was a crime scene and he drags the chair that Charlie was sitting on that has blood all over it and stands on top of it, stands over the other camera, which has been knocked over, to basically unfasten that camera, to bring it down, take it to the side, doesn't care about all of these expensive cameras that could be stolen. You know, Andrew's story is he was worried about people stealing. Well, okay, let's secure the cameras. And he just takes that SD card out and he's constantly looking both ways. Like, you know, looking both ways as if he is doing something wrong or like he has some sort of a fear. I mean, that's what I see in his body language when I look at that.
Yeah, and also
let's talk about the fear, okay? Especially because do unto others brings this up. Most women would just start screaming frantically. I tend to agree with you. Even somebody who's well versed in death and dying, right? Seeing this kind of thing would immediately trigger a state of shock where, yeah, all you might be able to do is scream and cry, or look around nervously like something is very, very wrong here. Yes, something is very, very wrong here. Your friend just got shot in the fucking throat, you know. Fig Newton, I'm not going into this right now. Okay, another day, more than happy to. I'm pro-life, so if you're here barking up that kind of a tree, I'm not the one for it. Quite frankly, I live by, well, I wish we could still live by millstone laws, okay? And if you're versed in scripture at all, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
So I mean, I have a huge problem with the fact that he didn't provide the original SD card to the investigators. Like that's a huge problem. Okay, so let's talk about the crime scene a little bit, because one of the things that I found strange was how quickly the scene was tampered with in a way that would bury potential or possible evidence in order to help indicate and find who actually killed Charlie Kirk. So can you go over some of what you find strange? So there was the whole paving over of that area.
Yes.
What do you know about that?
So what we know, and this is what has been shared by the person who directly put down the paper. So this is not like, oh, he did an interview, he explained everything. He got a call over the weekend asking him to come in for what was described to him as an emergency paver job that was being done because the FBI and the governor of Utah were requesting it. Now, what we do know about that entire area of that courtyard is it was under FBI control. That came out in the preliminary hearing. They described which zones everybody was in control of. And for whatever reason, our FBI, who should not have been involved in this case at this stage, there's no reason for the FBI to get involved in a state crime. Didn't happen across state lines. They decided, giddy up, we're going down immediately and we are going to be in control of the courtyard. So what he's saying would make sense. The FBI was in control. And on Saturday, they had a team come in and dig out and remove all of the dirt. And then on Sunday, a separate team came in and put down pavers. And they said it was an emergency. It had to happen. And so he basically testified. He went on a podcast, so it wasn't like a official testimony, and explained, I didn't know. I'd never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency that couldn't wait until the next week. And they had him lay down pavers. And in the process, they moved about 12 inches of soil. They wanted 12 inches of dirt removed and to have pavers put down. Well, now moving that dirt to put down pavers makes sense. You have to remove dirt to put down pavers, but what is the emergency? This is a crime scene. Why would you do this? None of that makes any sense. And so it's another thing where you go, they literally paved over the crime scene, began paving over the crime scene within 72 hours. It's just an absolute nonsense.
I remember you.
I don't understand, again, why it would be destroyed so quickly, so easily. Oh, are you lonely, Squatch? Or do I look lonely? GS says the fact that Wilson and his ilk do not seem to care about any of this video evidence, opposite of trust me, bro evidence. You're right. P. Fletch, good to see you. Yes, I agree with you, GS. And that was the thing, was the way that I saw it during the debate was he would start leading her down the path. And as she would get to points where she would start trying to reference the evidence that she has shown on her show, the same shit we're seeing here right now, he would stop her and say, so what? Or, who cares? Or irrelevant. or whatever. And so when I saw this interview, I thought this was an excellent opportunity. And again, this is all stuff that Candace has shown on her show. So to go to the debate and act like she's never done this before, she's never backed up and shown why she believes the things that she believes, is just completely disingenuous. So yeah, I don't know. Andrew just finished a stream with TP USA. Did he show the evidence or did he just tank his career? I don't know if he showed the evidence on the stream that he just finished. What I have seen is TP USA people come out and say that he's full of shit and those text messages don't exist. So I don't know. He's saying, by the way, I've watched Andrew Wilson say repeatedly that he has tons of evidence, never before seen evidence. Dude, if that's the case, it belongs in the hands of the prosecutor. And you running around putting up all of this never before seen evidence that proves that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk fucks up the trial. Yes, I'm clap talking this one because I don't understand what is so hard to understand about this. It makes no goddamn sense to me why, let me just sit on all this never before seen evidence. What the fuck, dude? Come on. That's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. If that were the case, you would be literally fucking up the trial. End of story.
Talking about how the authorities also provided Erica Kirk with material that should have been maintained as part of the investigation. Can you just quickly go over that?
Absolutely. And so in any traditional scenario where there is an unsolved crime, even if there is a solved crime, you're going to keep certain things into evidence until you get to the trial, right? That's just, and of course, every one of Charlie's personal belongings is going to be assumed that it needs to go into evidence.
Right.
And you will recall that there was sort of this moment where the public really first saw Erica and she's hanging out of the window and she's holding Charlie's St. Michael necklace, his St. Michael pendant, and it's on a chain. Now, there are some people that say that chain actually was not the original one he was wearing and it had been switched, but we do know that is his St. Michael pendant.
GS, please do forgive me, sir. I can't help it. Look, don't forget, I'm just a retarded woman, okay? I can't help the fact that I'm retarded, all right? It's the handicap of my gender. Okay. You, as a man, as the great patriarchy that you are, sir, it is up to you to grant me grace and tolerance with my bird hands and my clap talking, okay? I'm sorry.
And she then featured it and discussed how he loved this pendant and how she would get him a new pendant fixture every year. That's completely crazy. How would you just give that immediately back to Erica and not see that as evidence? And we found it strange that so many people who were there that day had like a personal story about the pendant that made no sense. Namely Frank Turek. He told a story and his story has shifted somewhat. And he says it's fine. Everyone has different memories. But he says that, when he got to the hospital, they were securing the car. That was another piece of evidence that they got rid of. They towed the car and wanted it cleaned and resold within 72 hours. I mean, the whole thing is just so crazy that you would tow that car in 48 hours that had.
Yeah. Why would they get rid of the car even? It seems like every bit of evidence and every bit of the crime scene just gets completely altered so fast and covered up and, completely corrupted, and I don't like it. And this is why one of the big things, I hope you're still here, Vibe. I hope you're here. I hope you're listening. This is one of the big things that makes me actually lean towards Candace's side on it, is because it goes against the grain of everything that we know when it comes down to investigations and criminal investigations. I don't know what to tell you. I don't understand what is so hard to understand with it. I do hope you hear a vibe and are watching and heard me.
Charlie in it and could potentially have some evidence. But he tells a story about the pendant, Frank Turek, where he says he went out to the car and they first the FBI wouldn't allow him to get his belongings. And then he said, where's Charlie's pendant? Because I know Erica wants it. And the FBI said, no, you can't have it. And he said, no, I demand it for Erica, and they just gave it to him. Like, that's not really a believable story. And I'm sorry that the FBI said, oh, well, if Erica's emotional and looking for it,
GS, you want to come up here with me? I'm going to drop the link just for you, and I'm going to give shit. New computer. It's a pain in the butt. I touch something and everything goes flying and it drives me nuts. Do me a favor. I'm going to drop the link. The only people who I'm letting up are going to be GS or Sasquatch. I'm giving you guys a couple seconds. Do me a favor. Can you copy and paste that? And that way you've got it for later. Or let me know. Squatch, if you want to come hang out, you can. But I'm pretty much counting to 5. And then I'm taking that out of the chat. Yes, absolutely, GS. No problem. No problem at all.
Here you go. None of it really makes any sense.
Okay, I have so many questions. Okay, for our audience members, let them know who Frank Turek is, because they might not be familiar. Like, what is
so? Frank Turek is one of about 20 people who claim that they were Charlie's personal pastor. I find that to be very strange as well. He was with Charlie in the days leading up in Arizona, and for some reason, Charlie needed a rabbi, a priest, and a pastor. I kid you not, in the 48 hours leading up, and they all say that it was because he just wanted to strengthen his debate skills, something that Charlie's been doing for 10 years. What? He just really wanted to work on his debate skills. Anyway, Frank Turek.
Hold on. I gotta rewind
that they were Charlie's personal pastor. I find that to be very strange as well. He was with Charlie in the days leading up in Arizona, and for some reason, Charlie needed a rabbi, a priest, and a pastor. I kid you not, in the 48 hours leading up, and they all say that it was because he just wanted to strengthen his debate skills, something that Charlie's been doing for 10 years. He just really wanted to work on his debate skills. Anyway, Frank Turek accompanies Charlie to this event, which is obscure to me that he would.
I have not heard that before. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. All right. I'm not even touching that one. A rabbi, a priest, and a pastor all within 24 hours. Yeah.
Be doing that. And then he's kind of filming on his phone, says that he's on FaceTime, rather, is what he says, with his grown adult 35-year-old kids in the middle of a day, because they just love Charlie Kirk so much and they want to hear him speak. And mind you, that son that he's referring to, I'm pretty sure, is in the military. And the shot happens and Frank Turek jumps into the back of the car to accompany Charlie to the hospital. And he did a media blitz thereafter and told.
Thank you, sir. How you doing?
Good evening.
Oh, there's that silky voice. This is some weird, yeah, right, GS? There's a joke in there somewhere. That's why I had to rewind that and listen to it one more time. A pastor, a priest, and a rabbi all kiss the Wailing Wall, then sharpen Charlie Kirk's debating skills to something. That's an odd one. I had to hear it again because I thought I was like, did I hear that right? What do you think so far? What's your input?
I'm not going to lie to you. I really try not to think too hard about what the talking heads say. Being a talking head, I kind of know how full of crap some of them are. And so if you're going to chase the dollar, chase the dollar. Make no shame in that game, yo. But at the same time, if you're going to try to establish yourself on integrity and honesty, then you're going to have to do that.
Well,
And I don't think that that's going to happen. 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 I don't think that that's going to
Well, I know that you know, I've seen you break out your tinfoil hat once in a blue moon over at Dusty's. And I personally, I love a good conspiracy theory every now and then. I was one of those kids.
Sure.
I was one of those kids where, like, my mom swore to God that JFK, that was an inside job, and the CIA had something to do with it. She swore about that to the day she died, and I can remember, like, I was that kid that was, like, embarrassed because my mom's saying that weird stuff again. And, like, when the
I
files
can
got
imagine
released.
in your case, it was fairly weird, fairly often.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my mom, she believed in aliens. She believed in like JFK, RFK, MLK. They were all inside hits. Like, I mean, my mom was full blown conspiracy theorist, and I used to just be like, can you not say that stuff like when kids are around? At least you can talk to your friends over there, just please, because all the kids are looking at me funny. No, don't talk to my teacher about it, please, please. But then it's like, you know, now the files get released, and it's like, I'm like, I am so sorry. And I find myself, the more conspiracies that are coming to light, I don't know. Like, I think I look at things a little deeper than I used to. And maybe that's age, maybe that's just what we live in. I don't know. I don't know how to put it.
And there's another part to this that kind of takes a little consideration. If you found out tomorrow that Candace Owens is correct on every single point, does that change your life?
No.
You find out tomorrow that Andrew Wilson is correct on every single point, does it change your life?
No, I think in
Fuck 'em.
either case, the only thing that it would affect is my perception with when it comes to our government a little more than I used to. You know, every time you find out they're doing something shady, you know, your perception of them changes just a tiny bit, you know, even if it's over a whole lifetime.
Here's the thing about that. I expect the government to be doing shady crap. I totally expect them to have boots on the ground in every single shady thing that ever takes place. In fact, I get a little upset when they're not, because I feel like they should, especially when it comes to things that aren't in the nation. I mean, sure, like it comes down like this. You either believe that the CIA and the NSA and the FBI are completely and totally inept, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have like 5 cartels operating on America's doorstep. Or you believe that we have 5 government operations operating outside of the U.S. on American doorstep, right? Like they're either incompetent or they're in charge of most of the shady shit on the planet. I don't believe there's a middle ground there.
Having a lot of friends in the military, I tend to lean towards the latter of those two. Because like I've known ahead of time that like we're going places that they just haven't announced that we're going there yet, you know.
Right. I'm not at liberty to discuss what I know when I know it, but it's not
exactly.
always
It's the same
leaks.
thing with
It's not always leaks from the military. It's kind of like that bit from The Whitest Kids You Know, when they announced that there are bears on the moon, and one of the reporters go, we wouldn't happen to be attacking Iran today, would we? And they end the press conference and leave.
Mm-hmm. Right. I don't know. I think maybe that's it. Maybe the more that you are in acceptance that our government is doing shady shit, not just foreign, but also domestically,
Fletch
maybe that
makes an
makes you
excellent point. He makes my point for me. Never forget Fast and Furious, where,
Operation.
get this, the U.S. took a bunch of guns and sold them to the cartel with the plan of tracking those guns to the crimes. Now, here's where things get shifty. Supposedly, the guns that were given to the cartels and all of this, and this is allegedly, supposedly, heard through the grapevine, were already confiscated for having been involved in crimes and were listed as having been destroyed. And so when they started popping back up, everybody was like, what the hell's going on here, right? And so basically the federal government committed multiple felonies in the process of something. I mean, because the only crimes they're associated with is back to the original crimes they were confiscated for. So there's no plan there. I don't just give the guns to cartels, I guess, was the plan. I don't know.
And I guess track them. I mean, look at like Midnight Climax. Okay, Operation Midnight Climax. No. You can actually find the documentation that this is an actual CIA thing. It's been declassified now, where literally this is the playbook for P. Diddy. Like, I'm not kidding. And P. Diddy was doing the exact fucking playbook, by the way, before it was declassified. Just saying.
Northwoods is disturbing, though. Northwoods occupies one of those spaces in my brain where I block memories because they're that bad.
What is Northwoods?
I can never remember it. I always have to look it up. And then when I look it up, I'm like, fuck. I remember the reaction. I don't remember the operation.
Your brain keeps blocking it out
to
avoid the trauma.
I guess.
I can look it up on my own. I'm writing it down on my handy dandy paper.
1962 top secret proposal drafted by the U.S. Department of Defense and Joint Chiefs of Staff. It suggested staging false flag terrorist acts, including hijackings, bombings, sinking refugee boats, and blaming all of it on Fidel Castro's Cuban government. Right? I mean, it's the false flag defense, right?
Yeah.
They did it.
Could this very well be? I mean, like there's a possibility
that's what I mean
that
about blocking.
Could
That's
be
fucking
wrong, and it's a false flag. It's a false flag against Israel because they were talking about this beforehand. Israel could be involved because Charlie Kirk wanted out, or our government just is sick and tired of fucking taking care of Israel and wants to plant a false flag to get everybody to hate them. This can go a couple of different ways. The playbooks for all of it already exist. It's just a matter of which playbook are we using for each part of this. It could even be a combination of different playbooks.
I think we might be living through the final days of the Yuri Bezmenov discussion.
What's that?
Yuri Bezmenov was a Soviet defector in the 50s who went on talks and tours in the 60s. He was apparently some level of KGB operative, and he described how to go about demoralizing an entire nation without ever firing a shot. And so what he basically said is you start off really small. You recruit locals, you get them involved in some project, some protest that they really care about, and then you subvert the meanings of those meetings, the points of all the protests. You get people elected to like local school governments, everything local, grassroots as you can get.
Sounds right.
That started in the mid 50s, early 60s, right? And he said that in the end result, you could show a sane, rational man ironclad proof of some particular event from the news, and he would disbelieve his lying eyes rather than believe what was against the social narrative. And that's where we're at today.
It makes sense. It's just a shame we have to lose the best people in order to get there. You know? Here, let's watch some more of this. And then I've got a couple other fun ones. Actually, I'm going to stick up for Andrew Wilson just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. A little bit of grace. A little bit.
A lot of stories about what he did in the car and spoke about this necklace that Charlie was wearing and how it was just sitting on his backpack when he was at the car. And the Fed said to him, "Oh, there it is." What do you mean, "Oh, there it is"? How did the Feds know that Charlie was wearing a necklace? There it is. Why were they looking for Charlie's necklace? These are all sorts of unanswered questions that we are asking. Like, why were the Feds looking for it? Why were you looking for it? Why did Erica want it? Why couldn't this have gone into evidence first and been returned to her at a later date? And I'm told by police officers the usual process is they take everything and then the attorney general of the state has to sign off if you want anything personal back. For some reason, they violated all of that for Erica, allegedly. We did see her holding it the very same day. So
what I also don't understand, and there might be a reasonable explanation, you would know better than me because you've done so many of these types of events alongside Charlie. After Charlie is allegedly shot, why is he being transported to the hospital in an SUV as opposed to an ambulance? Like,
before we go into that, what do you think about Erica Kirk? I'm curious what your opinion is on her.
I don't really have one. I don't know her from a hole in the ground. I was never I watched some Charlie Kirk videos. I kind of agreed with some of his sentiments. I didn't agree with the religiosity and the fuzzy wuzzy, but he seemed like a rational individual who didn't deserve a fucking bullet in the neck. I only knew of her as Charlie Kirk's wife and would assume that he's a very lucky man from, what I've seen.
She's very pretty.
But beyond that, I wasn't even aware that she had freaking political anything. I just had no clue. But seeing your husband die in front of you, even if it is on a camera or whatever, has a way of activating people. Right, whether they were religious before or political before or not, it can really make a motivational change in their life.
What's up, Vividness? I do want to point out, like, this new thing that she's doing, the whole what is it, a fill up heaven or make heaven crowded or something like that. That sounds funny. That sounds like you want to dispatch a lot of people up there. And I think it's poor naming. But it's strange how quickly she just stepped right in, took right over, and how much everything has changed.
I'm not sure it is. Is it strange? I mean, okay, let's say, hypothetically speaking, tomorrow afternoon, Dusty goes out to buy a pack of cigarettes, gets shot in the back of the head. Never shows back up. There's no mention on his channel. Nothing happens. A few weeks go by. Eventually, somebody steps in and fills that weird Panelverse hate page thing that he's got going on. Maybe OG, maybe me, maybe 10th Man. Who freaking knows, right? Would that be wrong? Or would it only be wrong if I stepped in and grifted on his corpse?
This is different.
Or would grifting be exactly what we should do? Like, he told me, I brought this up to him directly, which is the only reason I feel comfortable really having this discussion at all. I brought it up to him directly, and his response was something along the lines of, "You should live stream the wake, like grift through the wake." And I was like, "That's fucking boss bitch shit, dude. That's hardcore." I couldn't do it.
But here's the thing: is she's grifting off of his death. She's changed his organization drastically, and she comes off like she's acting. And like, I was the first one to kind of defend her and be like, "Look, people," and I said,
doesn't Turning Point,
oops, change screens and accidentally hit unpaused. I was saying earlier, death and dying, people do weird shit when people who are close to them die, and they can't help it. It's almost like a knee-jerk reaction because they go into this state of shock. and their brain fixates on something, anything, in order to not think about what they saw or think about the loss, especially if they've seen their loved one after they died. They will literally fixate on something to block out those images, because they'll have dreams about it and it fucks them up, and it's rough. So I was very much like, I felt bad for her and I wanted to defend her, but then she started doing just such weird stuff, where like selling $10,000 plates at this benefit, and posing with his blood covered microphone that was encased, and it's shit. And it's like, oh my God, what are you doing? And I don't know. Everything just seemed so rehearsed. And that's when I start leaning towards Ahimsa's way, where it's like, is any of this even real? Just based off of what I see coming out of Erica. It's weird. I don't know.
Is it wrong for her to get activated?
No.
Then at what point does it become suspect, in your opinion?
When it feels like she has to try too hard to, it just doesn't feel authentic. It's lacking in authenticity. Almost like she's performing. She's not crying at the right times, which is not that big of a deal until the whole thing piles up and we look at all of it, and it's like, okay, your emotional responses are off. That can be normal. But now you're like doing all of these grifts, and it's all about the money, and you're bringing people into the organization that your husband stood against and would never platform, would never promote. It goes against everything that he valued. And you're starting to do this, and you come out 2 days after he died with fireworks and stuff, and it's like, once you put it all together, it's like, yeah, that's just a little too abnormal. And like I said, I'm a huge proponent. I've seen people do weird shit when patients in my care died. Like I had one family demand we were not allowed to call the funeral home to come pick up the body for almost 8 hours, because they were waiting for so-and-so and this other person and that other person. They're all coming in, and we're going to sit down and we're going to have dinner in the room with the corpse and share our memories and give them one final kiss goodbye. You can wash them up, just don't call anybody yet. And it was like, why do you want to hang out with a corpse for 8 hours? Okay. I watched a wife get into bed with her dead husband, and like, that was that. It was like pulling teeth to get her back out again. People do weird shit. It happens. But the totality of Erica's behavior, I don't know. It rubs me wrong.
You're saying it doesn't pass the smell test. Okay, let's go on with the video.
Yes.
USA usually have like an ambulance nearby in case something happens?
Every single event that I have done has had an ambulance on the side. This is brand new. I mean, everything that day was brand new. I showed how I even texted, like, Terrell didn't come to the events. Terrell didn't sit to the side of us. All of that started, and I describe it as sort of boiling the frog. Ironically, the one time, the one semester, so to speak, that I did not go on tour with Charlie, everything changed. Then I have him up on a platform. They have him wearing this double mic. They have this camera behind his head. We never had cameras behind our head. You can go back and find the footage. I mean, I have toured with Charlie from 2019 until spring of 2024. really appreciate how many tour stops I've done with Charlie. And so I was able to immediately look at the situation and go, what is this? What is all of this? Why is Terrell there? My first question. What is Terrell doing here? He does the big events. He's the CEO of the audiovisual company. This is like a chump change event. I've done UVU with Charlie before, literally have done that exact school. You can go find the footage. What are we doing here? And and Terrell said to me on the phone, we were trying something new. He kept saying that we were trying something new. What was new that you were trying? He said we wanted immediate, feedback back to the ops back home, so we could cut clips the fastest, like someone's racing to beat Turning Point at cutting these clips. And so it makes me uncomfortable that there were so many admitted by Terrell new fixtures immediately as they got me out of the picture, putting pressure on Charlie regarding Tucker Carlson, as well as me, following my firing from the Daily Wire. And then a year later, Charlie's dead. That doesn't sit right with me. That just doesn't sit right with me. And again, you can look at every piece of this objectively and go, there's a lot of things that don't make sense. And why do we have Turning Point unwilling to offer information that could help make it make sense?
Yeah, that's the part of this that's so strange to me, Candace, because.
And a commercial.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
And it's usually the same group of people who are like, oh, there's nothing to see here when it comes to the Epstein files. Usually people who defend Israel's undue influence over our government and the wars that we fight on their behalf. It's always the same group of people who are not only hounding you and just trying to make you out to be crazy, while, by the way, totally ignoring your arguments, never engaging in the substance of what you're saying. They just try to defame you. Okay, it is what it is. But what's strange to me is, don't you want these questions answered? Like, don't you want to get to the bottom of what actually happened that day? Very likely that Tyler Robinson is involved in some way. Is he the only person involved?
And I've been saying that.
You have been saying that. Yes, you have been saying that. Yeah.
Like, I've never said I think he's completely innocent. I say I do not believe he fired a shot and killed Charlie Kirk. So for what is being brought against him, I think he is innocent of. Could he be an accessory to murder? Was he burying clothes and hiding it when taking instruction from his boyfriend? I know he was around campus that day. I was told by a Robinson family member that he did not step foot on campus that day. And so, yeah, I feel like it's not like we're being crazy here. We're asking Turning Point to help assist us. And the most disturbing part of all of this for me is that his wife is not telling the public the truth about so many things that she could easily tell the truth about. And this is not some widow that went home and is averse to publicity. If she was like, I don't care, I'm not getting involved, my focus is my children, and I'm camera shy, so to.
My pause button disappeared on me. I don't know. Did you see, I think it was that big country guy and his friends, like Valhalla VFT and them. I'm pretty sure it was them. They did a cover.
Heavy Duty Country.
Heavy Duty Country. Thank you. I think they did a thing. It was them that covered where the guys went to the school and they went up on that roof and proved that if we are to go with the story that we're told, that he laid down on that roof in a prone position and fired off a shot, there's actually no line of sight to where Charlie was. Have you seen that?
I have not.
Because of the height difference, how far the building goes out, the barrel length, he would have either had to have been up on a knee or like damn near hanging over the edge, and people would have seen that. It would have shown up far better. I mean, the way I see it, the camera footage does not show that individual on the roof having a rifle. It just doesn't. That doesn't mean they couldn't have maybe shot with something else, but it certainly was not a rifle. Because there's no way it went down his pants. And he jumped off and all that. You don't see it. It's not there. As a matter of fact, the quick flash as he's backing up looks more like a cell phone in his hand than it does anything else. But yeah, there's no way they could have pulled off that shot from the roof. You don't have a line of sight to where Charlie is. I don't know why it's not getting more attention. Yes, I can find that real quick. Absolutely. In the meantime, too, I'm gonna switch over. Now, this kind of makes fun of Andrew a little bit, but Valhalla VFT also goes over the ammunition, and I kind of want to fast forward through the beginning, but the beginning is so funny. I want to keep it in. It's actually pretty funny. And I want to point out, I'm going to find that about the roof. But this guy, this was funny. This made me giggle a little. And I want to stick up for Andrew on this one, because Andrew never claimed to be a sniper for the Army, or to have taught marksmanship in the military. That was tweets made by Rachel, and I think that you know how we say that like people needed to take Twitter. They said that you got to take Twitter away from Donald Trump. We need to take Twitter away from Rachel Wilson, because that caused some problems. But he's going to address the ammunition part, and I will find the rifles.
2 kilometers from insertion. Target, Candace Owens. Primary mission, protect the widow at all cost. I am the colloquial sniper. Call sign Pickles. Going dark.
Oh, no.
Have you seen this?
No.
Oh, my God.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I am so excited for this episode today, as we will be honoring the legacy of one of this nation's finest war heroes, just a man who puts the military records of heroes like Tim Kennedy to shame. Yes, you already know who we're talking about. Command Sergeant Major Master Chief Admiral Andrew Pickles Wilson, from the famed same unit as Andrew Bustamante. Yes, the Army Delta Rangers Delta Force. And I'm so proud to be able to.
What, Squatch?
Colloquial sniper? That is hardcore, bro. That man's
Well,
insane.
it's because when Candace asked him,
I know.
She said it colloquially. Oh my God. Oh, like I said, we need to take Twitter away from Rachel Wilson. This is just funny though.
Do this episode with you today. I actually served with Andrew in some of the most famous and historic battles in U.S. military history. Yes, like the Battle of Olive Hill, where we single-handedly took down 500 OnlyFans models and saved a grieving widow from an evil pregnant witch. So that's what we're going to be doing in today's video. We're going to be taking a look at the incredible Army career of the savior of TPUSA, Andrew Pickles Wilson. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Yeah, we got to get straight into this. As you can see, I'm feeling the vibes. It brings me back to my time in Army Special Forces. Now, I never made it to the ranks of Army Delta Ranger Delta Force like Andrew, but I'm still beaming with pride after watching that incredible debate performance by Andrew against Candace Owens. Yes, because of course the entire internet is saying is Andrew definitely won. Okay, anyway, let's first thing we got to do is we got to take a look at the claims of Andrew Wilson. Yes, Andrew has claimed that he was in the Army for around a year, a long time ago. I know, an incredible amount of time to serve the nation.
To where they talk about
different claims. I mean,
I'm gonna skip ahead to where he talks about the ammunition, because I think that that's actually something that's kind of important to look at and talk about. And then I have the video Big Country did about the impossible shot. All right, we're going right here ish.
All right, here's another thing you're going to need to provide us positive evidence for, Andrew, and that is your FFL. Please provide us your FFL and show us that you were a master gunsmith. I really hope you were, but it's hard for me to believe you were based off of your incredible lack of knowledge of basic ammunition. Let's take a look at this.
The critical key here, and if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex dip. Do you hear that? We have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case.
Yes, Andrew says we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case. Well, that's interesting because according to the prosecution, and I've looked at the rounds myself that they showed in the evidence hearing, no, we don't have frangible ammunition. But there's a bigger problem than that, and that's because Andrew Wilson actually thinks that Remington Corlock rounds are frangible rounds.
One more time.
Then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 100.
That's not frangible. That's not a frangible round.
Remington Corlock round is most certainly not frangible rounds. And in fact, I've got the rounds right here myself.
And he's going to show the box, which is interesting because it gives info about how the bullet reacts.
Let me show you what the back of the box says about these specific rounds. Yes, here they are, the exact rounds Andrew Wilson is talking about right here. And let's see what the description says. Deep penetration and controlled expansion up to 2 times the size of the original caliber diameter. And what's this next part? Oh, it's the opposite of a frangible round, where it says height weight retention won't break up or separate on impact for more effective stopping power. Oh, no. And then Andrew lets us know that actually a round specifically designed to not break up on impact of a fucking moose will somehow evaporate in thin air when shot out of a gun.
50 grain Remington Corlock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But
yeah,
another
I've been having an issue
amazing
with
magical
all of
bullet
this.
statement. We just can't get enough of them.
Yes, Pickles here.
Pause. It didn't.
I was
pause.
watching it with Dusty that night. I don't remember if I was actually on camera or not at that point, but I got this like autistic look in my face where I'm just staring off into space trying to figure out what. All right. What could possibly cause a 30-06 round to literally disintegrate to the point of not being able to recover it?
Right.
And I don't got nothing.
Oh, no. It was his superhuman vertebra. Don't forget.
I mean,
you know, it hit the vertebra and the vertebra just made it go kapoof.
I would be more inclined to believe that than the superhuman air.
It's like you said, these rounds are made to react a specific way. Okay, they're for large game. If that fucking round was fired at Charlie Kirk and went into his neck where we all watched it go in, it's coming out the other fucking side. That was something that from the beginning has bothered me so badly. And it's one of the reasons why, like, you know, I have firearms. I shot on a rifle team through high school. Does that mean I'm a pro? Absolutely not. But I know enough to know that, like, for instance, 22 caliber round is going to go half a mile and possibly into my fucking neighbor's house. But I also know that if I use short rounds or quiet rounds, they're not going to go quite as far. They're not going to penetrate quite as badly. As a matter of fact, I had to deal with a raccoon and freaking that fucking round stayed right in its skull like it was supposed to. This round, there is no way. And that's what we're talking about here. A 30-06? No fucking way. Even if the Mauser, and we call it a Mauser, but of course it's a specific kind because Mauser is just the brand. But like, I've shot this firearm before. I've shot this rifle before. And even with its original caliber and original barrel, at 142 yards, nah, I think it would do more damage and possibly go through. Like through and through. So the whole bullet thing bothers the shit out of me. I got the heavy duty country impossible shot. Is that it? Yep. All right. While the commercial's playing, I can switch up. Oh, that's a nice ass. Sorry, y'all. You missed the nice booty that was on screen there for a second. Makes me want to see the whole commercial again. All right.
Ladies, gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone's doing well, man. We had a bunch of fun on all the lives this week.
Yeah, they're
the way
having
Steven
a lot
Crowder
of fun
is
for
acting.
sure.
Very weird. Very, very weird gay behavior.
These guys are fucking killing Andrew, and like they keep challenging him to fucking debate, and of course he's not answering. And as long as he doesn't answer, they're just gonna keep going, like Valhalla just did with that fucking Pickles. Like, oh my god, starting off with even the cat. Oh shit, made me laugh. I'd like to see a debate though between Andrew and Heavy Duty Country here. What's his name? Dan, right? Is that his name?
I don't know.
I think
I
his
watch
name's
some of his stuff sometimes, but I'm not a fan, as it were, right?
I've just been, I'm not a fan, but like you, but like I've been keeping an ear out just to like what people are saying and how they're coming at it. And for as competitive as Andrew is, I'm shocked he's not taking on any of these challenges.
The fact that now they want a rematch. Very, very odd behavior from full-grown men who call themselves men. And to that, I'm excited for this. There is new evidence. Can you believe that? Somebody got onto the Losi Center. That is the building that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk from, allegedly. And somebody apparently broke in or did whatever. They went on the roof and they showed the angles. They showed the angles that he would have had to shoot from. And so as far as I'm concerned, I am literally in the camp of where Candace is right now. She said she's 0% on her believing that it was Tyler Robinson. I don't believe in definites. So I'm going to go to 5% just based off of this video.
Of the Losi Center building. Hope you all appreciate the lengths we've gone to try and get to the facts and the truth in this Charlie Kirk investigation. The person doing this is risking a little bit.
Just a tiny
bit.
bit.
Idea how big the rocks are on that first level. So this is where the screwdriver was found, apparently later on after they removed it out of the bush.
Yeah. Found the screwdriver.
This goes on.
I
to
don't
the
think the
second level.
screwdriver.
More to the
A screwdriver could have been up there for any reason. I mean, maintenance could have been up there, like tweaking something. Yeah,
It might be handy for reassembling a rifle, though.
Where did he have the time to do that, though?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Sometimes screwdrivers are used with guns, bro.
I agree.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
No, don't be sorry. Don't you dare do that to me, Squatch. I'm just saying, like, I don't see where, when, like, I don't know. We never saw him use it. So it's like, we have footage of him, a person on the roof. So I don't know.
left of this, but we'll get there in a minute. So this gravel here is apparently very tightly compact, doesn't leave footprints. That's the ledge. And moving over towards where he would have been lying in a prone position. Around about here. You can see the courtyard straight down there. Everybody on that Hall of Flags rooftop walkway would have seen him.
Grid, I'm not entirely sure what happened after you logged off. Do you know what happened last night, Squatch?
No, I went to sleep at like 8:30, 9 o'clock last night.
Well, here. I guess I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop the link out there. I do want to still get through I want to get through at least this one. And I know there's people in the chat that definitely want, what? Neither of these is in my other account. what the fuck? This video as far as showing that the angle couldn't be made. But then I'm fine to chit chat about whatever. So there you go, Greg. If you want to come up,
Can we
you're more
talk
than
about
welcome.
mushrooms after? Because I got
Sure.
mushroom stories.
Sure. All right. Let's get through this because this is interesting.
That's how high the lip is, and you would have had to have your barrel on that lip. There's no other way around it. That's his view he would have had. And you can see
Now you good? How you doing?
I'm doing well.
So, do you know what happened after you logged off? Have you heard anything?
I mean, I was told that there was a midget in a chair. His feet didn't touch the ground. And I thought that was funny. But, you know, I was already in bed. Everything happens after I go to sleep. I figured it out.
I went to bed too, so I'm not the best for this one. Is that the new short Dusty just put out about Easy being goof of the year?
I have no idea. But there's so much material to work with. What are you talking about?
I know. Dude, you have no clue. Like, so the clip editor that I use is just like full of easy shit right now. It's wild. I have so much I like can't get through all of it. And then I gotta figure out what to do with all of it. Did you see the two that I made already and put out?
I haven't. I've been working all day.
Well, they've been out for a few days now, actually. I did 2 easy shorts that you might enjoy. I'll show them after this. And actually, I'm glad you're here because you do a lot of work with firearms. You're very, very good with firearms. We've seen it.
Yeah.
And they're assessing the line of sight from the roof to where Charlie Kirk was. So, have you seen this already?
No, but it's boring to me to hear non-firearm people try and talk firearm shit. So, you know, it's always fun. Well, hey, Dusty's in the chat.
Hi, Dusty. Good to see you.
I sent him a picture earlier to show the progress is being made on my project. So,
Dusty,
but he didn't
the
answer back that, you know, he's such a delinquent, you know, he just such a delinquent.
Oh,
Doesn't answer, doesn't call, doesn't write, you know.
No, you
Leaves
leave
you
him
there with 3 kids.
Is that what he did to you?
Right? Like,
circumcision
I'm here
looking
slaving
good?
over
Yeah.
this
I
hot
finally
stove,
got
and you're out there faluting with your hoozy floozy. How dare you, sir?
I understand. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we can get through
Thank
this
you,
super
Grid.
quick.
I really wanted to use the word falutin in a sentence today.
Falutin?
That's really interesting. What's with your haters today?
Mine?
No, Bess.
Hers.
First of all, who is a bunch of Q-tard? What is a Q-tard? Have I missed some slang? What's a Q-tard?
I have no idea.
Vote for a guy in the Epstein files 30,000
Oh,
times. Oh,
so
you know how
he's been-
stupid? Oh my God. You know how to tell me that you were dumb as a box of fucking rocks without having to actually open your mouth and speak? Is you say something about 30,000 times, reference 30,000 times in the Epstein files. Yeah, by the FBI, clearing him, dumbass.
He was going off early with a bunch of leftist shit. And so I was just kind of like, meh, I've been busy covering stuff and like, you know, doing my thing up here. So it didn't bother me.
It's somebody's alt account.
Yeah.
They're probably a Candace butt sniffer. So, you know.
Or, well, in all actuality, what's funny is I've been kind of charitable to both. I think I've been charitable to both Candace and to Andrew. I did address the stolen valor, and I said outright, I don't think that people should be jumping so quick to
Stolen
accuse.
valor, my ballsack. That's such a reach.
His wife made a post.
The guy that the anybody who makes that reach can do a reach around on a Yeti. Looking at you.
Thank you.
Fletch,
I don't mind to reach around, dude. I kind of expected it in the high class company I've been rolling with lately.
Real quick to my mods, like you, P. Fletch, I trust your judgment. Okay, you do what you see fit. That is okay with me. I greatly appreciate the work y'all do. Just
trolls will be laughed at if they continue. They'll be captured, fried up in oil, and served to the crown. But yeah, no, look, Candace is, and I kind of used to be. I wasn't a Candace fanboy, but I was like, oh, Candace, you're awesome. Going around town, slapping down these delusional women and dudes and all of the woke shit. I was like, yeah. But now I'm like, Candace, this has got to stop. And for me, it actually didn't start with the Charlie Kirk thing. It started with all of the bullshit that she did at Daily Wire, when she made the expose videos, and she did like 2 or 3 videos on the guy who supposedly like killed people and put them in cars or some shit. But it was just such a weird deal. This guy had been like investigated, and Candace just kept saying, oh no, I've got the evidence. And then you'd watch this whole 2-hour long movie and there'd be like no evidence. So I don't believe Candace Owens could swear that she was lying, and I would not believe a word out of her mouth.
Okay. I had never seen that video you were watching, Beth.
It's a series. There are 3 of them.
Yeah.
There are 3 of them. She did
this
3.
one. I think she's talking about this one that I have.
I've never seen the video.
Yeah, this is newer. These guys snuck up on the roof where supposedly the shot was taken at Charlie Kirk, and they proved that there's no line of sight unless you are up on a knee, which people would have noticed him, or over the edge because there's that lip there.
Both of those statements are retarded.
Nobody
looks on roofs. I could do whatever I want.
That's not true. We saw the kid who took a shot at Trump. Everybody saw him. We had footage of him up on the roof. There was a whole crowd of people screaming at him
after he pulled the trigger.
Before. No. I saw footage of them trying to get the police's attention 5 minutes before he took that shot.
That may actually be true because there were people who watched him literally climb up there with a rifle.
There's a whole crowd of people pointing and warning.
Yeah. That's probably true because I remember actually reading something
out there. There are people out there that are very observant that will notice everything, and their mindset is watch. Like, where would somebody take a shot? The roof. Where's all the exits? Like, there are people like that out there. So just to think that no one would look at a roof is just ludicrous.
And they did. They had their cell phones out, and we're talking like 5 minutes or more before he fired off that shot at Trump. And they were yelling for the police, trying to get somebody's attention. That entire situation could have been avoided. Say again. Sorry.
I think a cop actually went up on the roof.
I think I remember them saying earlier in the day they had gone up and checked the roof, or it was like not that long before.
Yeah, no, there was a cop I think that went up to he either went all the way up or he went partially up, and for whatever reason did not pursue it.
Yeah. But it's wild, and even in a circumstance like this one with Charlie, I think people would have noticed him up on the roof.
Yeah,
that's all these guys are. So.
I deal with people every day that have no idea that I'm armed. I've literally walked in carrying a rifle and nobody even pays any attention to it. Like you guys are giving people a lot of credit. That
You're not giving. You just think everyone's an idiot, and that's not.
I
the
do.
Case.
I actually.
Well, I
do
mean,
think
that is a
everyone's an
valid
idiot.
assumption in my opinion.
That's not the case. Like that's insane to even like. That's arrogant thinking.
It is.
That is what that is.
No, you're right. You're right. You're not wrong. But I mean, look. Here's the thing. I even know why the guy. I even know why Charlie got hit in the neck instead of this chest.
Because
I can even do the math. I can even do the math on it because bullets, you know, are a math problem, and it's called the cosine angle because he was shooting from an elevated position. He aimed center mass, aimed for the chest, hit him in the neck because of the distance. And I've proved this several times. It's like a known thing if you actually shoot rifles, even at 200 yards, cosine angle matters. And I mean, personally, I enjoy listening to all of the conspiracy theories to some degree, but I've heard them all so many times. There's nothing new at all. The only person, and you know what, that, and I guess this is the biggest sticking point for me with Candace. Other than that, she does this with literally fucking everything, and I don't believe a word that she says. She's never talked to Hunter Kozak. Not one time. She could have. I have. Do you know who?
I'm going to take umbrage with the fact that I'm hearing a lot of trashing of Candace, and you're talking about a lot of things that none of us could probably ever replicate in a million years. What bullets do is a mystery to most people, unless they can absolutely replicate what a bullet will do every single time, which is almost impossible. That said, let's talk about the video that we're watching. With the video evidence of these people acting shady as fuck, collecting SD chips and leaving a $4,000 to a $10,000 camera because they're worried about people stealing fucking hats. Why are you talking about that? Why are you trying to character assassinate Candace? Grid, respectfully, why aren't you dealing with what you can see, which is evidence on the video? Why aren't you dealing with that?
I haven't been asked to deal with that.
I'm asking you right now. What are your thoughts on that?
Did you see the start of my show? I started off the show covering the interview Candace Owens with Anna Kasparian. And Candace actually goes through and like shows video footage and talks about like, this is the conversation I had with the guy who is the CEO. He like handles all of the audio.
But why hasn't she talked to Hunter Kozak?
I'm not sure.
Do you know who that is?
For me, no. I don't follow it.
He's the guy who was talking to Charlie at the moment it happened and saw literally everything.
The kid who was asking questions, or
standing like literally looking right at
with him. I've seen interviews with him afterwards,
but you know who has never talked to him
is Candace.
Right.
Well, I mean,
why is that? What do you think?
Honestly, I think she should have I think she should have a conversation.
I think that'd be the first thing I would do. I mean, it was kind of the first thing I did.
If the shot's coming from behind him, I don't think he's going. And I think he's actually said he didn't see anything. You know,
he didn't see anything, but he literally saw. He literally describes what he saw, and it's horrific. And it's not any of the nonsense that was first put there. Any of the nonsense that was first put out, which has since been retracted, obviously.
Right.
So Grid, let me ask you a question. What about the video evidence of Andrew Wilson on the 12th of September of 2025 saying that the government really made a sow's ear of everything and he isn't trusting any of the story that they're putting out? Do you have any facts on that?
I don't have a real opinion on it other than I agree with him. I don't trust anything the government's putting out.
So then why do we think that the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson took the shot?
And we attack a private citizen and we let the government go free, I guess. And we just believe it now because we don't like private citizen A?
Well, first of all, I would need a reason to believe any damn thing Candace said, and she's not giving me any reason to believe anything that she said. Literally everything she said seems to be contradicted fairly immediately with some fact that's not from the government, right? Like that's a problem when we start. If you actually want to
name one thing.
Hash this out.
Name one thing right now. Top of your head. Should be easy because everything she says is a lie. Name one thing.
Well, actually, I don't actually keep an inventory mentally.
I mean, it should be easy. You said everything she says, and you seem to have an awful lot of opinions about her, Grid.
Yeah,
you don't have a problem expressing that, do you? But when it comes to substantiating a claim, this is something Andrew does. Just name one thing. One thing.
Just calm down. Calm down. Well, I mean, to start off with, what about the plane to Egypt? What about that? What about the plane that took off and went to Egypt and all that shit? What about that? Has anybody held her accountable for that bullshit? For putting that shit out there? What was it?
So finish. No. Go to the plane. Don't kiss Gallop. Don't kiss Gallop. Don't kiss Gallop. Go to the plane. Go to the plane in Egypt. What is your issue with the plane in Egypt? What was?
It never happened. It never existed. There was no such.
You're saying she might have gotten like a tail number wrong or something. So therefore, everything she says is wrong.
Made a complete narrative about how a ghost plane took off and flew to Egypt and then flew to Israel or wherever, and it never happened.
So what about the ones that did have? What about the ones that did have tail numbers?
Which ones?
The ones that she was claiming. I don't listen. This isn't a hill I'm willing to die on. I don't really.
Right. So she lied.
Well, how do you know? What's your evidence that she lied? Was she mistaken or was she lying?
She said something out loud that I'm assuming she knew to be
did
false.
she later retract it?
I don't think she's ever retracted it, actually.
Okay. Do you know that for a fact that she's never?
No, I
retracted?
don't listen to every single word that comes out of Candace's mouth. Absolutely not.
But you won't give her any grace. You won't give her the grace.
I'm not giving her any grace at all. No.
Even though she said she has no problem retracting things that are later proven to be wrong.
Yeah, I don't. She's never done that.
What do you mean never done that? What's your evidence that she's never made? What's your evidence that she's done? I've heard her live. No, Grid. I've heard her retract things live.
Give me one thing. Yeah,
I've heard her retract things live.
What?
She got the tail number wrong. She got a digit in the tail number. She retracted it and corrected it.
But the plane.
So there you go. Now you're a liar.
The plane never existed. It's not a matter of the tail number being wrong. It didn't exist. It didn't happen.
There were two different planes. You're talking about one plane. What about the two planes with the tail number she was talking about? Are you saying those Egyptian planes?
I'm talking about a very specific flight.
Yes, and I'm talking about
that was supposed to go out, that was supposed to have left Utah and flew to fucking Egypt and then flew to Israel. And it wasn't a question of whether the tail number was wrong or not. The plane just never existed. It didn't happen.
Right. So you're talking about
that.
I don't know if she did or not, so I'll grant you that. But what about me seeing her do a retraction live? You just made a claim.
You saw a retraction? Wonderful. I haven't.
Okay. So you need to see it. So did we land on the moon? Did you see it? Did you see it? Do you believe that we landed on the moon?
No, I'm not a preacher.
Did you actually see it, or did you see it? Anyway, I'm not going to get off into the weeds. I mean,
you should calm down. You're gonna have a heart attack, man.
Dude, I'm making a homemade fucking pasta sauce right now, dude. I'm living my best fucking life. What are you doing? You're talking shit about an 8-month-old.
I just got in from working on my plane. I'm gonna go I'm actually gonna go pick up my kids, and maybe I'll go back to the hangar and fuck around with the plane some more so I can.
Right. But you're over here taking shots at an 8-month pregnant woman.
I'm not taking shots at anybody. I'm simply saying that I don't like and I don't believe anything that she says because
and you have a right to
repeatedly she's been proven to be false. Not just in one instance, GS. I don't give a shit about this instance. I honestly haven't paid any attention to it. I made my decision up back when she did the 3 films promising to expose a murderer with not one shred of evidence ever. Not one thing. Not one. And so absolutely that colors my viewpoint on her. She has no credibility. The fact that you give her credibility and then, she was just wrong about it. Oh, she got this thing. No.
Hold on.
At some point you're right. Or
you just straw man me. You just straw man me. When did I ever say that she has credibility?
Okay, maybe you don't.
When
think
is that?
you
When
don't.
has that statement
I
ever
have to.
come
I
out of
made
my
an
mouth?
assumption. I made an assumption, not in evidence. However, which was predicated by you coming at me because I don't believe her.
Yes,
So are
but
you
you're
saying you do
making
not
you're
believe
making
her?
a
Are you
lot of
saying that you
claims.
are you saying that you do not believe her?
What's I don't know what to believe.
Okay.
And that's the whole reason why I'm paying attention to this. I'm paying attention to what Andrew's putting out. I'm paying attention to what Candace is putting out. And I'm paying attention to what the government puts out. And I'm paying attention to what Beth is putting out. Because I think somewhere in here is probably some answers to some very strange things. And how many times does our government have to lie to us before? What is it? What are we, Animal Farm? We're
Our
Animal Farm.
government lies to us all the time. It's a nonstop thing. I mean, I was talking earlier with Squatch. Like, I was that kid who grew up where my mom was very, very much into conspiracy theories, and it was embarrassing. And now, I mean, she's dead now, but holy crap, when the files got released on JFK, I felt bad for freaking for doubting her. I have a question. Did you by any chance watch Andrew's stream earlier?
No.
He was supposed to present that text message, and to my knowledge, he still hasn't. And that's something I know people are asking about. And What's Up Cynthia is wondering what you think about Erica Kirk. I'll let you frame it however you'd like, Cynthia. Are you there, Cynthia?
I have no idea about Erica Kirk. I don't have any interest in her at all.
I find it weird that, like, in the beginning, when Erica stepped in and was taking over TPUSA, like, number one, and I said it earlier, I've seen people do weird things when their loved ones die and act very strange. And so, like, I was really affording a lot of grace to Erica, but then stuff really kind of piled up to where it just wasn't passing the smell test. And I remember even Andrew and Rachel were more Rachel than Andrew were saying a lot about, like, her taking over and she's gonna run it into the ground, she's gonna ruin it. I don't know if you remember them saying all this, but, like, they were very much, like, against Erica.
I think a lot of people had. I think a lot of people voiced concerns. I honestly didn't pay that much attention to it because, again, I don't really care. I mean,
well, she's kind of ruined everything that he did, and I think it's strange to now see him kind of stepping up for her in a way. I'm not saying totally, and I'm not saying he's like being her knight in shining armor.
I don't. Again, it's not really. I understand where some people like really pay attention to TPUSA because, well, first of all, it's a multi-million-dollar corporation, a lot of people, a lot of money, people pay attention to that shit. But I don't really care. I think that nobody, honestly, I had questions about Erica taking over simply because I don't think that anybody could run it like Charlie did, and that Charlie is the way that, Charlie was TPUSA. And so if you can't, I mean, legitimately, if it can't be run the way the guy ran it, then just let it go, let it die. But maybe Erica can. I don't know. I'm not privy to all of it.
I think she's already screwed up. She's brought in people that he would never ever platform, and like no way.
Who is she brought in that he wouldn't platform?
Oh God, who? Some of
Ben
these
Shapiro. Ben Shapiro. Come on, brother. You gotta pay attention, man.
Some of these female rappers who are all
Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, Nicki Minaj.
She definitely has a questionable history. How is she banned from Romania? She's not even allowed in Romania. How does that even happen?
How does that happen? That's
when the gypsies won't let you in, you got a problem. For the record, I want to clear this up. Grid, I would be considered a frick. I would have considered myself even up to, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. I announced it on Dusty's show. I'd be considered an Andrew Wilson fanboy. I know. And listen, here I am having a conversation on a platform that has been taking shots at Andrew Wilson. I want to believe that Andrew Wilson is who who I thought he was all this time. But what I'm not seeing is I'm not seeing critical thinking and intellectual rigor being conducted on the video footage that we're seeing now, the testimony of other snipers or other people that have a vast amount of interest with armaments.
Well, hold on. There's that actually makes a point. When they had the SEAL team guy up there, and he talked about how the shirt moved weird. I've shot a lot of things, and I didn't find anything weird with the way the shirt moved. And I thought it was an odd thing for that fellow to say, especially when he didn't even have like the footage in front of him or anything like that. I thought it was an odd thing to say. It all seemed odd. And then just kind of to like hang on that one piece of it, even though you've got actual like ballistic scientists and people who are actually know what they're doing, saying the opposite of that is quite interesting too. Look, I'm obviously Andrew Wilson's friend. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm a fan in the sense that I like most of what he does. I personally think, and this is just my opinion, you guys don't have to like it. I personally think that that Andrew could do a lot of good with TPUSA. I think he could add some directionality to it. I don't know one way or the other, to be honest. I think that he's very concerned that, and I'll kind of answer Beth's question here at the same time. I think the Wilsons were very concerned when it looked like Erica was going to take over and possibly fire every single person at work there, because that's what people in grief do.
Right.
Because they look at somebody and goes, yeah, Charlie trusted you. I don't. Fuck you. You're out. And I think there were a lot of us that were sitting there looking at it like, we don't know what Erica's going to do. Like we don't know. Like, this is fucking scary. And I think a lot of things that were said and done at that time were wrong. I certainly said some things during that period of time that probably were ill-considered. I think Andrew and Rachel probably, and you'd have to ask them, and don't ask me because I can't speak for them. But my personal opinion is that they had some concerns about, I think a lot of people had the same concerns, that Erica was not capable of running TPUSA. Now, I personally think that TPUSA is a good organization. It's not the end all be all. I understand that there's a lot of people, including Andrew, who think that TPUSA is of vital importance to the furtherance of America. It is vitally important.
Right.
And so regardless of, and this is what honestly differentiates Andrew and others like him from other people, is he's willing to say, you know what? Yeah, in the beginning, I have my doubts. He may even still have doubts, but he's willing to get in there, work with them, and move forward. Now,
he didn't even like TPUSA when Charlie was alive. He
was
disagreed with them on a whole bunch. And understand, I'm not. Hang on, Cynthia. You're next. I promise. Please understand. Like, I'm not an Andrew Wilson hater. I don't flat out hate these guys. But on the same note, I'm not afraid to deliver criticism where it's due. And that's just, I mean, God, I can take it. There's no reason why I can't speak my mind as well.
So
I don't.
For me, hang on, Grid, hang on. So for me, I find Andrew to be a very double talker, and that's the problem. That's just a sign of a manipulator. For instance, we went over the way he came up to Dusty's in 3 months ago and asking for the text messages, and he kept saying, well, I have a feeling you're involved. Something's telling me you're involved. My intuition. And yet here he is now giving Candace a hard time. Oh, it's her feeling. Oh, it's her intuition. Like it's good for me, but not for thee. You know what I mean? So just anybody who just
that's
lies
totally
like that naturally.
Things,
no, it's not totally different.
It's totally
not
different.
The fact. No, it's not.
Andrew's not going around saying that, hey, this is this like entire narrative He just said, "Hey,
But
I think that you're into. I think you're into it. He may be. I don't know.
He is saying, "Oh, it's just her intuition. What's your evidence? My intuition." But it was okay when he had intuition that flow state was involved.
He wasn't
with the
trying
Sarah
to.
situation.
He wasn't trying. Hold on. He wasn't trying to present that as.
But he was using that evidence.
He didn't call it evidence.
But he was trying to present it to evidence to flow to get. This is why I need it. It's my intuition.
Yeah, I think it's
and
two
that's
totally different
an
things.
issue.
I think you're trying to conflate two totally different things. But
I think that you just choose not to see that side of him, and that's fine. But others do see it, and when he does behavior like that, a lot of people are going to call it out because it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Just like Candace was supposed to present overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did it. No, that wasn't the debate prompt. She was just supposed to present, hey, he could be a patsy. That's it. You can even go back and watch it. You can even go back and watch PBT.
Actually, you got it opposite. You got it. No, Cynthia, you got it opposite.
That wasn't in the contract at all. It's exactly backwards.
Did you see the contract, or are you speculating about the contract?
I'm going off of what everyone has said the contract said.
So my clarity on this,
what Candace herself said, the contract said.
God's aunt went earlier. Hang on, God's aunt went earlier to BPD's site, and the prompt was, there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty of shooting and killing Charlie, and then a double affirmative of Tyler Robinson. There's evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. Yeah. Okay, so it was a double it was supposed, from my perception, it was meant to be more of a double affirmative where he lays out and establishes why there's overwhelming evidence that he's guilty, and then it should switch over to Candace laying out and establishing why he's a patsy. That's how it would run. That's how it's always run when I've had double affirmative.
So I need to address.
Am I wrong, Grid?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to address a couple things. First of all, Seven Cities Kid, I never said I know any facts of this case. Matter of fact, I said I haven't been following it because I don't give a fuck. Charlie's dead, and I think that guy killed him. You guys aren't going to change that. Arguing on the internet's never going to change that. That's what I think, right? I think Candace Owens is an idiot, and I have for about 5 years. Okay, and I just don't like her, and you're never going to change that feeling.
So what if I had overwhelming evidence?
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter because that's my belief, right? So 1 second I know everything. No, I don't. I've literally said I know nothing. I will just when pressed, I said one thing that I actually could recall. There's probably a dozen others if I really thought about it.
So if you don't know anything, why should we listen to your opinion? Sounds like
you shouldn't. I didn't ask you to listen. I was asked for my opinion, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I was asked for my opinion.
In all fairness, I asked for his opinion and what I wanted to ask him
and
about.
I said I don't fucking know.
No, what I'm saying though is if you don't care about, even if the truth was presented to you, you would still hold a negative opinion. Isn't that Dunning-Kruger?
No, I can hold a negative opinion and admit you're right. Those two things are not those two.
Oh, you don't like her. Okay, and that's never going to change.
I don't like her, and I don't think her. See, there's an and in there. I don't.
That
like
makes
her,
sense.
I don't think she's correct. Right? Like both of those things are those are two separate things. By the way, Andrew didn't send me anywhere. Andrew's never sent me anywhere. I'm here because I'm about to take a shower, and I thought I'd pop on YouTube and see who was talking shit and come talk some shit. So you know what, Seven Cities Kid, maybe you want to get to know who I am before you open your fucking mouth.
Oh
so,
my
how about
gosh!
That?
Well, we were watching a video.
For the record, what I was trying to get your opinion on, Grid, was the video that we were just watching where these guys went up on the roof and showed that there's no line of sight to actually take a shot at Charlie unless you were in a position that would make you very obvious to anyone standing around. Like, you would absolutely be seen doing so. But then it somehow shifted straight. It jumped straight into whether or not people like Candace and all that. But I mean,
So
hey,
I don't know, but I'm going to tell you this. I shoot a lot, and I shoot a lot from weird positions, and I shoot. I do shoot off rooftops, and I don't really give a shit what somebody says they can or cannot see. I literally make shots all the time that my competitors say, "Oh,
how many?
hang on.
How many white Christian speakers have you shot on a stage from a rooftop? How many?
Hang on.
I made a shot this past weekend off a rooftop at 430 yards with an AR, not 30-06.
Was it a white Christian male wearing a white T-shirt? So
it was a white
replicate, that you could replicate the pillowing of the garment.
And
yes,
people
hang
couldn't
on
see
one
it.
moment, please, Jeff.
I'm sorry. I don't buy somebody that goes up on a rooftop with a camera. I'm not going to buy that over an entire investigative agency, pros. So
here's the thing, though.
Do you think
this
the
is what I would
government would
hang
ever
on.
lie?
Please, 1 second, hang on. The reason why,
of course, the government
reason
lies.
why the video that we have that they are saying is the video of him on the roof taking the shot, shows him in the prone position, and they established that if you're on that roof,
okay, here you
in
go.
the prone position, there's a lip and a ledge that you cannot see through to make that
If
shot.
you can get a picture of the shooter from the
He's not
position, if you can get a picture of the shooter from the position, then the shooter can hit you with a bullet.
The picture was taken by the cameras. This was totally. I don't know who it was. How do they have? It looks like it's overhead. It's like a drone. The video footage that we've all seen of him supposedly on the roof. What happened there, GS?
I think he
might be lagging. My internet's been slow all day too. I gotta go.
So-
I've got to go pick up my kid and shit.
Okay, bye.
Okay,
have fun
thank you for
arguing,
coming, Grid.
Have fun tilting at the
Bye.
windmills.
Grid don't like the heat, and don't you talk about kids, Andrew. Do you hear me, chat? If any of you ever say anything against Andrew to Grid, it will not matter.
I'm like so frustrated right now. I mean, we still have GS here, and GS is former military, and we have this video because there's that footage. Now, everyone on panel, can you all agree that you've seen the footage that has been like so big that shows the guy on the roof in the prone position? He scrambles up. Supposedly, he takes the shot. This is where they say they see the recoil and they see him with the rifle and they see him backing off the roof and he runs and goes and jumps off the roof. You know the footage I'm talking about?
Yes.
Everybody has referenced it. This footage that Heavy Duty Country found where these guys snuck up on that roof establishes that that individual in the prone position, supposedly taking the shot at Andrew Wilson. Okay, I got you, GS. Supposedly taking the shot at Andrew Wilson could not have taken that shot because there's a ledge in the way. I'd love to finish playing it. I know that somebody in the chat.
I haven't seen it. I would love to see
I
it.
had been asked to go find it, and I went and I found it because I mentioned it. And by the way, there's also a hilarious. I don't know if you've seen because I kind of stuck up for Andrew a little bit with the stolen valor thing. Okay.
Yeah, and then Andrew was on TPUSA today talking cash money. And just really trying to establish that Charlie and Candace weren't even that cool friends. Like the last time they talked was 22 months ago.
How the fuck does he know
they
anything?
are really pushing that narrative. He's really pushing that narrative.
He didn't like Charlie Kirk when he was alive.
You can
Andrew did not like Charlie.
that will be coming out later today. He definitely got them to double down on that, and they did. So that's going to be the new narrative. Again, I just don't find Andrew to be a credible person. God. He's trying to defame her, and honestly, he wants the clout. I mean,
yeah,
this
you know what this is.
In my opinion,
know what this is. I know what this is. This is the reaction to losing a debate. Had he won the debate, he would not be trying to defame her the way he is. This is hurt.
Oh yeah,
feelings.
He's going hard in the yard.
This is hurt feelings, and
I really wish she would have been at Flo's last night, because he really correlated the way that he was interacting with him to the way he interacts with Sarah, that he interacts with Candace. And if he thinks that Sarah's lawsuit's going to be a problem, he obviously has no idea what a Candace Owens lawsuit could look like. And I just hope he's ready to play with the big boys. And I'm sure he is. He's got people like Grid supporting him. Shout out to Grid.
You know, I got a lot of love and respect for Grid. Grid is a good man. And I understand that I understand that he values his friendship with Andrew. I think from the way that I've seen things personally, I wish Andrew valued the friendship the way that Grid does. I don't get that from him. I could be totally wrong. This is just what I have observed as a bystander, is that Grid is far more of a better friend to Andrew than Andrew is to Grid.
And that's how it is.
That's my opinion.
That's definitely how it goes sometimes. As much as I just really enjoy Flo, if Flo was in the wrong, I wouldn't have a problem saying, I don't know what Flo was thinking on that go round, but hey, that's still my guy and I rock with him. And it's just the fact that people are going to not, and I'm not putting this on Grid, that people are going to not see his and I'm talking about Andrew, see Andrew's conniving ways and his double speak. And they're going to make excuses not to see that. And he's counting on that. Andrew's counting on that because he needs your support and donos. The guy's making over 10 grand an episode just alone this year. Just alone this week, he's already made 30 G's. Like, come on. Of course
he's got me beat.
He's going to definitely keep talking.
Since we're talking about money, guys, I've been live for almost 3 hours. I'd really appreciate it if you would support the channel. Please subscribe, like the stream, send some donos. I am a single mom. I am disabled, and I live in one of the shittiest states in this country. I live in New York, and it's really difficult. So, you know, help a sister out, because I love bringing you guys this stuff. And today, I mean, shit, I'm kind of excited. I'm actually like the first one in our group to kind of cover any of this stuff. So sweet. I think I did something good.
I'm sorry, Beth. I thought I muted my mic. If I was making all kinds of noise, I apologize.
No, you were fine. You didn't make any. You didn't at all. You know, I am glad that you're here. And Cynthia hasn't seen this either. Especially because of your background in the military, I would love your input on this video.
Well, I would like to talk about something. I know maybe Grid is listening, or he's not here to respond, or maybe he will in the future. But he was talking about all that fancy, fancy mathematics with, you know, aiming center mass and hitting someone elevated in the neck because of the angle of deflection, or however he wants to, you know, Math American it. Line of sight is line of sight. I mean, it's far more easy to figure out a line of sight. You either have it or you don't. You don't have to have an algebraic equation. You don't have to use the Pythagorean theorem. You know, you don't have to do some like quantum physics to figure it the fuck out. You either can see some shit from your vantage point of what they're claiming his vantage point was, or you can't. You're either over the lip of a building in order to get a line of sight, or you're not. It's really
Right.
fucking simple.
Right. I struggle with him. I wish he would have answered it better and actually watched it to see what it was that I'm talking about, because we've all seen the footage that they claim is allegedly Tyler Robinson on the roof taking the shot, and then he's like doing that weird retreat, and then he gets up and supposedly runs over and jumps off the roof. We've all seen that, right? It's like drone footage or something. This isn't footage that was taken from the fucking ground, because it's overhead and it follows him as he's like, do I need to find it, or everybody know what I'm talking about? Guys.
I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of a text to my wife.
That's fine. Everybody else is muted. GS, you know the footage I'm talking about, right?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, my German Shepherd was excited because my wife was getting ready to take him out. I'm doing my domestic goddess chores. I washed dishes. I made my own homemade pasta. Now I'm heating up water to boil said pasta. Now, so I am going to
By
be.
the way, thank you, Squatch, for the $10 Cash App. I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah.
Good looking.
Thank you very much.
I'll take care of you.
So here's the interesting thing. Yeah, I've seen the footage, but here, what day was that? You know what I mean? Like, what even day was that? I don't mean the day that it came out or the day that we all saw it. I mean, what day was the actual event? Was it CGI? Was it legit? Who has the metadata? Who's the gatekeeper of all that information? These are all questions that I have. So was it even real? I mean, and listen, it's Animal Farm. You know, we're being lied to so much. Even if the truth was sitting right in front of us, we still wouldn't believe it.
You're right.
I do want to say, Beth, the earlier footage you were talking about, because I was kind of in and out, about the guy getting the SD camera and stuff. That was a third person, like somebody in the audience footage, video cam footage. So a lot of this footage that Candace and other people are getting aren't even coming from TPUSA. They're just coming from individuals who have their phone up. With that being said, that does it leads me to believe, okay, this is real. I don't need any further evidence to think that this is real.
So that's my question, Cynthia. Beautifully put. Where's the intellectual rigor? Where's the examination of this video footage? Why are they so desperate to turn people like Tucker Carlson, Ian Carroll, the Valhalla guy, Candace Owens, any of these people that are asking questions and trying to crowdsource the truth and get as many people to bring evidence to them? The government's not putting it out. The government doesn't seem to care who's really behind it. They figured they already got like 3 different people they thought were the pew-pewer. So the question is, where are all these big brain people that are making $10,000 an episode to do a counter fucking narrative? It makes you got means, motive, and opportunity. And I'm not making an accusation here, but I don't know, man. When it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck and farts like a duck, it makes bubbles.
It's a duck. Well, and remember, Andrew really didn't go there to debate. That was the ruse. He went there to get her locked into his story.
Stream.
Right, to get her locked into story and to get Steven Crowder's people into her house. That alone is bad faith. That alone is positive evidence that Andrew is snaky and sneaky. Positive evidence. That's all I need from that.
Right. And he admitted it himself on his stream earlier. Like, somebody was arguing with me earlier, and I'm like, or his Vibe. And I'm like, Vibe, what are you even talking about right now? Andrew Wilson said himself.
Yes.
His goal in going was to tie her to her claims so she can't wiggle out of them. He didn't give a fuck about anything else.
Yeah, his response to all of that douchebaggery was, so fucking what? Who cares?
Right.
So fucking what? I mean, talk about hubris. That's the kind of hubris that a man has when he knows that he's not on the other side of a scope. He's not the one with the cross hairs on his freaking head, because he's working for the team that would put the crosshair on somebody's head.
So I also have a video that I saw where Rob Noor And I like Rob. Okay, I think Rob is a really nice guy in person. I enjoyed meeting him. Really nice guy. He, for as nice as he is, and I mean, even Candace complimented him, right? She said he was the only one on the team that was trying to be professional and was courteous and everything else. He skips, he kind of lightly is like, yeah, she said nice things about me, but let me tell you, she was condescending, she was rude, she was all these things to Andrew and everyone else on the team, and so therefore she was getting back what she put out. They were just tone matching.
I got a scripture for you, Beth. Deceitful are the kisses of an enemy, but faithful are the wounds of a friend. He was being deceitful, kissing on her, and you saw his true fucking colors. That's a video I'm going to be going over tonight, by the way.
Rob Norris. It really, I was definitely like, oh, come on, like, don't carry water so hard for your boss when it's like, dude, maybe he was the only one who knew how to act right. But, it was disappointing for me. Because really, in all actuality, no, he's outright admitting, yeah, we were rude. But it's because she was rude first. Oh, I don't think so. I think she was very inquisitive. And since when do we apply tone to emails and writing? You can't assume tone from something that is written. You most of the time you can't. If I send you a text message going, "What's for dinner?" You could interpret that 1,000 different ways. That doesn't mean what's for dinner. It's like, come on, dude.
Well, I'm going to take one for the team by reviewing Rob Noor tonight because his screechy, harpy, barely masculine voice, it just does my fucking head in.
Do you need help to do that? Because I can understand that shit can be stressful for some amount of time. And I mean, we can like take turns. We go like 10-minute lifts. You do one, I do one, and I'll be crying and you'll be crying and I'll have headaches and everything.
I'll pop in too, because look, that's the funny thing is I can't watch his show because of exactly what you're talking about, right? I met him in Nashville, and he was the most soft-spoken, even-toned, like he was sitting with, like I walked in and he was like, "Hey, you, we ordered too much pizza, come have some." And I actually found myself like sitting there listening to him explaining some political stuff that even I didn't understand. And it's the first time I've been able to tolerate listening to him because he wasn't screeching, he wasn't yelling, he was even just super cool guy in person. Which makes the online appearance disappointing, at least for me. But yeah, they went there with, I think it was very bad faith, the whole thing, Cynthia, like you're saying. He didn't go there to debate. They started it off on a bad foot and they were trying to trigger some kind of reaction out of her.
So my question is, why? So listen, I've had people come after my character in a couple of very minor situations that are going on currently. Matter of fact, one of the situations is I was reviewing a 911 call where they couldn't find the bullet that went into a woman's head allegedly and came out of her head. This is somebody that I knew on YouTube. And I'm trying to be very careful with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And this is a person that I had on the person that everyone was accusing of doing it. And it wasn't self-unaliving or sushi side, was somebody I had on my platform for almost 6 months, giving them an opportunity to tell their story. The son of a bitch put a TPO on me like a little while ago. And I just now got my guns back about I don't know, 3 weeks ago or whatever. And this is somebody that I was trying to be supportive of and say, hey, dude, you're innocent until proven guilty. And I still maintain that because I'm American. And unlike Grid, what's that? It's a temporary protection order. He was basically trying to stop me from saying the stuff that I was saying on YouTube, talking about the 911 call. 911 call is a public record, and it's pretty disgusting what we all heard on that 911 call. It's 32 minutes of him allegedly performing CPR. Allegedly, while he's looking around the room for evidence of things that she left behind, and takes 2 different phone calls. I mean, he's on a phone call with his business. The person, my understanding is the first person he called was his dad. Second person he called was his business partner. The business partner said, "Did you call the ambulance?" Because he said she's gone. She's gone. She's dead. She's gone. And he's like, "What do you mean gone? She's gone." And then he goes, "Well, call 911. Have you called 911?" He's like, "No." He's like, "Call 911. What are you doing?" Then he ends up calling his business partner back, and he's claiming he's doing CPR on her. But what you made a claim 33 minutes ago that she was gone. So how do you know she was gone? Right? So anyway, and so I'm reviewing all this. I'm showing text messages that I'm getting from the other side, whereas he was sending me text messages, the will, different things like that he wanted me to put out that was pro him. And now all of a sudden I got the other side contacting me saying, "Hey, there's evidence on the other side that you're not aware of. And we can't show you everything, but we can give you a little bit, so it's not trust me, bro." And my opinion changed dramatically. And since it did, he's gone after my channel, tried to get it demonetized, tried to get it shut down over and over and over again. I understand what it is for somebody to try to character assassinate me because they don't want the fucking truth to come out. That's why I can't stand people carrying water for liars.
Makes perfect sense. So I want to show this footage that these guys got, and especially get your input on it. I would have liked Grids too. I hope he sees it at least, because we've all seen I don't know, it's like drone footage that is supposedly Tyler Robinson on the roof taking the shot and then retreating and jumping off and running off. So these guys broke in and
new evidence. Can you believe that? Somebody got onto the Losi Center. That is the building that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk from, allegedly. And somebody apparently broke in or did whatever. They went on the roof and they showed the angles. They showed the angles that he would have had to shoot from. And so as far as I'm concerned, I am literally in the camp of where Candace is right now. She said she's 0% on her believing that it was Tyler Robinson. I don't believe in definites. So I'm going to go to 5% just based off of this video.
Of the Losi Center building. Hope you all appreciate the lengths we've gone to try and get to the facts and the truth in this Charlie Kirk investigation. The person doing this is risking a little bit. Gives you an idea how big those rocks are on that first level. So this is where the screwdriver was found, apparently later on after they removed it out of the bush.
Yeah, found the screwdriver.
This goes on to the second level. He was more to the left of this, but we'll get there in a minute. So this gravel here is apparently very tightly compact, doesn't leave footprints.
Oh man, too long. Come on.
Dude, I love this.
That looks like a fun game.
I love it.
Command
Well, I
and
don't know if
Conquer.
it's this one specifically, but there's one called World of Warships Legends.
Yeah.
Oh, God. There's this one.
This looks fun.
What do you call it? Achievement called Wrath of the Kraken. It's where you kill 6 ships in one sortie, and you show up with like 6 torpedoes if you're lucky, which means you got to be working overtime to pull that crap off.
Wargaming.net, play for free on PC. This looks a lot of fun, I like games like this. I like Command and Conquer. I like playing Civilizations and that kind of stuff. That one looks fun. I'm gonna have to find it.
That's the ledge.
He's nice to look at, this guy.
And moving over towards where he would have been lying in a prone position. Around about here. You can see the courtyard straight down there. Everybody on that Hall of Flags rooftop walkway would have seen him. That's how high the lip is, and you would have had to have your barrel on that lip. There's no other way around it. That's his view he would have had. And you can see how tall the lip is.
Okay, so I want to go back to that, folks, because I think people need to understand the angles of this. And I appreciate whoever commented this on a video. Somebody was like, hey, he wouldn't have been able to be in a prone position taking a shot based on where he was at. So, you know who really needs to understand this is this guy. This guy went and talked a whole bunch of shit to my buddy Nate, Valhalla VFT, who's the nicest guy in the world. Yeah, he talks some shit on the internet, but it's usually very for a good reason. Talked a whole bunch of shit just because he is finding holes in this dude's case. This dude is such a big fan of the Fed slop. He might as well be a Fed at this point. And for those of you who are curious, that little dummy that he's holding, that thing is like 4'11". Gary supposedly is 5'6". So here's what I would say, Gary. Nothing wrong with being a short king, but know your limitations. Nate is my size. I'm 6'3", 255 pounds. No, Nate's not as big as me, but he's more trained than me. It's just kind of one of those things where if you know somebody is physically capable of putting you in your place, maybe have a little more respect. Okay, Gary? Now, Gary, watch this because I'm about to prove you fucking wrong too. All right, folks. So here we have him running on, right? This is where he goes down to the second level. I don't know if y'all remember, but he goes through that on here. So he's showing the rocks on the top level. Then he jumps off. And then you've got this different kind of rock on this second level. That's what we can see right here. You guys can see that big black line in the middle. That's where he's going from the top level to the second level. But what's really interesting about this is where he sets up, where he goes into the prone position to take the shot. So here he's doing the, monkey walk or whatever they want to call it. So we're going to get to it in just a second here, but we're going to see how far away he is from the ledge, because once again, the further away from it you are, the worse line of sight you're going to have to Charlie. So in my humble opinion here, and I am
real quick too, the way that we just watched him kind of like crawl as he's crawling up to where he wants to take the shot from, supposedly, he's bending his legs. Tell me where the fuck that rifle is. It is Command and Conquer. Thank you, Plasma Void. I thought it was Oh. Yeah. Okay, thanks guys for the games.
I'm not the best expert in the world.
If somebody can tell me how he's bending his legs like that with a rifle down his pant leg, I'd love to fucking hear it, because I just don't see it happening. I really don't.
But if you look at where he's sitting right now and you look at the ledge, my opinion would be that he is anywhere from 15 to 20 feet away from the ledge. He's also not pointed directly at it. He's angled. But if you take the angle into consideration, if you have to be at a 45-degree angle to shoot something because there's a ledge a foot high, his barrel would had to have been over the top. And at that point, people would have seen him. It would have been obvious. I don't know if you guys remember, but the only time we actually saw him from where Charlie was at was when he got up and ran away. And when I keep saying him, I'm not saying Tyler Robinson. I'm saying whoever did this.
Around about here. You can see the courtyard straight down there. Everybody on that Hall of Flags rooftop walkway would have seen him. That's how high the lip is. And you would have had to have your barrel on that lip. There's no other way around it. That's his view he would have had.
So right there, we can kind of see.
And you can see.
Right here. Let's see. Right here. So if your barrel is pointing down to where Charlie was at right now, you would 100% have to be on that lip. You would not be able to be back. If he is further back, he's putting around into those mountains back there. So once again, the question becomes, and I'm really upset that Candace didn't bring this up, but you know what the funniest thing about this debate is? She couldn't ask questions. It was in their contract that she was not allowed to ask questions. So people keep calling this a debate. It was a deposition.
I think I heard her talk about this, and she said it was not in the contract. Am I right about that, Cynthia?
No, you got that wrong.
Okay.
Right towards the end, she goes, "Can I ask you a question?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "No." She's like, "All right, well, I mean, want to give you everything that was in the contract, everything like we said we were going to do."
Oh yeah.
So this is my point. It's about line of sight. You either have it or you don't. You have to be. You're either below defilade or you're above defilade. And when Grid says stuff about, well, people that don't understand shooting and, you know, civilians. I don't think this dude is somebody that doesn't have a concept of what he's talking about. This guy doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that just talks out of the side of his mouth. I don't know what his military experience, if he has any or not, but I think my problem with Grit is, and he'll run away, is he has his opinion and he's entitled to it, but he's not entitled to his own fucking facts. Period.
Right. My limited experience with firearms, because like I said, shot on a rifle team all through high school. That does not make me an expert, but you know, you put a rifle in my hands and I'm a pretty damn good shot. But if you can't see, you have to have that line of sight, and you have to be able to position your body in your natural point of aim, right? Because that's actually different. People think that you get up there, you grab your rifle, you hold it up. No, you actually have to get your body angled correctly along with the firearm, or you're going to miss. Because when you pull that trigger, your body changes position. You know what I'm talking about, right, GS?
Yeah, I think my wife might have corrected me. Hold the phone. I better maybe I should give her a tune-up, good old-fashioned Italian tune-up. She may have corrected me and maybe in line up with, I believe, what Cynthia might have been talking about, where it might not have been exactly in the contract, but I think Candace at the end was being facetious when he said, we want to make sure that you have nothing to complain about, that everything was contractual. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she said on a different stream. Didn't she say on a different stream afterwards it was not
on her stream? He wanted to ask questions and she didn't want that in the contract. Like he wanted to come and do a deposition on her, so that they had to do the debate. And I don't know why she said, can I ask you questions? And he said no. I don't know where that came from. I mean, that was obviously on the debate, but she did end up asking him, do you know the 7 charges? So I think that was just a smugness that they had in that one.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry, my wife is actually commenting.
I was like,
yeah. Hi, Mr. GS. She's fine to comment. We're good with that.
Yeah, so but he's saying that as soon as they got into the studio, she was saying to herself, okay, Candace, it's only 3.5 hours. So he's saying that he knew that he only had 3.5 hours, and that if he pushed her too hard, she was going to shut down. Therefore, he let the first half go the way it is, and then the second half is when he was going to get to his true narrative, his true intentions, which was to pin her to a story.
Yeah, that I heard him say that as well, and that honestly it came off so copish. I think
my wife just went like this. She's like, yeah, it's like that's some jerk off narrative.
Yeah, absolutely, because he got caught out there for sure, and he knew that I'm sure in his mind he wanted to try to get her into something that would be just as clippable as what unfortunately happened to him. But this is someone who, like, you know, she lives and breathes the assassination of her friend. You know, she knows everything there is to know about it. And
well, according to TPU and Andrew, and TPU, when Andrew was like, is there any content creators that surprised you by coming out and supporting you? And they were like, yeah, you surprised us. And I'm like, this is wild. So I do anticipate Andrew doing more with TPU now, for sure.
Well, so here's an interesting thing, and you guys made these points. He wanted nothing to do with TPUSA. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do something?
No, you're good. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. He really wanted nothing to do with it. And so here's what people aren't realizing. When Candace says that Charlie was her friend, I believe that. I believe it. I believe it. Everything about her is that they were friends. Now Candace lost a friend and is acting more in mourning than, in my opinion, which I'm still fucking entitled to. This is America, right? We still have those rights.
Yes.
I think Erica showed less compunction towards mourning than Candace did.
Agreed.
And the weird thing for me is this. They're even saying that Candace was jealous of Erica, was in love with Charlie.
Right.
Which should give you
Yeah.
more credence to believe that she's not doing it to grift for fucking money. She's doing it because she feels as though something bad happened to somebody she was in love with.
That was another thing that was announced today on the Andrew and TP USA is that I forgot what their proof is, or somebody. This is something that Candace has said to me, and I never said it to anybody else, and that is, if something ever happens to Charlie and I don't get to take over, I'm going to burn it down. This is something that
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second.
He's ever who this man was that said that to Andrew said, I've never said this to anybody until today. And to me, it just seems like a smear campaign.
Yes.
Also, as far as I called TPUSA in good faith, and they gave me the messages. There was another video that Ahimsa put out where the lady who answers the emails for TPUSA stated that no, we don't talk to those people. And also, I was thinking today, if Andrew just went and talked to Erica in a hallway, how did he now get all of this evidence with the hallway conversation?
Because he's a liar.
There's a lot of things that aren't making sense, which is positive evidence that Andrew's up to no good.
Not just that, but again, like he says he has this, and he's, to my knowledge, still hasn't shown it. But like, if you're talking about brand new evidence, nobody's ever seen that absolutely proves Tyler Robinson did it, why does the prosecution not have it? And wouldn't you be risking fucking up the trial by, publicizing all of this? You're gonna fuck up the jury pools. You're gonna freaking, maybe, I mean, come on, man. They don't give over all evidence. They will hold some, because you can use evidence as a surprise when you're proving that somebody lied and it's a cross-examination. That's when you can be like, oh, call the surprise witness. Oh, here's the surprise text message. If it's already out there, then you're fucking up the trial. It's just that simple.
So before I forget,
go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, no, before I forget, this is something I wanted to bring up before. We got a deer right in the backyard. You probably can't see it back there. It's right on the other side of my fence. We got like a whole family. Anyway, I'm getting ready to feed my chickens some more fruit. I'm positive I heard Erica Kirk say that Charlie Kirk cared enough about his organization that he put lieutenants in charge, that if something were to happen to him, they could take charge and take over and it wouldn't miss a beat. So then why the hell would she need to take over anything? Either if that was like 2 days after he died or something like that. So there was no intentionality, from my understanding. Somebody said that Charlie, it might have been Candace for all I know, that I think I heard it somewhere, and I'd like to know where I heard it from. But somebody said very, very particularly that he put people, his second and third and fourth in command, could step in if he was absent for any reason. Charlie Kirk was a very conservative man. He believed that women should be at home raising the children. Who's fucking home raising these kids? I mean, we got boss babe Erica, and then you have the audacity to call Candace a boss babe while she popped out 4 kids. Is she working on her 5th?
He addressed that. Even though he said it, she was talking about it. He just said it, but she was the one talking about girl boss behavior. So it was really her that said it. I don't know. That's another thing that was coming out today.
Wait a second, because they go on and on about like the covert feminists, like, oh yeah, as a matter of fact, I was just watching Rachel make an accusation that or well, she implied that a book that Candace wrote looks too much like the book that she wrote, and wanted to know when they came out, and like, did she give me credit for for my information that she used in her book? And like, yeah, it might have been just snarky talk, but yeah, I have screenshots of it. I'll have to show you later. I was like, what the hell? In fact, I'll see if I can upload them right now. But like, these guys are all about going after the covert feminists and you know, the shit that they pull. So of course they would go after her for that. And you're right. Why are they not going after Erica for the same exact thing? And then on top of that, like I said, Erica's bringing in people that Charlie never would have associated with, like Nicki Minaj, because he thought she was a very bad role model, you know. I don't know, dude. Out on a limb, you're talking a whole bunch about ballistics and all of that. I'm wondering, did you guys all see Valhalla VFT did Andrew Pickles Wilson Insane Army Records? He actually discusses the rounds that they claim were used to shoot Charlie Kirk and why they're not the rounds that it's like impossible, and how Andrew got it super wrong. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I have
You haven't seen it? All right, I've got that one pulled up too. The beginning is funny, so I'm gonna play the beginning just because, guys, it's funny. Okay, I don't care. It's shots at Andrew, but it's funny. Okay, and then I can always fast forward to the ballistics. Look at that poor cat, Cynthia. It's got his little fucking binoculars on its head.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, put me full screen.
Oh, coming.
Is your cat look like that?
Yep.
Remington. Oh, is this ammunition?
Same ones, right?
Yep.
He pulls out the box too of the same ones, and he actually shows the back of the box where it describes how the round reacts when it hits its target. His box does anyways. Here, I'm gonna press play on this. It's funny.
Okay.
I don't care.
Command, 2 kilometers from insertion. Target, Candace Owens. Primary mission, protect the widow at all cost. I am the colloquial sniper. Call sign Pickles. Going dark.
The colloquial
Welcome back to the
sniper.
channel, everybody, and I am so excited for this episode today, as we will be honoring the legacy of one of this nation's finest war heroes. Just a man who puts the military records of heroes like Tim Kennedy to shame. Yes, you already know who we're talking about. Command Sergeant Major Master Chief Admiral Andrew Pickles Wilson, from the famed same unit as Andrew Bustamante. Yes, the Army Delta Rangers Delta Force. And I'm so proud to be able to do this episode with you today. I actually served with Andrew in some of the most famous and historic battles in U.S. military history. Yes, like the Battle of Olive Hill, where we single-handedly took down 500 OnlyFans models and saved a grieving widow from an evil pregnant witch. So that's what we're going to be doing in today's video. We're going to be taking a look at the incredible Army career of the savior of TPUSA, Andrew Pickles Wilson. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Yeah, we got to get straight into this. As you can see, I'm feeling the vibes. It brings me back to my time in Army.
Do you want to watch him make fun of Andrew, or just skip to the ammunition information that he gives? Because that is actually like on point and useful. Cynthia. Do you want to watch the whole thing, or just skip to the ammunition stuff that's actually...
skip to it. I'm fine skipping to it.
All right. It is right. Yep. We got to include that part. Is that it? Yep. Right here. I think this is where it starts talking
Your
about it.
incredible lack of knowledge of basic ammunition. Let's
Yep.
take a look at this.
The critical key here, and if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip.
Do you hear that? We have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case.
Yes, Andrew says we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case. Well, that's interesting because according to the prosecution, and I've looked at the rounds myself that they showed in the evidence hearing, no, we don't have frangible ammunition. But there's a bigger problem than that, and that's because Andrew Wilson actually thinks that Remington Corlock rounds are frangible rounds.
One more time.
Then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 100.
That's not frangible. That's not a frangible round.
Remington Corlock round is most certainly not frangible rounds. And in fact, I've got the rounds right here myself. Let me show you what the back of the box says about these specific rounds. Yes, here they are, the exact rounds Andrew Wilson is talking about right here. And let's see what the description says. Deep penetration and controlled expansion up to 2 times the size of the original caliber diameter. And what's this next part? Oh, it's the opposite of a frangible round, where it says height weight retention won't break up or separate on impact for more effective stopping power. Oh, no. And then Andrew lets us know that actually a round specifically designed to not break up on impact of a fucking moose will somehow evaporate in thin air when shot out of a gun.
50 grain Remington Corlock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But
another amazing magical bullet statement. We just can't get enough of them.
Yes, Pickles here claims that a Remington 150 grain Corlock round, which is literally designed to kill elk and moose, will somehow just break apart up in the air. Could you imagine a round so fragile that air breaks it apart? Is that what you would use potentially to hunt big game with? Probably not. Now, I would expect a master gunsmith would know at least the basics of what each type of round is. A full metal jacket, soft point, frangible round. This is not complicated things. Most of you, the viewers, know this just by watching our content. But somehow this fucking guy decided to show up to a debate claiming that he is an Army sniper, master gunsmith, rifle instructor, but doesn't even know what a fucking frangible round is? Wow, where'd they find this guy? And also, who gave him his debate prep on ballistics, huh? I think I got a pretty good idea based off the credibility, and I think we all know who, and he's probably a very, very tiny man. Now, what I didn't know, and something even more impressive, is it's not just Andrew who's got an incredible Army, military, and civilian rifle instructor career. It's also
taking more shots. But so it's like he even got the information with the rounds wrong on that one. Would you agree with what he said, GS?
Yeah, I mean, but listen, I'm not going to sit here and stick my chest out and act like I'm any kind of an expert. Even in, I mean, I've zeroed weapons. I'm not going to say what kind of weapons I'm going to have to re-zero now that I got them back from the sheriff, in case they messed my scope up.
I'm just saying from your past experience in the military, the idea, the things that are said about this ammunition, how it's expected to behave when it hits somebody, and all of that.
It's a frangible bullet. They're engineered to disintegrate on impact with a hard surface. If you're telling me that Charlie Kirk's neck is a hard surface, you can suck my dick all the way. Not halfway, but just suck it all the way. Don't stop until you finish the job.
No.
Yeah. Apparently his neck was, superhuman, made of steel or something.
Well, what if it hit the mic? Oh.
Well, that might slow it down some, but I mean, it still goes in. And no, because the mic was over. The mic was. He was shot here. The mic was over here.
Yes, so but when something will hit, it could deflate. I'm just being. I'm being facetious in a way. By the way, I'm gonna drop out and I'm gonna come back on my computer over here. So, but I'm gonna listen. I want to hear what Cynthia. Give me like 3 minutes or 3 seconds before you, so that way I can hear what you're gonna say.
Hang on.
Okay, hurry. 3 minutes.
While we're waiting on him, you see what I said about like the book stuff, right?
How do we find out whose book came out first, Candace or Rachel?
I think we just look it up on Amazon, probably.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. I don't even know Rachel's book. I really think that yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. And there's the mic thing, which has been shown evidence. Like Candace has shown evidence of the mic situation, but I'll wait till Greg comes back. You can check me out. You can check me out on Discord if you have Discord. If not, it's What's Up Cynthia at Gmail. Duh. Think everything What's Up Cynthia. Which I hate that I use my real name. I really wish I would have used a fake name.
Oh, you and me both.
When I was a young girl, they always, even though my name is Cynthia, they called me Cindy. And I was like, when I became an adult, I was like, I'm a woman now. I'm Cynthia. And now I like when I have to get out of Cynthia mode and I have to go back to Cindy mode, and I hate it.
Right.
but I used my real name, so it was even weird introducing myself to Andrew as What's Up Cynthia. I was like, this is weird.
Yeah, I get it. And I unfortunately, like when I first started going into chats, I came in under my name. I used my Google account, and then it was like, oh, well, now it's a little too late to fucking do anything else because everybody knows me. So,
right.
Common
Circles.
Everything.
What's Up Cynthia?
Common Circles. There's first of all, about your comment before, yes, Andrew Wilson has no military experience. It's a shame that Rachel made the comments that she did on Twitter. I think that really hurts him, and that's crappy, but she tends to do that. She is very outspoken in chats and on Twitter. She got a lot to say, and boy, she loud and proud. Okay. And I actually feel bad for Andrew in that, because now he's being accused of stolen valor, and really his wife was saying far more than he was. Where was her evidence during the debate? I feel like when I was watching it, what I was getting from it was like he would ask a question, and none of it is a simple yes or no or look at this. She had to set it up and frame it first and be like, we're starting at A, we move to B, and C would be the video that backs it up, right? As she would come into the B position, he would be like, wait, no, so what? Or that's irrelevant, or you can't use that, or you know what I'm saying? He would completely dismiss whatever argument she was building and making and presenting, and she never got to actually look. Every claim that she's had, she has shown them. She's gone to great lengths on her channel to display the proof for it. This morning, afternoon, really, I started off this show showing the interview with Anna Kasparian, where she was absolutely showing here's the video footage that makes me think A and then B. So she has, in fact, like, she's got the footage, she's got the evidence. It's just a matter of Andrew would dismiss it before she even started showing it.
So about the mic, as content creators, we know that when we wear mics, we usually pin them on the outside of our shirt. Right. For whatever reason, about a month or more before the September, they told they told Charlie that it's better if you pin the mic on the inside of your shirt. And she showed pictures of all the times Mike was on the outside of his shirt, but then shortly before this incident, she started showing pictures where they started putting it on the inside. Which, why would you put a mic under your shirt? You're going to pick up the shirt noise when you move. You're going to pick up all of that, and your mic is not going to be as clear as if you have it out. That, for me, is a very strange thing as somebody who does this, I know that is not what you do. I've never thought, oh, let me put my mic in the inside of my shirt, it'll sound better. As audio people around him, why are y'all changing this up? That doesn't make sense. Candace at one point did show a video of whatever she's claiming exploded, and when the explosion happens, the man and his son, because it's a father and son that are doing the test, they say this even looks like a bullet hole. And so those two pieces of evidence put together does introduce doubt into my mind. Was it a bullet or was it an explosive device?
Well, do you have that video with the tests?
Tell me what kind of footage, what are they saying he was really shot with? Or
they're saying a 30-06.
Whatever footage.
30-06. 30
okay. Israeli pagers. If I say Israeli pagers, do y'all know what that explosive was?
It's like it's that's what I'm saying is like I wish I could find the video, because I remember of the day shortly before the event happened, Charlie was fussing with the microphone. There was something different about it, that it wasn't something
on the
normal,
inside of
like
his
the
shirt.
weight. There was something different about probably the weight of it, because he kept fumbling with it and readjusting it.
There's also Vividness pointed out to me that today Jimmy Dore sat down with John Cullen to discuss evidence that it was a military drone.
Okay, hang on.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Do y'all know if I say the Israeli pagers? Do y'all know what was?
I know exactly. Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu gave Trump a golden one. Then
but
Trump
what
started
explosive they used?
Right. I understand, but we're trying to.
I need to know that explosive, because it's the test that the father and son did is on that explosive.
Oh, like a sim.
Hang on, I'll Google it.
Yeah. Okay, AR-924. What does this mean? AR-924. Okay, let me see if I can find anything on
that. All I know is there's some very strange things going on. And my big issue, the reason why, normally I like Grid. I think Grid's a pretty reasonable person. And I enjoy having conversations with him. For some reason, he's got his hackles up against me. I think it's because I can see through bullshit, and I'm not really okay with people that are willing to just hate somebody just because they don't like them personally, or I'm sorry, disregard evidence or things come. It's literally a genetic fallacy. Like, I'm not going to believe what Candace has to say because I don't like her.
Right. I'm not even going to listen because I don't like her.
Definitely, he is never ever going to go against Andrew and just even having a conversation.
Never say never. But, you'd be surprised. I think.
Well, I mean, look how Andrew reacted for Sarah laughing at something on Flow State's panel. I can only imagine how Andrew would act if we said something up here and he was silent on it. So I don't even know why he comes up.
In her defense, it was funny.
What's funny?
My issue is this: it's literally Donner Kruger, meaning like, but he said there's nothing that you could show me that would make me like her. So it becomes a genetic fallacy at that point in time. No one's forcing him to like her. I'm asking him to. Thank you, honey. Thank you very much, baby. You're gorgeous and beautiful. My issue is, where's the intellectual rigor? Where's the examination of the not trust me, bro? The actual video evidence that's coming out. See, here's what I wanted to say earlier, and feel free to disagree, obviously, but I think Candace has hinted around that she has known a lot of things for a long time. She just wanted to see how the battlefield was arrayed. I think she has more video evidence than has released yet. And as we're seeing more and more footage, like you said, there was that, I think Cynthia said that obviously came from somebody in the crowd. Well, the feds aren't going to control that. If the feds are being given data and then they're not presenting it or showing it to try to present a different narrative other than Tyler did it, then these people are going to start going, we can't trust the fucking feds. So they're going to start sending it other places going, we don't think this happened the way that people said it happened. And we don't trust the government. They're burying evidence.
Right. Go ahead,
I got
Cynthia.
the exploding mic video in the back for you just now.
Okay, dokie.
16 minutes. And so this is.
Oh, you gave me the link. Okay, hang on. Which one can I get rid of here? I have so many tabs open. It's wild. I'm just making a little room here. Move it over here.
You know, Andrew did admit the other day he feels like Candace is trying to start a new political party, and just the way of seeing Andrew's projection talk, I wonder if he thinks that this is what he's about to start doing. He has been talking a lot about mainstream politics and stuff, so I'm curious.
He always said he never wanted to do politics like that. So I don't know.
Never say never.
All right.
30-06, and it's about the same.
30-06, yeah.
It's about the same as a gunshot from a 30-06. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going on a journey, which actually begins on August 23rd, 2022.
Do we know where in the video
Mark A. Leety, and he died in a rather bizarre accident.
It's 16 minutes, so it's not.
Yeah, it's only
18.
We'll let it go. We'll just play it.
Is that he was in his backyard messing around with his burn barrel when something suddenly exploded, and they don't know what exactly it is that exploded in that burn barrel, but something did and caused a piece of shrapnel to hit his neck and end his life. Mark Leety was just 48 years young. Take a listen to local news coverage of the event.
It's being called a freak accident. A healthy, active 48-year-old killed when something inside the burn barrel he was using ignited, causing an explosion, sending shrapnel flying through the air.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Chris Leety is still trying to process the death of his younger brother, Mark. He was burning papers or whatever. This was the story that I got. And something exploded. Something was in there. Something exploded and a piece had come up and, that was it. I'm still in shock. At some point, I will try to put my arms around it, but at this point now, I can't. The Leety family still doesn't know what ignited inside the barrel that caused that explosion.
Shit. It's right here.
How curious. Okay. His neck hit with a piece of shrapnel from an explosive. You can obviously tell that his brother has questions about that narrative. And he wasn't the only one, by the way. Mark Leaty's best friends had questions as well. One of his friends in particular, who he had known since high school, did not fully accept the burn barrel narrative. The first reason was due to what Mark Leety did for a living. Mark Leety, not mentioned here in that news clip, was a supervisor for a company called Surefire Wireline LLC. That is in Kittanning, Pennsylvania. Okay. Surefire Wireline works with oil and gas companies, and they specialize in what's known as pump down perforating for oil and gas wells. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you. You don't need to know much. Essentially, what it means is that they punch holes so that oil and gas can flow through horizontally. Okay. Now,
are you supposed to be bringing shit home from a job like that? I hope that's not what this is. Like he brought something home and threw it in the burn barrel. Yeah, we gotta pause it every. We do gotta pause every so often. I don't want to piss anybody off.
why am I telling you that? Why do we need to know about that? Because that technique requires the use of a very specific explosive known as PETN. Think back to when you used to watch like Bugs Bunny, the Road Runner, and they always had the TNT explosive. Well, things have been updated since, and now the favorite explosive that is used is PETN. Okay, so Mark Leaty's high school friend, one of his best friends, did not believe that he had died because he just burned some random stuff in a barrel, because he knew that Mark had access to very dangerous explosives. And also that Mark knew how to deal with them, right? He was particularly careful with those explosives. He knew how to handle them, rather. And then there's this. Allegedly, Mark A. Leedy had confessed to his longtime high school friend just a week before he died that he had illegally taken some explosives from his job.
Yeah.
The ATF
There you
was
go,
apparently
Beth.
investigating him for this. At least that's what was told to what Courtney Fief, who was a former ATF agent, confided to somebody that he had this confession a week before he died. By the way, just as a general question, why would any person want to steal explosives from work, right? To be clear, just a tiny bit, a couple of grams of PETN causes a massive explosion. I'm going to demonstrate for you guys in a little bit. So it begs the question, what could a person do with larger amounts of it? Is there like a black market for those types of explosive? Otherwise, why risk blowing yourself up, taking it from work, getting into trouble, being investigated by the feds? Was there somebody
I live out in the country. I live out in the country, and like people burn stuff a lot out here, and everybody knows like aerosol cans and shit. You got to be careful to not put those in your burn barrel and things like that, because it'll turn out really, really bad. And yes, Sasquatch, I know you want to talk about mushrooms. We're gonna get there. I'm still working on something else here for you too.
Outside that was seeking to buy it in larger quantities on the side? The answer is I don't know. What I do know is what happened on July 13th, 2024, just 30 minutes away from Kittanning, Pennsylvania. And this happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Trump survived an assassination attempt while on stage at his rally. The sad part is that Mark Leedy's longtime high school friend, who didn't exactly buy the narrative of the barrel, he did not survive. Mark Lee's friend's name was Corey Comparator. Yes, it was Corey Comparator who Mark Leedy had confided his secret to, that he had done something that he wasn't supposed to. But again, I'll ask the question, to what end? Did he tell Corey more about what he was doing with those explosives? Sadly, neither man is alive today. As we know, Corey and his family had quite an odd evening the night of the Butler rally in Pennsylvania, because they weren't supposed to be in the front of the audience to see President Trump speak. In fact, Corey had grabbed regular tickets for he and his family. They were amongst the crowd. So they were quite surprised when, while waiting in a large crowd, an unknown woman asked them if they'd like to be escorted to the very front. Who was this woman? Surely, with so many cameras reporting live from the rally, someone must have captured this moment. Who was it that had the authority to make such a move happen? That's a big authority, right? Corey Comparator then is shot in the head.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Set up all day long. That's rough. Come on, play.
It's worth noting that Mark A. Leedy,
I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Friends with various members of the Crooks family on Facebook. That, of course, could just be a small town coincidence. We can't really extrapolate anything from that. I'm just mentioning it as a fact because it is one. Anyway, let's hit fast forward again. Just 2 months after the Butler shooting, Corey Comparator loses his life. And then a never-before-seen terror attack is executed with precision, which involves PETN explosives. On September 17th and on September 18th of 2024, there was a massive series of pager explosions across Lebanon and Syria, wounding more than 3,000 people and killing 12 people, including 2 children. I'm going to allow you to listen to these survivor stories of people who were not the intended targets. Take a listen.
On a normal day in September 2024, Hussein Taini was playing at home in southern Lebanon when an unfamiliar noise rang out from his dad's pager.
بس هذه الرمية كانت كتير غريبة ولما جيت إنه حملتها قربتها كتير على عيوني يعني عطتني كلمة ايرور وسهم عشان اكبس اوكي إذا بدي اكبس اوكي انفجرت.
In another home in southern Lebanon, Sarah Jafal had no time to respond. A after picking up a family member's pager. She has undergone 45 surgeries in 9 months, with additional procedures to come, including reconstructive surgery on her face and fingers. She has lost 4 fingers in the attack, 2 of which are now fused together, and is waiting to receive a prosthetic right eye. While Hezbollah has admitted that most of the dead and wounded were its fighters or staff, the explosions also seriously injured many civilians.
Okay. So you should know that the pagers were rigged, as I told you, with PET and explosive. The intended target were Hezbollah operatives. But what I want to draw your attention to is just the trajectory of their injuries, right? So these people, they heard the pager go off, whether it was their dad's pager or their uncle's pager. They went to go grab the pager. They held it in their hands, and to get it.
No, they have video footage of the pagers going off.
They do have footage of the pagers going off.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the way a pager works is it beeps, buzzes, whatever, and you pull it out and look at it.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, okay.
And you bring it right up to your face and poop.
Yeah. That's wild too. And how long before they said they like gave out the pagers, like years beforehand, right?
I don't remember how long, and I don't remember where I saw it, but they did show how the pagers, and it was small. And if it could fit in a pager, now fast forward 2-3 years later, how has it been revitalized, and it's now even smaller to fit into a mic? That's like when Grid says she's brought no proof. Like, yeah, she can't physically go get the speaker. I mean, the mic and show us that, but she's definitely brought forth evidence of ulterior theories. So I don't know why he calls her a liar.
Well, what about the obvious stuff that they had a paving emergency that
right.
I mean, the video that we just saw from last night, Candace's episode, where they're acting shifty and getting on a computer and just like what is going on?
There's a shooter. I'm not gonna go get on my computer. Oh my God, Flo, check it out. I'm gonna get the heck in my car and get gone. You wouldn't even have video footage of me doing anything.
Right.
Run into my car.
Yeah, the whole thing is super sus. Right? I mean, it's just sus. My question is, if I'm asking these questions and I'm even sitting here saying, although Candace Owens seems like she's being very open and not lying, how many times have we been deceived by people that seem to be honest actors in the past? So I'm prescribing caution to myself on all sides of this. I just can't forgive a person that I've spent the last 2.5 years or so watching and having respect for, i.e. Andrew Wilson, because he rigorously examines things on an intellectual basis, just jettison his fucking free will to rigorously examine what we can all see with our own eyes. Not the trust me bro shit. Not that the mysterious text messages where it seems like he's the only one that is alluding to text messages that he's not then showing, or that TPUSA is claiming don't even exist.
Friday. He's going to show on Friday.
But my point is
I called it. He said, I'm going to show him on my show on Friday. And I said, no, it's going to be next Friday. And then next Friday. And then next Friday. Just watch. I called this shit. Just saying. Sorry.
But that's my question is, where is the intellectual rigor? Where is the wanting to examine? Where is the let's examine the video? No, they want to examine a video of Candace and call her a moron and call her dishonest and she's a liar and she just makes up shit. And then like what Grid did today, he said, "Oh, she'll never retract anything." Dude, I've seen her do it live on her show. I've seen her do live retractions when she made a mistake or heard something wrong in her earpiece, made a correction on the fly within like 10 minutes of mistakenly saying like a number on a tail wrong or something. So to say that she would never retract something, and then I can go, you're a liar, because I've seen it with my own eyes for a fact that she's retract something. Now what?
I don't even know how it.
What are y'all thinking about so far?
I don't even know how he shifted it over to Candace when I was asking about it was a marksmanship question, Right.
Because it's
That's
about
the-
character assassination. They have a fucking program that they stick to. I've been a victim of it of the last fucking 4.5 years on the internet. People trying to destroy my reputation. I don't even have a fucking speeding ticket. Like if you put a picture of a Boy Scout in an encyclopedia, it might have my face there. I mean, yet I'm a liar. I'm this. I'm stolen valor. I'm all these other. I mean, all these disgusting accusations. It's never about what it is about. It's about what they want it to be about. It's fucking. It's David Copperfield making the Statue of Liberty disappear because he can control the angle of the fucking camera and show you what he already wants you to see. They don't want you. They don't want to examine what's out there, and they don't want you to see what you can see with your own eyes. Don't believe your lying eyes, like Sasquatch said earlier.
Welcome, 10th man. Good to see you.
What are y'all thinking about the video so far? Y'all following it? Do y'all have questions about it?
I've been listening the whole time almost.
It makes me want to huff glue.
I was passing in and out of consciousness because I didn't sleep since we were live yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I woke up to this and no, it's awesome. No, everything's awesome. I just, finally had to sleep. Every day I battle with myself. Should I go back onto YouTube or just go watch reruns of television shows? And this is one of those times because I don't want to have screaming matches with anybody. I don't. It's boring to me. It's like,
Then don't. Like all we're doing is we're looking at actual evidence there. Like, because that's one of the big things that's being called out against Candace right now is, oh, she didn't show anything. And I started this stream off with the Anna Kasparian interview where she showed, and she's like, look, and she's not lying. She has showed all of this on her shows.
Yep.
So for people to act like she hasn't,
Somebody's open mic. Somebody's got. Is that somebody's got an open mic?
That's 10.
That's
Rutner.
The video. Click play.
Real quick. Hi, Chuck. Good to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr.
So, I was going to ask a question. That was what I was leading up to. No, you're fine. So, Jess, you said you've seen Andrew Wilson, and he usually dissects things logically. Whatever you had said there, right?
Well, dude, if you're gonna quote me, at least quote me correctly, dude. Don't fucking straw man me, dude.
See,
if you don't want to
what I'm talking about. This right here.
You don't want to scream at people. What the fuck, dude? You come up and you say some random shit and you don't even quote me correctly. Now you're gonna attack something that's not even a correct quote.
You squall and then let me know when I can respond.
Okay.
You're a fucking retard, dude. You're a straight fucking retard.
Let me know.
You really are a straight fucking retard. Threaten to end me. Threaten to end me, fucking tough guy. Come at me.
Okay, we were watching
it on my show. I don't want it on my show right now.
I'm gonna let it shine.
Oh Lord,
I want to watch the video. We're gonna stop and just
because we were talking about the mic.
You can bring him back up when you bet. You can bring him back up what you want, but he was talking over you, and I'm not going to tolerate that from anyone anymore. I've been watching the stream, and people who talk over Beth are going to go down until she lets them back up because I'm fucking tired of seeing these men steamroll over Beth on her own fucking panel.
I was for sure not trying to do that. She addressed me.
We're not going to have a big fight. We're going to go back to what we're doing because this is actually productive, and I enjoy having this conversation with you, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is going to also
hit the OK button and it subsequently exploded. This is why it took off their fingers. In one case, it took off a person's nose because it means its trajectory is going from here to here. And in many cases, it took out their eye because they were looking at it. Okay. PETN, exploding, shrapnel. And of course, because of the shrapnel, they have cuts all over their faces. So we know who did this, obviously, because they were very proud that they did this. It was Israel. How did they do it? Well, they interrupted the supply chain of pagers by creating a bunch of fake shell companies and selling the rigged pagers to people who were affiliated with Hezbollah. Admittedly, by the way, kind of genius. The thought of how they infiltrated was, well, pagers are a very dated technology, and there are only so many people who are mass buying pagers, right? Not many people are bulk purchasing them, so to speak. But the exact details of where they interrupted the supply chain, how they manufactured these pagers, how they amassed the PE-10 or where they amassed the PE-10 explosive from, where that assembly took place of the rig tech. All that information remains unknown. What is known is how proud the Mossad was and is of their ability to infiltrate specifically companies and organizations. And I'm just going to let you listen to one of the Mossad agents applauding their abilities to do just that following the pager attack of how they did it. Take a listen.
Of course, there's a commercial.
Don't let AI flunk you this semester. Grammarly's Authenticity Suite gives you the
I
tools
may need to go
bring out
peek
your
at my
voice.
chickens real quick.
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating
I'm gonna pause
foreign
for a
companies
moment, of
that
course.
have
Can you guys chit chat and
this
witchy, or should I just leave it playing? I'll leave it playing. I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, this video is on YouTube too, guys. If
All
you
right.
Google this PNT, when this video pops up of this
You're
guy
back.
talking.
Well, and it's
already
almost
being
over
traced back
anyway.
to Israel. Shell companies
Got like
oversell
30
companies
seconds
who
left.
affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world.
it
We
really?
are a global
No,
production
no,
company.
it's not.
We
I don't
write
know
the
why she
screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. And the world is our stage.
So the company in Taiwan, Gold Apollo, did they know that they were working with people from Mossad?
Gold Apollo had zero clue that they are working with the Mossad.
And neither did Hezbollah.
When they are buying from us, they have zero clue that they are buying from the Mossad. We make like Truman Show. Everything is controlled by us behind the scene. In their experience, everything is normal. Everything was 100% kosher, including businessmen, marketing, engineers, showroom, everything.
It's just amazing. We create a Truman Show. We are the directors, the actors, the performers. Everything in your life will be fake, and we will be pressing play. It's just incredible that when I say it, it sounds like an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. When they say it, it's just like, we're taking credit for what we do. We're the best at this, and we're sophisticated. And we'd like to tell you here on 60 Minutes. Anyway, I want to also show you a graphic which demonstrates exactly how they were able to rig the pagers with the explosive. This graphic was provided by Reuters, who estimated that they used just 6 grams of PE-10 explosive to accomplish this far-reaching attack. Just 6 grams put inside of a functional pager. That's important too, because they actually had to make sure that they didn't put enough as to render the pager ineffective. They had to just put enough that it would explode. Here you go. On that left-hand side, you can see where it's pointing to the detonation material. Tiny, tiny. You got the battery cell and the detonation material right there on the bottom, the PE-10 explosive. It's a very, very thin amount. It's incredible, 6 grams. Why am I telling you that? Now, assuming that Reuters is accurate, we can then reasonably assert that 6 grams of PE-10 is not enough to confidently kill someone, right? They only killed 12 out of 3,000 people. You can also confidently assess that they would have to use more if they wanted to guarantee more fatalities, right? I mean, in that regard, I would say the operation was kind of a failure because it demonstrated without question their precision, and it was psychologically damaging, no doubt. But in terms of real world consequences, you don't want to just take off the fingers of your enemies. That's only going to strengthen their resolve against you while they are still very much alive. Anyway,
Wrong,
it got
you
me
take their
wondering.
finger
6
fingers
grams.
away.
Oh, for real.
Good points.
Sorry I had to run off like that. Weird noises outside. Something attacked my chickens in their pen the other day. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay, but I got to keep a slightly closer ear in the evenings.
I heard that.
It happens.
Take out fingers and eyes. How much PE-10 explosive would you need to guarantee a fatality? What would that look like? What would the size of that injury look like on a person? And so I decided to research and see if there were maybe some random YouTube channels that were dedicated to demonstrating doubling that amount, maybe tripling that amount, and seeing what would happen. And ladies and gentlemen, I am not kidding you when I say that this was the very first video that I stumbled across on YouTube, just typing in PETN explosive. And it was just guys that were using 20 grams of PETN explosive within a tiny capsule. And they were using it against bulletproof glass to see what would happen. And I want you to pay very close attention to what this person says, because I could not believe my ears. I was freaking out. Take a listen.
20 gram booster PETN charge. We're going to use it against the transaction window to see what the results are.
This is the first one that went the way I expected it to go. Yeah. I didn't expect a half pounder to make like a laser beam through the guy's head.
Wait, did they shoot that?
It's a 4 rated glass. Yeah, from a
I
30-06.
I thought they were using.
No, they didn't
they're
shoot
using
it.
explosive, right?
Oh, okay.
They're using what?
Are they
he had a
using
remote
the
detonator? Is that what it was?
They had a detonator, yes.
Yeah.
They're just exploding 20 grams to see what the impact is.
Oh, okay.
So it's about the same foot diameter.
It's about the same as a gunshot from a 30-06. If you shot it against that bulletproof, you heard him correctly. I promise you. That was the first one I hit. He decided, and same results as a 30-06. 20 grams of PETN mimics the punch of a 30-06 bullet. Unbelievable. I want to be clear. This video was not posted to prove or.
Can I point out? Didn't they say in the autopsy? Didn't they say in the autopsy that all of his C-spine vertebrae were practically like just demolished? And,
Oh, yeah. There was a whole section missing out of his spine. Completely demolished.
What did you just say?
With the lead fragments.
Why did you just say wrong, Chuck?
No, he
They were saying, she was saying that was comparable to a 30-06. However, that was not lead that they were comparing. She was trying to compare the effect of an explosion, but there was no lead involved in that.
No. Right. Yeah. So one was the explosive and the other one was using a 30-06 to compare what the whole, unless I'm understanding.
That test had nothing to do with the case. That test had nothing to do with the case. There's no comparison about whether there's lead or not in Charlie Kirk or in this test. This test was something that was done to show the impact crater on the glass of the 20 grams of the explosive. And the guy who's a ballistics expert says this looks exactly the same. And he pulled up an image that he had previously of what happens when you shoot this same glass with a 30-06 as far as the impact crater.
And I want to point out too that like if this were a situation where someone's firing a rifle and firing a round into somebody's throat, it's not, that round is not going to literally obliterate your entire C-spine.
30-06 will.
I don't think, not that much.
I think the test is saying it will, Beth. The test is saying that the impact is exactly the same.
Okay.
At least really similar.
I think they were saying it looks like that.
I watched them shoot 50 caliber through a house of cards earlier, and
but this ain't a 50 cal. This is a 30 cal.
I get that.
Low grain. I suspect it was a low grain soft bullet.
So what Candace is trying to imply here is that they knew how much of the explosive to use to make it look like a 30-06.
Exactly. So it could have been this situation just like with the pager and not a rifle at all.
How do you get the bullet fragments then?
I don't know that there were. I haven't seen the autopsy report, and I haven't heard any reports of bullet fragments.
I'll look it up while we're watching.
So if it's
I
true,
wonder if somebody saw this video and came up with this plan and said, "Hey, I know how we can do this. I saw these two guys use this PETN." Like that's
Yeah. This video
How long ago?
pre-existed. This video
Yes,
pre-existed his
See how
assassination.
long ago this video came
So-
out. Let me see. Hang on, I have to pull it up.
Go
Th-
ahead,
those guys'
GS.
videos-
You're next.
I don't.
Those guys'
I don't think she can.
videos.
I don't think she can hear. But
Cynthia,
the
can
guys'
you hear
video.
GS? Cynthia?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yes.
Okay. Go
oh,
ahead,
it's okay.
GS.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm good. You guys have a great night. I'll talk to you later.
All right, GS.
Thanks for coming, GS.
So this came out
No.
in May 2025, May 12th.
I just watched a video of a guy that used a replica bullet, 150 grain soft point at the 140, 150 yard shot, whatever it was. But he did it straight on instead of at an angle. And the bullet barely left the skull. So it's possible that the 30-06 did what it did. I'm just saying. Sasquatch, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
For some reason, there's a few of us not showing up in Beth's YouTube chat. She went and looked and she can't find anything. Down the road, if you got any ideas, appreciate it.
I've already talked to her about it. Sometimes YouTube blocks commenters. It's not always the creator that does it. Sometimes it's intentional and for a reason, and sometimes it just seems to be random.
Okay, because I know there's 3 of us that can't type in chat, but that's beside the point. Get back to the subject.
I don't know what is going on with that. I have checked everything, guys. I have no idea. Like, I have nobody that is blocked. I have nobody that is hidden. I have no clue. So,
it is weird.
And I searched through YouTube as well. Like, what do I do about this? And it doesn't say anything. It just says go to your list and unblock it. But there's nobody in my blocked list.
I have a question.
I wasn't trying to derail. So, no, I'm done. Go ahead.
So, yesterday, there was the discussion with Jim this morning about how awesome America is. Right? It was literally I couldn't even. It was like a Team America World Police commercial. But then I also got to hear about how the forensic people are so good and security people are so good. So crooks just happened to be on a roof that no security could see of Trump's security. That's very
Everybody
interesting.
else saw it. All the civilians saw it.
No, but I'm saying all the people that were there for security said we couldn't see that roof from where we were.
They gave Trump desk jockeys for the Secret Service agents.
I'm not gonna listen. Sorry, but I'm not gonna listen to the American superiority. And then also we gave the president desk agents. I'm not listening to that, right? So, got all that, right? And then now once again, same exact scenario. Nope, no security on that roof. That's very interesting. It's almost like these people are incompetent to the point where it just happens to work out every time. But people just want to go, well, it could have been this. It could have been that. Okay. Explain to me why there was no one on either one of those roofs. Oh, well, that was just a mistake. No, they knew. People said, hey, why don't we have someone on either one of those roofs? And everyone just goes, listen, we just take our orders from the top. Oh, did your orders from the top have any type of agenda? Nope, just all accidents. I just can't.
No, it's an obvious to anybody of any intelligence that it can't be that big of incompetence this many
Right.
times. There has to be something complicit in it. I mean, with the JFK
Right.
things and MLK things, everybody knew all along, and it was talked about. And until the files came out, it was just a conspiracy theory. These sort of things can't just happen in the United States of America. I know that does sound like hubris, but the fact of the matter is, we have as much of a surveillance state as all of Europe with CCTV, because there's contracts for Ring and almost every single security system in the country that the police have access to it, that law enforcement has access to it. So with the situation we have, there is no excuse for these people to have been able to make it past security and fire off rounds, especially at the president. Like, Charlie Kirk is a lesser target in my mind, but you're right. The similarities are just too much to ignore.
Just saying.
By the way, this is interesting. So I'm looking at a news article from The Guardian, and it says an analysis from the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, could not conclusively connect a bullet fragment recovered during Charlie Kirk's autopsy to the rifle found near the scene. Now, here's my problem with this. They literally say it's a bullet fragment. Where's the rest of it? How did they not recover? If they didn't recover the rest of it out of his body, why did he not have an exit wound? And where the fuck did it go?
From what I read, he had a vest on which stopped the fragments from exiting from the backside. The vest kept it intact.
Is there any
They would have
autopsy
recovered
report or
more.
anything about
They
that?
would have recovered more fragments than just one.
Oh, they got a bunch of fragments. The only problem is they're so distorted they can't put them back together to make a bullet out of it.
But that's not what the autopsy report said.
It says
It
they only
didn't say
have
there
one
was an
bullet
exit
fragment.
wound that went into a vest. Where is that? I'm not coming at
I'm
you.
looking.
Well, and then like, the whole thing about like paving over the area. If there were bullet fragments that may have exited, they fucked over gathering that evidence anyway, and they can't. It doesn't. It's not even guaranteed to be a bullet fragment. They found lead. It's not even guaranteed to be a bullet fragment because they can't piece back together a bullet, and it's just too similar. And
Oh, no,
then the
they can
engravings, the
digitally.
supposed engravings. Who the fuck has the equipment to engrave on a bullet casing? Have any of you guys ever held a bullet casing?
Dremel.
Do you have any idea
A
what?
Dremel.
Dremel.
But you think these little boys who are dating trans women
Yeah.
have a Dremel tool?
I got a
I don't think
Dremel
they're doing
Bring
with
it
a
no
fine
way.
tooth bit.
Dude,
I got a Dremel.
I have a Dremel with so many bits, you would
Right.
blow your mind.
Right, but you're an artist. We're talking about a college kid who lives with his trans girlfriend.
Yes.
He owns a Dremel to carve and is able to carve legibly into a bullet.
Yeah. That's
Yes.
brass.
No.
You never know.
Not that hard to engrave brass. Brass is soft.
Exactly. So how is it legible? And he didn't fuck it all up, having no experience. He's not like an experienced.
The bits that came with my $25 Dremel, I got a fine engraving bit that will write super small if I want to. It's not that hard. You don't have to be an artist to spell words.
So I
Just
think it's a
saying.
lot harder than
The bullet.
for. Mm. Go ahead.
Have we seen the etching on the bullet?
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Yes. I have. And it looked a little bit too good for somebody who just picked up a drum one, did it? But so now.
And I'm surprised you got the bullet to chamber after etching on the brass like that.
Well, they're saying that they're unable to connect those fragments with that rifle. And those bullets, I showed a thing earlier, Chuck, where they were talking about the specific rounds that had been etched into. And there's no way that those rounds are the ones that were fired at Charlie Kirk. Okay. They are not meant to break apart. They are meant to
Well,
stay
the one
together.
I seen was it was a 150 grain core lock soft tip from the show I watched. It was they matched it up to the evidence they showed in the preliminary exam.
Can you let her finish before you talk over her, Chuck?
They did show Chuck where like the guy, as a matter of fact, I bet I still have it up. Right. Yep. Is this one?
So I pulled up the picture of the bullets and the engraving's not perfect. It looks just like somebody who's just engraving words. It's shaky. So I could definitely see somebody doing that. A young kid.
We'll come
who's
back
with the
to this.
furry.
I still have this up. I want to show Chuck real quick. What this guy found and showed after looking at and doing the research on the rounds that they're saying go to that 30-06. Start it right here.
Lack of knowledge of basic ammunition. Let's take a look at this.
The critical key here, and if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip.
Do you hear that? We have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case.
Yes, Andrew says we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case. Well, that's interesting because according to the prosecution, and I've looked at the rounds myself that they showed in the evidence hearing, no, we don't have frangible ammunition. But there's a bigger problem than that, and that's because Andrew Wilson actually thinks that Remington core lock rounds are frangible rounds.
One more time.
Then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 100.
That's not frangible. That's not a frangible round.
Remington core lock round is most certainly not frangible rounds. And in fact, I've got the rounds right here myself. Let me show you what the back of the box says about these specific rounds. Yes, here they are, the exact rounds Andrew Wilson is talking about right here. And let's see what the description says. Deep penetration and controlled expansion up to 2 times the size of the original caliber diameter. And what's this next part? Oh, it's the opposite of a frangible round, where it says height weight retention won't break up or separate on impact for more effective stopping power. Oh, no. And then Andrew lets us know that actually a round specifically designed to not break up on impact of a fucking moose will somehow evaporate in thin air when shot out of a gun.
50 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But
another amazing magical bullet statement. We just can't get enough of them.
Yes, Pickles here claims that a Remington 150 grain core lock round, which is literally designed to kill elk and moose, will somehow just break apart up in the air. Could you imagine a round so fragile that air breaks it apart? Is that what you would use potentially to hunt big game with? Probably not. Now, I would expect
It'll ruin the meat.
Gunsmith would know at least the basics of what each type of round is. A full metal
You don't
jacket.
want frangible rounds for hunting.
This is not complicated things. Most of you, the viewers, know this just by watching our content.
And that's his
but
point.
Somehow this fucking guy decided to
And that's
show up to a debate.
Damn it, it won't pause for me. That's his point, is that the claim is that the round that was shot at Charlie Kirk had to be frangible, and so it had to be that soft tip. And the rounds that go to that rifle, the rounds recovered at the scene that were etched on, are the ones he just showed, and they do not break apart. They're not frangible. They're not soft tip either. They're meant for stopping big game.
They are soft tip without the jacket. If my research was right.
Well, he just pulled up the whole fucking the whole box that goes with that round and displayed exactly like what they're meant to do and how they operate.
I'm looking at the pictures of the engraved bullets, and they look jacketed to me. So I mean,
Again,
you're
right
saying
here.
if you remove the jacket, they might be soft tip, but I don't see that as what occurred. And again, we're like, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. You go first.
Again, we're going back to this. Oh, if he did this and if he did that, but the evidence doesn't show that that was done.
Right. Everything shows that this round, okay, is meant for big game. Won't it high weight retention, won't break up or separate on impact for more effective stopping power. These are the exact rounds that were recovered at the scene. So how does this round recovered at the scene with these specifications suddenly end up breaking apart into fragments to the point that they can't even reassemble them to say that, definitively that it came from that firearm?
Well, the report I read from the ATF so far, they haven't released the rest of it yet. They're holding it for trial. But the initial report said they're not sure if those are standard rounds or reloads that somebody did at home.
Are you kidding? It was
Now, maybe the report's old. I don't know. But the ATF report on that round, they stipulated, they said the rest will be released at the trial, which tells me not crap. They're being a little too secretive.
So Chuck, now we like the ATF? Because I thought they were the guys that were making up rules that weren't law in that whole debacle.
Well, I've never had a problem with them, so I'm not going to talk ill on
No,
them.
but I mean about their rules where they're saying that silencers are illegal and bump stocks are illegal and that trigger switch is illegal and all this stuff. And then I've had to listen for 8 years. People say that's not their place. They don't have the right to make policy, blah, 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 blah. Like I've had to listen to this for 8 years since I came to YouTube, right? But
I'm not in that argument, so I can't help
Okay,
you there.
I get you.
okay. Well, shall we go back to exploding mics? We've only got about 4 minutes left in this. Let's finish it off.
Debunk any conspiracy theories. In fact, it was published back in May of 2025. Charlie was very much alive. That's a full 4 months before Charlie was murdered. This was merely just par for the course on a channel that focuses on testing explosives and guns. There's no aim for them. This is what they do. This is how they have fun. So it is fascinating that they are saying it mimics the diameter of a 30-06 bullet, especially given the persistent conspiracy theory that Charlie's road mic was rigged with PETN explosive. I haven't much spoken about that because I wasn't a PETN expert until this Butler situation, speaking with people close to the situation, telling me about this strange set of circumstances and the possibility of some explosives ring. And I went, wait, what? What are we talking about? Anyway, enough of conspiracy. Let's return to the facts. We fast forward now to February 4th, 2025, just a few weeks after Trump's inauguration into his second presidential term. Bibi Netanyahu enters the White House and presents President Trump with a gift, a golden pager, a nod to the Mossad's pager operation. I'm sorry, but why? Why? What is the context of that? Is that like an inside joke? Is it a threat? Because Donald Trump was not president when the pager operation took place. President Biden was. So why would he gift this to Donald Trump? American troops were not involved, so far as we know. Why would he gift this to Donald Trump? What is the significance of this? This is not a traditional gift. This does not make sense in a traditional sense. Okay, like they give you something, a samurai sword from Japan. I think they gave him a samurai helmet, actually, was the last gift that came from Japan. Saudi Arabia gifts like jewelry and crowns. Switzerland gifted very appropriately a Swiss watch. What's up with the golden pager, BB? Frankly, it was crass and it was off-putting. Children were murdered in this operation, and I'd like to think that America had nothing to do with it, but I know better. We are, after all, supplying Israel with white phosphorus, the chemical, to burn Lebanese civilians alive. Did we know more about the pager attack than we let on? Did we assist somehow in this invisible supply chain that was happening? Anyway, suffice it to say that Butler now fascinates me. Most of all, Dan Bongino's strange reaction to it, Trump's reaction to it. He's satisfied. He wants it shut down. That's not how a man would act. If it was an assassination attempt against him, was it an assassination attempt or was it an assassination success? Was it an assassination complete? I mean, perhaps the only good portion of this story is that I have it on authority. The widow of Corey Comparator and the family of Corey Comparator is not like Trump. They are not satisfied with the investigation. They are not happy with the fact that Secret Service agents never lost their jobs. They are not satisfied with the answers that they are receiving about how Corey Comparator was killed. Imagine that. Imagine a widow who has questions. And last I was informed, that particular widow didn't take over her husband's career in the blink of an eye. So, like I said, imagine that.
I have to agree that there does seem to be some big vindictiveness towards Erica in Candace's spiels all the time. However, I haven't heard anything that actually amounts to any kind of slander, and it seems to me like that was all the debate was geared toward, was getting that sort of slanderous gotcha moment where they can say she's making a claim she can't back up, a criminal claim about Erica she can't back up. And realistically, all she ever does about Erica, and it does seem kind of pointed, is call into question, well, why aren't you questioning this? Why is it taking me and not you to say, what the fuck do you mean?
Right. She makes a lot of good arguments, and she points out I think she points out good stuff, right? That ends up, if the goal is to create reasonable doubt or any kind of fucking doubt wiggle room in there, I think she does a pretty damn good job of establishing that. Shit. Sorry, I've got kids texting me left and right here.
The other question that I wish Andrew had actually addressed with her was, she makes a lot of claims about having access to inside information, not just in the Charlie Kirk case, but often in the conspiracy theories that she puts forth. And I get protecting your sources, and I'm not saying he should have pressed more for her sources, but like, how do you get in those rooms if you're Candace Owens at all? Like,
well, I think that people are going to automatically like come to her because they know her history. It's probably people who know her history, who know her connections, who know that she's like seeking. Oh, we lost Chuck. They know this is her goal. This is her end game, right? And that's what they want to work towards as well. So I would assume they would seek her out. And I can't.
She also is known for protecting her sources.
I can't blame her for protecting her sources because that's all it takes sometimes, especially given, let's say somebody ends up with a piece of footage that, definitively says this was a setup, and look, I just managed to catch this person on the edge of my footage doing this thing. Well, there's a really good chance they could disappear if people find out, oh, this person has that on them. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. She doesn't give up her sources. And I also think that there's a level of integrity that she's made clear. So
I think her integrity is above Erica Kirk's for sure. I mean, the first thing Erica did was start jumping in with the very people that Charlie never would have worked with in a million years.
Well, and let's just be real. Charlie Kirk, based on what he put out there in the world, would not have wanted his wife to take over his company. He would not have wanted a woman in control of his company, period.
No, he would want her home with their children because those are still his children, and he would want their mother raising them.
And her to be living off the residuals from what he created.
Yeah,
and allowing a man to run the company.
That's something else that really bothers me, is this idea that they need more. They have so much more, like, than all of us put together will never have as much as they have. So I don't understand why it becomes this whole thing of, donate more, give them money, give them everything to help. It's wild.
It blows me away how many little old ladies on pensions and people living paycheck to paycheck give the $20 that was for their Starbucks for the week to help people like the Kirks. I don't get it.
Starbucks, shit, the $20 that was, gonna buy them beef instead of chicken.
or pay part of the rent. People go, like, I see people do that all the time. They, like, even in these fucking panels. Someone the other day said, I can't remember who, well, I'm not going to be able to buy lunch for a week because I donated, something like that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, people will. I don't understand that. I mean, I get giving till it hurts for somebody who's really hurting, like, but
yeah.
I'll give you half my meal if it's the only meal we have between us. But if you have a packed freezer and refrigerator and I have one meal, I'm not giving you half of my fucking meal.
No, for
Beth,
real.
Going back to what you were saying about them wanting more, there's a lot of hands in that pocket now. Especially if they pulled this off. There's a lot of hands in that pocket that want to get paid, that need to get paid.
Well, but who's responsible for paying them? That's what it comes down to.
Right, but I mean, like, they've done some shady stuff and they've got to pay those people off.
Right, exactly. But, is it Erica with her millions upon millions for her and her kids? Is it, his right-hand man at TPUSA, who also has an astronomical amount of wealth from being his right-hand man? It's still give. What do? You start following the money, I guess. But then how
that's
do you
the
follow
theory.
The money?
Is that everyone's actually connected in some way. In that 60 Minutes footage, when he was like, we create shell companies, she did a whole, when she did the Bride of Charlie series on Erica, she showed how Erica's mom always opened up shell companies and how a lot of people were connected in the past through just common friends and stuff. So it's she was able to connect all of that. So I don't think there's one person like Erica, this guy, that guy, this lady, that lady. I think it's a conglomerate of people. When the guy said it's like the Truman Show on my notes when I was reviewing them on Charlie, that was one of the first things that Candace brought up, was that Charlie always felt like he was in a Truman Show. And so I just thought that was kind of weird that he said that there.
Yeah, it is.
So this is the issue. For 8 years, I've looked into Fauci and all the things about that. I learned things during I plead the fifth tirade there for 3 hours, right? But I learned things like the $900,000 that he used his office's resources to petition for. And I just learned that. And the only reason I learned that was because Congress, or the Senate, or whatever this, Congress, I believe it is, that was questioning him. And then one of your elected representatives goes, okay, so I have the securities clearance to see this on redacted, but this is the redacted copy. Have you seen this? He wouldn't answer that either. Why is that redacted? Because it's the truth. I try to be as nice as humanly possible.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry, ladies.
Sorry.
America is a terrorist state. You guys are
I wrote a
terrorists, the
paper about
same as any other country out there that's called that. You guys are just as complicit as Iranians, Afghanistan, Russia, China. You guys are just as bad. I know. I'm just saying, I'm tired of this false bravado. Go ahead.
10th, I wrote a paper in college about how the United States is a terrorist country. I agree with you.
So if that's the case, I'm going to listen to anything these people say. They drug my country into a 20-year-long illegal war and threatened us. They threatened me. Your country threatened me and said, if I'm not with you, I am one of them. I am a T-word. You understand that? Your country told me that I either do what I'm told, as you guys tell me, maybe not you guys, but, and then every time I bring up, hey, we'll just cut off all water. We'll just dam up all the rivers, dam up all the streams, cut off all the water. You guys will have no more water. And then what are you going to do? And they go, we'll just come take it, y'all. Well, I think this is what everybody, and that's what I think Jim was trying to explain last night, but he was drunk this morning. Is the entire world has come to the conclusion that we're not scared of you anymore. Do it. Stop threatening it and do it. That's why when they were going, oh, it's going to annex Canada, I want you guys to. Not for the reasons that I said. I'm just trying to save face. I don't want to argue with you guys all the time. The real reason is because I want you guys to be shown that even on your own borders, you can't do shit. Do it. And you're going to have 30 million white people that speak just like you. And you're not even going to know who we are. And we're going to show you World War I all over again. Do it. The whole world, we're not scared no more.
I don't think
when
you
we're
understand.
constantly being threatened with obliteration. Sorry.
10th man. You're yelling at a bunch of citizens who have no control over what our countries do.
I'm talking to the fans.
Okay, like most people in this country, like seriously, we have no control over what our government does.
Right? Well, then.
And so it's like, and I don't think that any of us are sitting here saying that, like, oh, we're everything we do is good, everything we do is right, all we do is help everybody. Yeah, no, I think we know.
I just get frustrated when I hear when I saw Glenn and Grid come up here and act like carbon copies, like they were Mr. Smith, right, from the Matrix.
Yeah, you should watch Grid up here earlier. Holy shit, that was stressful.
I fell asleep doing that.
Cynthia,
that was
you want
great.
to tell him what he missed?
That was great. That was great. I mean, Grid, I want a friend like Grid. Grid is loyal to the end. If they say people aren't loyal nowadays, y'all remind them of Grid. Because he is all the way loyal.
He was in the hot seat pretty fucking hard, and that man held on.
That was great. I had a completely different take on watching that back.
What did you get the take of?
I came up here hot and angry after watching that back because it was disrespectful. It was a complete takeover, and it was ingenuine. He won't even admit that Andrew could have made a mistake at all. His head so far up his ass, and he did so at the expense of Beth's panel. My opinion.
That's great. People pushed back on him.
Yeah.
Grid. I met Grid. I absolutely adore Grid. I think that Grid is a great guy. I wear my Grid shirt. I just washed it yesterday. However, he does have a tendency to come up, and I love when he says, and I don't give a shit about this. Okay, well, then why did you come up to a panel talking about it? And a lot of times people, it's Grid. He's a donor. It's Grid, you know, and they are soft foot around him. However, today he understood that not everybody is going to always be soft foot with him, and it was good for him to get checked.
Well, I'm okay with that from that perspective. When you put it that way, Cynthia, and I look at it from your perspective, I can see why it was great to you. To me, though, it was just the same old of Grid coming up on a panel and making it about him as opposed to about the topic. Like, he'll come up and say, I don't give a shit about that, and then start talking about himself, about his plane, about waiting for his plane to get ready for him at the airport, about how much he drank today, about, I think 4 times he put in the chat before somebody responded to him about who was going to be debating in his upcoming debates. Like, and I know 10th does it too, and we're all guilty of it to some degree because we try to relate to the subject. But when you come up and make it about you by saying, I don't give a fuck about your subject, we're going to talk about the subject I want, it's just rude.
Right, which is great that and it is. You're absolutely right. But for whatever reason, people don't want to offend him. I don't know why, but.
Well, to be fair, Cynthia, I feel like Beth doesn't want to offend anybody because she's a really sweet and caring person. And I told her that she's going to end up wanting to take the keys she gave me away because I'll let you guys talk all over each other and all over me because we're just guests. But anybody talks over Beth and I'll put them down for a second. I'm not kicking them. I'm just reminding them it's her fucking show. If she's talking, let her finish her sentence.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking of Beth. I was thinking of the other men on panels that I see Grid interact with. I wasn't even thinking of her.
See, I actually, by the way, Witchy, like, I appreciate it because I do get walked on a lot, and you're right. I don't want to offend anybody just because I'm that person. Okay, it bothers me really bad. Unless you're Marte, or Speakeasy now. But you know, for me with Grid, like, I saw Grid do a whole lot in Nashville. And like Grid's also where I got started. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to any of you if it weren't for Grid 1 talking me into coming up on his panel and talking to him. And then he kept inviting me back. And then they were like, you got to debate. And I was like, I've never done that before. I'm scared. You know, it was funny as shit. Like, so I have that built up friendship with Grid. And I have a lot of respect for him. And so that kind of makes me even more like I don't want to offend him. But on the same note, I'm going to be real with him because I respect him. And that's why I openly say I wish Andrew Wilson was as good of a friend to Grid as Grid is to him.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'd like to say I wish Grid was as a good a friend to you as he is to Andrew.
Oh, well, thank you. In a way, I kind of appreciate when he's like straight up blunt with me. Like, especially like if I just had a debate and he's giving me feedback, I can take that shit all day long. I actually listen to what he's saying, and because it's delivered so blunt, and I am a woman, and yes, I have feelings, Raging Patriot. It actually motivates me to like bookmark those things I did wrong and try not to do them again.
Right, but you recognize that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get involved in somebody giving you constructive criticism or a heated back and forth between you and someone. But when you are literally in the middle of talking, mid-sentence, and they start talking like you were never talking in the first place, I don't give a fuck who it is. I'm going to mute them or put them down until you're ready to let them talk, because you should get to finish your fucking sentence. It's your panel.
I appreciate you. Like, see, I
Yes,
need
when
you
I
around.
speak over Beth, if she continues to speak, I shut up and let her go.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Unless you're mad.
Well, I haven't put you
usually-
down yet, have I, Tenth?
We saw
He
how that
reminds me
turned
of
out.
Paul and OTW.
Oh.
I think that sometimes somebody has to be the bitch. And I'm not on every panel with Beth. I'm not going to be on every panel with Beth. But I want, and it's not just this panel, I really want people to start thinking before they speak, because if they're actually listening to other people speak and thinking, they're not going to cut people off mid-sentence. You might, start at the same time and not notice someone else is talking. You might want to interject at times, but a lot of it is they didn't even hear a fucking thing the person said because they weren't bothering to listen to them. All that mattered was what was going on in their own head.
That's the frustrating part. That right there is the frustrating part, because they're not listening. See, I listen to everything all of you guys say. All of it. Even the stuff that I don't want to hear.
All right, guys. So the other thing, I have a couple more things sitting back here. If anybody wants to look at them, I have Vividness sent us a video. It's Jimmy Dore talking to John Cullen about new evidence about possibly having been a military drone that did it.
Yeah, I watched an interview with sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You first, please.
With Jimmy and John Kent, I believe his name is. And he was like with Tulsi Gabbard. I mentioned this the other day. And he's like, we tried to look into like the Butler thing. We tried to look into this thing. And they were just told, no, you're not allowed to look into it. Now, this is with the CIA, right? So they want to look into foreign ties. Like, were there any foreign ties? They were told by the FBI, nope, you can't look into this, because if you do, then the defense could say that you compromised the investigation. So there very well could be ties to foreign countries. They are not allowed to look into it. So everyone's going to say, oh, Candace, where's your proof? Where's your proof that this country and this country are involved? Well, let's see. Tulsi Gabbard and her office aren't allowed to look into it. How are we going to find the evidence, Andrew? See, that's what I mean. These people, that's why I asked the question of the person who rage quit, is demonstrate it. Demonstrate the logical argument. No, you can't even call people's beliefs into question, but they can call yours into question. And this is the problem.
Yeah. There does seem to be like a very uneven back and forth across the board, right? Like, even right down to this whole debate between Andrew and Candace. There definitely was not as many questions going. I mean, like, I didn't learn much of anything about positive evidence against him during that debate. And supposedly the evidence against him was overwhelming. I didn't hear any of it. I heard far more about Candace's thoughts and positions.
I learned new words. Positive evidence. I feel like there was another one I should have.
Phraseology.
Yo, the memes are killing me. The memes have me dying laughing.
I'm just stuck on the 75 to 80% is overwhelming.
Yeah.
Well, I went and
That's
gained
another thing.
access.
You can't.
Go ahead.
You just can't make up your own definitions all the time and then change it later. Like that's disingenuous.
And he couldn't come up with the term colloquially. He was trying to say he was using it colloquially, like as a figure of speech. He could have even said, and he couldn't come up with how to explain how he was using overwhelming.
The slight trickle in my tap was overwhelming and flooded my entire house.
Right. The way I see overwhelming is there's no room left to question anything if I'm overwhelmed. But even then, and I absolutely give Andrew this bit of grace. I think the worst things that were said, they were all said by Rachel and not him. So I think that sucks, dude. Your wife said some shit and now you're getting accused of,
Yeah,
spilling
but
it out.
if she wasn't who she was, I wouldn't have heard the best song written in all of history.
He's saying some
Someone
pretty
had
bad things
sex
about
with a killer whale, and that
Oh,
made
Vividness.
Rachel.
I love you, Vividness. You're awesome. When you catch up, I hope you hear this. Like, seriously, she's badass.
I do wonder quite often at if they didn't want Rachel and her past to be brought up, why she's even in the spotlight in his arena. Like, based on their philosophy, you would think that Rachel would be more demure and that she wouldn't like even put, "Oh, thank God my husband's a sniper," or whatever lie exaggeration we'll call it, whatever hyperbole she put out there. She wouldn't even put something like that because she wouldn't have to. He displays that image defending her from having to say or do anything about it. Right?
Well,
Isn't that the patriarchy?
yeah,
Power.
he would be, if it was true patriarchy, he would definitely be in more control. Although I don't know, maybe he kind of like gets off on her, talking shit in chats. It doesn't look good for him though. It really doesn't.
Who was it that said if you zoom on Andrew's face when she was doing the orangutan routine with that girl that has a speech impediment? That he was smiling and like super happy, like, look at my woman defending my honor.
Yeah. Yeah, we covered that here. Remember during the it was while I was getting food ready for the graduation party for my son. I was in my pretty dress, looking all cutesy.
Like, I think it and Raging Patriot says it in the chats too. It creates money. Like I've said this so many times in the last couple weeks that those people are capitalists before they're anything.
Speaking of creating money and being capitalists, I've been going for almost 5 hours now. In fact, I'm probably going to shut it down in about a half an hour. So we're going to do rolling extensions off of that.
Nice.
We'll find something fun to laugh at this point. Or we can, like I said, there's still so much digging to do. Like, this is why I was hesitant to get involved, to really do too much when it comes to Charlie Kirk, because this hole goes so deep. Like, there's so much to it. And now with Andrew Wilson in the mix, like, seriously, there's so many channels fucking talking about him. My whole feed is just full of them.
Well, I think too, part of that for like us is that we've already been kind of looking at Andrew Wilson stuff in the recent past. So, but what tripped me out, and that's why I sent it to you, was that TYT crossover, because TYT is almost getting to mainstream media. Like, Anna Kasparian is an international.
We still have, I think we have more of that too.
Like,
in fact, I
like
think I might go ahead.
Just the fact that Anna was aware of his debate. I mean, that brings it to a whole new arena. Not the Charlie Kirk thing. Of course, everybody's been talking about that, but it just totally drew Andrew into that arena. I think it was a brilliant media move by his team. I just wish he'd performed better, because he certainly did not prove anything.
Exactly. And it's like, yeah, okay, so you want to say any attention is good attention. Well, not if you suddenly become, you're trying to level up and you step in and become a lolcow right off the bat. Because now you're still fighting to be part of the community, if you will. But now you also have to overcome everybody looking at you like that.
Yeah, but the real issue is all of this shows that Andrew knows there's nothing about human psychology or anything, because the way to get Candace to make accusations against TPUSA for liability or release information that she might not otherwise release or make a mistake is not by coming at them and making them feel defensive right off the gate. And like a lamb, out like a lion. He knows nothing. And that's why I wanted to know. I wanted some examples of these wonderful argumentation skills, because Beth is a friend of mine. And unfortunately, all the people that I know are associated with the cuckable because of Sarah and the way everything worked out. So I've had to watch way more of this doofus than I would have otherwise. And all we've done is sit here and tear Andrew to pieces. And I very rarely see him have any type of like lucidity. God.
Well, today I was trying to make sure that it was very clear that today I was really looking more at the proof that Candace Owens comes on TYT and says, and trying to look more at the evidence and what actually happened and less about beating up Andrew. Like I said, I mean, I even stuck up for him with the stolen valor thing. I was trying to focus on that new footage of that the guys took up on the roof, showing that there was no line of sight to shoot Charlie with the position that the guy was in. It can't happen. So, and then the rounds and stuff. And I've been trying to keep it off of that and more focused on this stuff. Speaking of which, we still have some more of the TYT. You guys want to see some more Candace Owens proof?
Yes, I've seen this.
I like her. I liked her before. So, I mean,
this for me is that his wife is not telling the public the truth about so many things that she could easily tell the truth about. And this is not some widow that went home and is averse to publicity. If she was like, I don't care, I'm not getting involved, my focus is my children, and I'm camera shy, so to speak, you'd be like, okay, well, that's just who she is. Well, no, she's on tours. She's Shabbat and she's Shalom and she's talking to everybody. You can't keep her away. She went right into the office that week and led a call giggling about emojis. How are you out of bed? I'm sorry. Like, are you trying to tell us that it's not reasonable for us to expect you to mourn longer than 72 hours? The world who did not know him mourned longer. People who did not like Charlie Kirk mourned longer, and just because it was so traumatizing. I think everyone felt less safe after Charlie got hit. And you watched it. I felt this like suddenly so insecure to go outside. She sits down with Jesse Waters and she says, he's like, were you scared? She's like, no. God's got me. He's like, have you lost sleep? She's like, no. Are you taking any medicine? I don't need any medicine. It's great. It's like, okay, you're Superwoman, I guess, or something. I don't like it. It doesn't feel right to me. And I have a right to form an opinion on Erica.
God's got her more than he had Charlie?
Well, yeah, I got some stuff to say on this too, but go. I'm going to let you guys go first.
Oh no, I asked for the pause for Witchy. So I could hear.
I just said God's got her more than he had Charlie. Like, I'm not afraid to go outside. God's got me. Like she knows something that makes it she's safe where Charlie wasn't.
She would have to, because I mean, like, I think about it and it's like, yeah, no, I wouldn't be up and out and doing shit. I'd feel very insecure. We saw like what's his name? Some of the other podcasters and
YouTubers,
TV personalities. Which one said they got shot at? Was it Crowder? Said somebody was shooting outside of his home. And whether or not that actually happened.
No, that was Tim Pool, and then after that, there were allegations, and that happened more than once, supposedly, with Tim, supposedly. Then we find out that actually it might have been his brother, or his like stepbrother or something like that, and had nothing to do with any type of political stuff, but I got no proof.
But here's the thing is, even if it was fake and never happened, his reaction to thinking it was happening was real. We saw a lot of scared people, and so it's like she's saying, you know, for total strangers to be having this reaction, and then here you are, just like, nope, I'm fine. My husband's in heaven. It's all good. Praise God, he's in heaven. No, I would want him here with me, with our children, you know.
And I never wanted these kids anyway, so the nanny can take care of them.
Now get me my fireworks, damn it.
Because I'm actually a CIA agent, and all of you are stupid. I can prove it because you're arguing with each other when I'm the actual enemy.
And look, you know, I say that, you know, I was saying earlier, I worked hospice for over a decade, and I've seen people do some weird shit when people that they love die. And for a minute, I was like, okay, she's going to fixate on denial and just move forward, you know, but nah, man, what she did, that I've never seen anything like that before. And I hope I never see a widow kind of like it's rough. I hope I don't see it again, you know?
So when my second husband died, we were invested in a business, and he had a business role in that business. He was a big part of daily operations, and I did not go fill his role in daily operations and maintain our place in the company. I sold out our share of the company and moved on raising my children. Like, and I'm not saying that to say that everybody should do what I did, but there was no way in hell I could fill his shoes in his role in the company, so I didn't even try. Like, I don't see where, based on the company that they have, where she has the qualifications, and this is something Candace says a lot, where she has the qualifications to step in his stead other than being his wife. Like, if she weren't his wife, they wouldn't hire her to do the role she's doing.
Right. I get that. And I actually agree with that. She doesn't go around arguing with college kids and, you know, making these big speeches. And in fact, God bless her. What's the name of the new movement? It's something like Make Heaven Crowded or Fill Up Heaven or something like that. And it sounds
you got like Make Heaven Crowded.
Make Heaven Crowded. Dude, does that not sound like you just want to unalive, like you're saying you want to unalive a bunch of people?
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
How is heaven going to get
triggered.
crowded if they're not there?
Oh, because you're going to make everybody Christian, so everyone gets into heaven when they die by natural death.
It just doesn't sound right. The wording's weird.
Does that mean that they're gonna, like, is that just Americans, or are they gonna all the other religions too?
That's a good question.
What does that mean?
And they're gonna do it with love, unless they don't do what they're told and take the APAC money, and then they just shoot you. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying this stuff. I apologize.
Yeah.
Well, one of the actions that honestly made me a lot more critical of Erica Kirk came up in the context of your debate with Andrew Wilson, because he opened the debate by reading an alleged text message that Charlie Kirk sent. And just to kind of sum it up, and I'm not reading it verbatim, I want the audience to know that, you know, Charlie Kirk communicated in that alleged text message that he wanted the security to be bolstered because he's worried about someone on the left trying to kill him. Which is strange, because that was allegedly a text message that Turning Point USA, it could have only been one person, Erica Kirk, because she's the one with his phone. She provided that to Andrew Wilson. Okay, first of all, why are we hearing about this now? Okay,
right.
Why are we hearing about this now? If that text message is real, if it really does exist, wouldn't you want to put that out immediately? Because she has one.
What do you guys think about the text message?
Absolutely, she should have done. Even if she didn't put it out, she should have sent a spokesperson to refute everything Candace was saying at some point in the game. I don't understand why she waited 11 months. I don't understand why she thought that having a conversation with Andrew in the hallway, he was all of a sudden that guy. And by his words, not mine, he has hundreds of pieces of evidence to dispute everything.
Oh, doesn't that happen just a few hours, Cynthia?
What do you
Isn't it
mean?
like 24 hours away that he's going to release all that evidence today? On
Oh,
Friday?
no.
He
He's
said
only
that
going to
last
release
week.
the text message. He's going to do everything one at a time.
Vividness.
And
I've never seen something like this before, ever. Never
I
seen a
have.
person grieve like that.
And remember, I keep saying there's a game being played with those text messages. Like, she wants him to drop them, and then she's going to say, ha, I knew because of da. And he's already said, I already have evidence for what you're going to try to say. So they're playing a high stakes game that we're just the spectators right now.
Yeah, I know, but it's obvious, and then people who refuse to even acknowledge that this is a possibility, that's how you know that they're one of the they live people with the skeletons, you know, from Joe Cool's thing.
Oh.
I've got one that can see. So hold on, this is the problem. So I remember Candace saying, well, I think it's weird that they gave back Charlie's necklace and also that backpack because they should have been sitting down with these people having a conversation. He's like, how do you know they didn't? Well, let's see, because Erica had the phone and the police didn't, and this isn't in evidence that these text messages were made, but now Andrew Wilson has them?
Apparently he has.
So how come the police don't have this evidence? How come Andrew Wilson has it? Make it make sense.
That's what I was saying. Apparently he's got all this evidence. Why does the prosecutor not have it? And is he gonna is releasing this evidence gonna potentially fuck up the trial?
So 3 points they're going to make, and 1/10 just made. Why does Erica have the phone? 2, when Candace claimed that there were messages about him saying he was afraid for his life, there was an open, a blatant campaign of Erica Kirk and her cronies claiming there was never a text message of Charlie saying he was scared. And then the third one, like you guys just brought up, is the most important. If that actually text message actually exists, that should be evidence, not if it were going to be released, it should be done so through the courts and the cops.
And a real cop goes, oh, okay. Why was he scared of the left? Okay, now we're going to have to go and talk to and look through these messages and talk to anybody that he talked to that might have told him, hey, the left is looking to hurt you, and then figure out why they thought that. Because you know what? If you're going to take care of somebody and take somebody out, you're going to go, guess what? There's someone after you. I'm your only hope.
10th man.
And then you're going to be the one to do it. Yes,
Look at what they did to the crime scene. Okay, within
no, I know all that, but I'm
minutes,
talking. I'm just trying to. Sorry, go ahead. Apologize.
Like as soon as they loaded Charlie's body into the SUV, his audio visual guy came back and removed one SD card from the camera right behind him.
I'm aware.
None of the others. And by the way, he pulled the chair that Charlie was sitting in. He pulled it back and he climbed up on top of it in order to get that SD card. And he walked all through the crime scene. And then by the end of the weekend, the whole crime scene was gone, including 12 inches of dirt, and now has pavers and like it's wild. But
just
no,
like
we're
when
not.
the sandcastles fell and they shipped it all to China.
But Candace is a fucking psychopath because she thinks there's some weird conspiracy. Dude, how could anybody look at that and logically not?
Well,
because they know. Sorry, go ahead.
It's all right. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm not going to forget what I'm saying.
I mean, obviously, Andrew has said time and time again that he asked in good faith. Apparently, nobody's ever asked in good faith for those evidence. And that's what we're supposed to believe, that he just saw Eric in the hallway, said, hey, do you have any evidence that Charlie was killed by the left so I could go on the internet and dispute it? And she said, oh my gosh, I've got all these thousands of pieces of evidence, of course. And now he's on the TPUSA show. They appreciate him sticking up for them. Like this is all a theatrical thing that they want us to believe.
Yeah, it is.
Unfortunately, I'm going to pull the curtain back and go, look, it's just a little old man. This is the problem.
He didn't even like TPUSA or Charlie when he was alive. Like,
No,
he was like, I don't have anything against him, but I also don't agree with him on a lot of stuff. And I think what he's doing is important for the right, but quite frankly, I don't give a fuck. And I remember people in the Crucible chat were like, we want you to debate him. And he was like, why? No, I'm not going to fucking do that. It's a waste of my time. That's what he literally said about Charlie Kirk when he was alive. I was in the chat when he said it.
When people say the left's the problem, the right's the problem, I automatically see idiot, right? So if the left has no problem with one of their own people being used as a martyr, you're going to try to tell me that the right won't do the same thing? I'm telling you, a lot of these people are happy that he's gone. It's opened up a space for them. And if anybody's going to not try to say that that's true, let's just look at who one of the very first people, while I was on Glenn's with tears streaming down my face, and people going, I bet you it's one of 10th Man's camp. Andrew was right on there, right on the internet, talking about it, getting that money. I wasn't making any money.
I put a video in the back that this is the trailer, and you don't have to play it now. This is the trailer for this 8-part series that Candace did on a deep dive into Erica's life.
No way.
From high school. And this is the trailer for this series, from high school to college to her realtor career and it's just a really interesting listening to why she's banned in Romania, I think it was.
Yeah.
And so if y'all want to know more about Eric,
I'm playing it.
Your Lionel's on there too. He opens it up.
Oh shit. I forgot to share the screen. I constantly do that. Okay.
President Trump says that Kirk died after he was in a nearby building after being shot at Valley University. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
That young man, I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited. Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm going to touch your butt. $8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
We have nothing to hide. My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
Yeah. So that's on Candace's
oh my god
page under her videos.
Wow. Wow.
Soon, hopefully, we're going to get an Andrew Wilson I can't think of the title. But
Oh my
it's gonna
God.
be
You know, Imperious will have to direct.
I already did that.
What's it
Gone
gonna
Well,
now.
we
be?
didn't get it's gone now.
I know. I still have the webpage with all the information on it.
Oh.
Yeah. Somewhere here. Actually, I could find it in 10 seconds because it's in Discord from Imperious.
If I bring up a short real quick, can we watch it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just saw it on my phone. Let me pull it up on my laptop. But it's
Go for
Erica
it.
Kirk literally saying there are no text messages of Charlie saying he was
No, we
scared
watched
or
that
someone's
side by side.
coming out to get
I've
me.
seen it, but I'd like to see it again for sure.
And
No,
Andrew's
Beth
definitely
already
addressed that twice.
Beth already knows this. So we good.
No, I was asking you what you were trying to say,
Oh.
sweetheart.
Beth has already Beth and I have had this conversation. But this is what Imperious and I did a show about because I don't even like Imperious, but he said, hey, I got all this stuff on Wilson. So I said, rather than put Dusty through this, I'll do a show about it, right? So I did. And him and Vanta were actually on the show, yeah. And like I'm a dirty whore. Well, I used to be before I was married, right? Like I have no right, since I've had polyamorous relationships, 51% gay, like all, I have no right to criticize someone else. But I'm not the one going out there saying, I am the way and I have all the answers and also you lick sniz, right? Like I'm not the one out there saying you guys are all horrible and you have to listen to me and give me your money. But I have no proof. All I have is like tweets from Rachel and different things, right? From my understanding, she was multiple months pregnant with Andrew's baby before her divorce from her previous spouse was finalized. Right? So
yeah, I've heard
I'm not going to listen to you don't get to go on OnlyFans, you don't get to do that, you don't get to do this. I'm not listening to it from some charlatan. So the fact that anybody ever looked up to this guy was shocking to me. But the weirdest thing is, and Dusty pointed it out many times, and we all have, the way that they carry water, they're like, oh my God, he's the greatest. Like this, just like with Charlie Kirk. Right? And that's what I'm saying is they're happy he's gone. It's more money for them.
Raging Patriot, I was just making a joke. How you doing, Clay? Good to see you.
Hey, how's it going? What's
We've been
happening?
tearing through Charlie Kirk evidence all day long, looking at
Yeah.
the different bullets and how they react. And
Yeah, I've been
videos.
tuning in every once in a while and seeing where you guys are at. Of course, I'll watch it in, double speed because I'm trying to catch up and all that stuff. So
Yeah, you're good. You're good. What do you think about this whole text message? In fact, actually, before you answer that, go ahead and play that witchy, and then we'll discuss the text.
Was
more.
not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
A few moments later.
I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025.
And I have his cell phone.
I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to
Okay, so we already saw him read this, but that was the clip of Erica saying, no, he never messaged anybody about he was fearing for his life.
Right. And then Andrew Wilson ends up with them, not the police.
So, what's
Yeah.
your position on that, Clay?
So this isn't the quote unquote text messages that he was saying that he's going to release.
Yes.
This is
Yes.
something else, right?
It is.
No,
It
it's
is.
that one. It's the one that he said. So he read it at the debate. He said he was going to show it during the debate. And then he said, no, I'm going to save it for my show on Friday. Friday came and he said next Friday. My prediction is it's going to keep being next Friday.
Right. But what he was reading right there
So-
was not it, correct?
Yes, it's part. It's from. It's at least part of it. Yes.
He's
So
claiming
the
it's part
debate
of
was
it.
actually last Friday. So the debate
Yeah,
was
it's supposed to be
actually
this
last Friday. So, oh my god,
Tomorrow.
never mind.
Right? I'm asking you,
no,
Cynthia.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, so the debate was last Friday. This Friday would be the quote unquote Friday.
He said at the debate he was going to show it on his show. Then his show came and he
Right.
said, I'm going to save it for Friday.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think
So
it's going to end up being Friday.
he's saying he is claiming that this is in part the texts that he received from Charlie that
Yes.
that he is claiming he will read. So there's a couple of things. One, if there's any information, and this goes for anybody out there, if you have any information that would either prove someone's guilt or prove someone's innocence, you ought not. This is Aquinas, and I'm hoping that Andrew Wilson may hear this. You ought not hide that. You ought not hide that at all. You should definitely turn it over to the authorities so that they have that well within the arsenal if it proves a man's guilt, or you should turn it over to the defense for that matter,
Right.
and both actually for the proper investigation to be done to verify it. It is not something that anyone should hold back, and that would be for any type of evidence that ought be on the table. Number one, first and foremost, the legal application. Number two, the personal moral application of this, which is that I'm going to go Tucker Carlson. I just simply don't fucking believe you. You read texts. It's very simple to put that on a screen and literally scroll through it without having to worry about doxing yourself or anyone else. That's never been a worry when showing texts. You can literally iPhones have the technology where you can literally black things out now. So
Take a screenshot with your power and your volume button, and then just squiggle it out on a paint program.
Yep, exactly. Bro, I've done it too many times, right? And then, of course, you can use OBS. I mean, OBS, you can literally just use a little black square and cover it up and snap it if you need to do that. Like, these are little tech tricks to be able to redact information, but it's super easy to, and it's been around for quite some time now. For about, how long have police been needing to redact and all of that? FBI have been redacting information for how long now? This is just silly to think.
Since the printing press. Go ahead.
Yeah. So sharing that information easily, I just simply don't believe him. I really believe that he is a liar. I've heard Andrew lie, so it's not like a unusual thing for me to suspect him of lying about something. And finally, the debate is a farce in of itself. So bringing up a piece of evidence that you say you have, if that be the case, then your debating doesn't mean a damn thing, because you're not in a courtroom. In a courtroom, these things matter. In a debate, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Either you're right about your worldview in a debate or you're not. That's what a debate's for. It's not for whether you have some legal proof of a person's guilt. Those things are for the courtroom. The debate is a farce in that case, in that instance, and it was in fact Andrew who wanted to set up the debate. It was not Candace. He was the challenger, so he loses on all counts. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Now I had to say something real quick. No, so listen, I get it. We all dislike Andrew because he's a jerk, right? We had to interact with him because our friends liked him, and I get it. But we can't just sidestep the fact that we know that the government's corrupt. So Andrew, as a secret agent, like in Avengers, he had to go get the information from Erica because nobody else in the world could be trusted. Only Andrew Wilson. So, like Captain America, he went in, got in the elevator, said, "Hail Hydra." He's not really the bad guy. He was just pretending to be like Captain America was. And then he got the information. Now, he's not going to give it to us because we can't handle the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
we're going to hopefully he'll decide that we can handle the truth. I mean, he said he thinks we might be able to handle the truth. We'll see at his next show if we can handle the truth. How about that? Maybe if there's enough people watching.
When we're live today again.
Yeah. Well, of course. If you were making $10,000 a show and you just spent fucking 150,000 of your own money and 150,000 of your friends' money, dude, I'd be streaming like a motherfucker if I could make that kind of shit. If I made a couple hundred per show, I'd be streaming every single day.
I couldn't do this.
Yes,
you don't think that if I really wanted to,
you could do this.
You don't. No,
he does do it.
I know.
You
I
can
don't
do
know.
it.
He can't do it. It's wild.
You don't think that if I wanted to, I couldn't go onto the internet and be a disingenuous, like just a lying piece of trash for clicks and views and make all kinds of money? I so easily could do what he does. I couldn't live with myself. Listen, I have lost jobs. I've been walked out of workplaces for standing up against having LGBTQ barbecues and stuff like that, right? And I'm like, no, this is not for work. I will stand up for what is right no matter what. Nobody wants that put on them when they're at work, right?
But to be fair, 10th, both of the people in this conversation are doing that. Like Candace is just as guilty of it. Have you seen her donos?
But she has reason. That was her friend. What's
According
Andrew's
to
reason?
Andrew, it wasn't.
He's going to stomp out the left?
Yes. That's actually what he said tonight. That's actually
right.
Those guys promised. Those two guys promised.
I'm sorry for just going on and on, but none of this makes any sense.
I talked to somebody once, and they were so like hell bent, like they didn't know how to debate, but they wanted to learn how to debate. And I was like, well, I'll certainly, practice with you and help you learn some. And he was just like I had to keep telling him, you can't act like this. You can't just jump straight to you're a stupid fucking idiot. And he's like, yes, I can. That's the left. It's the only way to defeat them. And I'm like, what are you talking about? If you come off and you're an asshole to them, it's going to make them shut down and they won't listen to you. And the only way to change their mind is to get them to listen to you. And I was trying to explain that, but like the absolute vitriol was so much that like he could not do that. He couldn't understand that. He actually yelled at me for thinking that way. And it's like, wow, you have no idea how to work with people. But unfortunately, just as there's crazies on the left, there are crazies on the right who are just obsessed and furious and can't control themselves.
Yeah. You know that I just had my first debate?
You did? How'd it go?
It was good. It was good. I feel like I did actually pretty good. I don't know how. I mean, the audience is brutal, right? And if there's already another person's audience in there, but I think that I got
tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Over on Tomato.
Okay.
Ben and Die. Ben Balderson.
Yes.
Yes.
What did y'all debate?
I challenged him on his Odinism.
His what?
You know what?
Odinism. He's an Odinist.
What's that? What's Odinism?
He worships Odin.
Odin.
Not
Odin is his god.
Who's Odin?
Like
the Norse god,
Are you
the Viking
serious?
god.
Yes.
I've never heard of this
Scandinavian.
Odin guy. I'm bad. It sounds like a dog.
Are you kidding? Sweetheart,
Loki,
like this,
Loki and Freya and all that from the Vikings. Really?
Well,
You
the
don't know about
Norse, but
Yeah. Yeah.
Norse gods.
yeah, you know how like the Egyptians had gods and the Romans had gods. These are the gods of the Norse people. So it would almost
He
be
really
the
worships
equivalent. It would be similar to meeting somebody who worships Zeus.
Exactly what I was going
I
to say.
do know
Zeus and
somebody that
Odin, same
worships
thing.
Zeus. And
Yeah.
Well,
there's
it's-
still a
so-
church out here in my area. Oh my gosh, it's like I'm not speaking. That
Sorry.
does worship Zeus. So does he actually go to the church and have this worship, or are y'all saying he just follows his teaching?
He follows his teaching. He's not like someone who they don't really have it like that. They're more the Greek god Zeus would be similar in fashion, except for that with Odinism, it actually, in my opinion, you could ask him, he'd probably tell you better, but it kind of resembles like the Native American style, where it's respect for the land and all of that, and then of course they do have their practices, but he also does alchemy and occult, not cult.
I'm actually setting up with him. I'm going to have him on for a one-on-one discussion to get to understand what it is that he believes and how they practice and all that. And then I'll open a panel for anybody who wants to either ask questions or challenge him or whatever.
Yeah, that's
but
nice.
I just hit him up about that this morning. Didn't know you guys had a debate coming up.
Yeah, so I mean, ultimately, he definitely doesn't agree with the Christians, and he is very vocal about it.
He is very.
But at the same time,
What
like,
does he
I
not
get it.
agree with?
I mean, everything. What is he? He's an Odinist. What do you want me to say? But I get it, right? So people don't agree with each other in religion and all of that. But I don't think anybody's actually like really challenged Ben before. So that's kind of why I wanted to do it, because I wanted to make sure that, because we Christians, we always have to, like, we're always constantly defending our viewpoints. But you get an Odinist in the mix, and I don't think, they get very much pushback, because people just are fascinated. Like, ooh, what is that? What is that? And so I wanted that, because like my line goes through there, my genealogy goes through there. My ancestors, some of them are from there, some of them further east than that. But, knowing that genealogy, like the idea of being able to talk about it was part of it too. So, and I did challenge him. I mean, I didn't let it back, I made sure that he had to defend himself. But it was good. I mean, it was really great. I mean, he did defend himself very well. I will say that. And it was fun.
Cynthia, I'm gonna drop you a link in your Discord. This will answer all of your questions with like the Norse belief system and Odinism and all that, so you can kind of get an understanding for what it is that he believes. And like I said, I'm going to be having him on, and we're going to have a talk about it. Honestly, the first time I ever met him, he was yelling at me. It was on Vibes when we were doing the uncomfortable Bible study.
Yeah.
Like, wow, he tore me up. And then afterwards, it was like, oh my God, I found him to be just an absolutely charming guy after that. And I absolutely adore his wife.
Yeah, Christy is wonderful. I was literally, as you were saying that, I was literally thinking, yeah, I'm fitting to say Christy is just absolutely a wonderful person too. Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
shout out to him
They
for
live,
believing.
Cynthia, they live completely off grid. Like they have their own, like, what is it? Is it llamas or
alpacas?
Something?
Yeah.
Alpacas. They have alpacas that they shear, and a huge garden, and he does like, he cuts down trees and shit. And
He has a crop too.
yeah, I know he
Well,
does.
good for him for believing.
They live
himself.
out in the middle of nowhere and are completely self-sufficient.
Yeah, he's a wonderful person. I will say that. Yeah, we actually we do a show now on Wednesdays. Him, myself, and I don't know if you've seen him, Shaman Omar.
Yep. I've
Yeah.
met Shaman.
Yeah, great guy as well. So we're doing a show now on Wednesdays as well, and we do philosophy. So
Oh, badass! I'll have to come by.
oh my goodness, it's so much fun. Last night was a lot of fun. Me and Ben got into it a minute on our religion stuff. So even though we try not to, and of course I had to apologize, because I am who I am. I'm a little spurgy sometimes. But yeah, it's us three, and then we do panel too. All right.
Yeah, but that's at least you're respectful. Even in the early days, like when I first met you 2 years ago, you were never at the level of like avarice. Like I don't know if you've seen some of this new stuff that's been coming out, like when he was streaming at Grid and shit.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, I just can't. Right, and then I interviewed like as journalism, right? And then I was asking Grid about it on here or on OGs yesterday, and I think it was here. And like Grid got really mad because like there's all this weird nonsense, like, and I'm the one that figured it out. No, I didn't hear anybody say it. I could just tell what avarice was doing by the timeline that I saw, and I'm like, so is he does he have money invested in Speakeasy's event? Because it seems like he's actually mad, not about any of the stuff that happened, but about the fact that you refuse to move your event to Sunday to accommodate Speakeasy. And he's like, yeah, that's exactly what the fuck is going on. He lost his mind. Like, I can't come to the man before anything is set in stone and say, hey, is there some way we can work this out? Like a man. Don't do the snaky behind this. And then said, oh, that they
go
were
public
thinking,
with it.
No, they said they were Heath Grids really said yesterday that they said that they were going to sponsor his event if only he had held off for a few more days. Dude, it was only a couple days till his event, like less than 2 weeks. And then they're like, well, we would have. So you didn't even say anything. Like all lies, like a little girl making crap up after the fact to justify your snaky ass behavior.
Right.
Grade and I aren't even friends, and I see the truth of what's happening.
Yeah. No, I do too. I mean, I don't know that. I didn't know that exact story, but
I'm just saying you never were that snaky ever.
No.
Like we had disagreements, but not like this. Like you say, you spurg. No, you're not a spurg. You have strong opinions, and sometimes you have self-restraint issues. Not like this.
Yeah. Not snaky shit. Yeah. No, I understand exactly what you're saying on that. Yep. No, I am highly unimpressed with that particular corner of the old internets and YouTubes with those guys, man.
Yeah, but look how respectful we were. None of these guys were there. We were respectful to these people for over a year. And even when they called me the F word and called us names and treated us like we were less than, we still respected them and turned the other cheek. And they can't see what they did.
No, and they won't. I mean, it's just the reality. I mean, they're going to double down and triple down and quadruple down. And yeah, I mean, okay, so then it's like this. And I've said this many times in real life to people. I said, I done moved through too many motherfuckers to let this motherfucker slow me down. So I'm going to keep going. Right. And unfortunately, that is the way it is. And then when they see you moving, they're like, oh, that son of a bitch, he shouldn't be moving. And it's like, what the fuck? Why are you even?
But are you glad you're not the one taking the red pill and the black pill, or the red pill and the blue pill with Candace? I never want to be that guy.
That's the nature of men coming into women's spaces. I'm sorry, but the gossip circle, the sewing circle where the gossip about the neighborhood happens is a woman's space, and it's being filled with men who don't know how to handle it. And it becomes threats for fights and bullshit. Women sat down at a sewing circle and gossiped all day, and very rarely did we pull each other's hair out.
Right.
For real.
And we thank you for allowing us in, by the way. But no, you're absolutely 100% right on that.
Oh, that's not what I opened. So Are you kidding? How did I screw that up? For those who don't know, I had a situation where I was downtown and I had a fucking rabbit, of all things, just come walking right up to me out of nowhere for whatever reason. No idea. This is Roger. Somebody dumped the poor guy.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't cute?
Wow.
The lop-ear.
Somebody dumped him, and I spent 3 days pulling the ticks off of this poor baby.
Oh my goodness.
He was absolutely covered. It was the little tiny red ones. Oh my gosh.
Ew, gross.
But he's all better now, and he's got his personality back, and I have to end this soon so I can go.
I was just going to say, Beth, do you have any donos for extensions
I
yet?
have no donos for extensions, and we're actually past what I said for shutting down. But you guys were having a good conversation, and quite honestly, I mean,
Is
we
he
all
in
know
your
I
house, or do
value
you
that.
keep him outside in a cave?
We're building him a hutch in my plant room because the plant room is kind of meant to get dirty. You know.
Nice.
So he'll be happy down there. And on top of that, my daughter just got back home from Africa, and like she had found out like the last couple days of the trip that this rabbit ended up in my care because I couldn't leave him out there. The poor guy was in such bad shape. And like he just walked up to me like, help, please. But one of the other women in her degree work has a rabbit that like they're like, I'm sick of it. I can't really care for it that well, but I don't want to just dump it. And so he may be getting a hutch mate very soon, which would be really good because then he won't be lonely.
Oh my gosh. Are they
I need
boys
to
and
get
girls?
rabbits back in my
boys?
Oh, sorry, Sid.
Are they
They're
boys
both
and girls? Boys. Okay, good.
Both boys. I don't need to have a shit. Now, when I was young, we raised rabbits. I had rabbits all over the place. We had multiple litters and sold them and everything. So it's not like foreign to me. I know how to take care of them. At least, thank God for that much.
I got to get rabbits back in my
okay.
hutches. We kept meat rabbits. But
Real quick, we just got in $10 from Miss Donna. You are wonderful.
Woohoo.
Thank you so very much. We'll stick around for a little bit longer because I do love you guys. I love you very much.
All right,
And
so how much do you do
because
extensions for?
I'm sorry, what?
How much are your extensions? What's the price?
$1 a minute.
$1 a minute?
Yep.
Okay, so is that counted as an extension from now? What she just gave?
Yeah, we'll do it from now.
Okay. All right, let me see what I can do. Just you guys continue, and I'm gonna go see my phone.
yeah, we had rabbits, Beth, meat rabbits.
He's gonna go
but
ask
I
his
had-
husband.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so cute.
Can I do an early
we had-
allowance?
Man to say, hold on, I'll give you some money.
we had meat rabbits. Beth. In fact, I got called bunny killer before I was called baby killer because of them, and we lost them.
Oh, I did lose you guys.
No, we still hear you.
Hear you. Did your husband?
Wait, is
you
Sid
just sound
talking?
really
I
far
don't hear
away.
him.
You're lucky.
I think he meant to mute us and forgot to mute us.
Oh, I didn't hear him. I'm sorry.
I heard
I
him,
thought
but
he
he
said he was
sounded really
going to
far
get
away.
money. Anyway, we had meat rabbits, and I want to get rabbits in my hutches again. We lost them due to a illness that went around the county for rabbits, and I had to wait a while for it to go back into the ground, and I guess we can probably do it again. I just haven't yet.
Donna, text me what clip you want. Do you want the oh God, I can't remember what you call it. The gnomes.
Is it hot where y'all are?
Dear God.
Yes.
I got in my car and it said 115.
Oh my God. I'm
Wow.
glad
Where are
it's not
you?
like that here.
Texas.
Oh, Jesus. No. See, so you guys make fun of
Motherfucker
Canada.
just
and
said no.
I understand it's terrible when it's cold in the winter, but like it's so cool right now. It's probably like 63 degrees Fahrenheit. And I just went in I just said to my husband, I said, as I walked into the living room, I'm like, oh, I figured it out now. Because I'm like, why is it so freaking hot in my office all the time? Because the water heater's right up against the wall right in front of me here. And I only just realized it. Because I'm like, I'm feeling the radiator and stuff. I'm like, why is it so freaking hot in this room?
You need you a fan and a window, bro.
Oh, I do. No, I do. But I didn't realize what was going on. It's like, where's the heat source coming from?
Yeah.
But no, it's so cool, man. I love Canada this time of year. But I don't know if my headphones cut off, Beth. I apologize. I didn't mean to just go blank.
Good. I'm
looking to see how much money I can give you so we can extend.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you give conversion rates the same as Dusty is Canadian is, or do I have to send it in American?
Yeah. I'll do that.
As long as it's not rupees, because rupees is like a tenth or something.
In honor of Miss Donna sending in $10, I'm gonna torture everybody for 10 seconds. Or well, no, wait. Oh, I wish she was here. We're gonna do one of my new ones.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Happy Sasquatch. Happy Sasquatch.
Yeah. Tiny little Groot.
Having tea parties in the woods.
That's fun. That's great. Did you see my picture, by the way, that I have up?
Yes. Meet the missus.
Yeah, come on, come inside and meet the missus. Have a cup of tea. Do you care for tea?
Then what happens?
Oh, you don't want to know later.
There you go, Beth. Check PayPal, but that's last time I can donate till my goddamn roof is done.
I got you. I appreciate you.
You see the crystal ball in the back, right? I mean, it's clear that they do spiritistic and divination and stuff like that. So the tea might have something in it. I'm just gonna warn you.
The only thing
I need a 10-man clip. I need a fun.
No, I don't even need a clip. Just continue the fun. We're relaxing.
I want a clip of you though. I'm gonna have to work on this. Thank you very, very much.
You get enough of them as it is.
Y'all got another 40 minutes. Have fun. What do we want to do for 40 minutes?
Well, the only quote I remember from that movie is "smells bad."
Oh yeah, the big guy,
the bog of eternal stench.
Yes, the bog of eternal stench. Thank you. Oh my God,
that it really is one of my favorite movies. I could probably do some quotes.
I think Hoggle is my favorite character, though.
What movie are we talking about? Because I don't get any of the
The
quotes.
Labyrinth.
The Labyrinth.
Oh, Jesus. I haven't seen that in 30-something years.
David Bowie's ball sack.
I did like that movie. Is that the one with the devil?
No.
Wait, well,
that's Pan's Labyrinth.
The Goblin.
Sorry, go ahead. So I apologize.
The Goblins.
The Goblin King.
Yeah. What kind of magic spell?
Well, what were you saying, Beth? Because I did want to say something, but you go first, please.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, like, I absolutely torture my kids because every so often I will just break out into song. Usually it's underground. And then it gets stuck in their heads and like, I do it.
For my entire life, for an inexplicable reason, occasionally I break out in, what was it? Rocky Horror Picture Show, Damn It, Janet.
Yep, I do, dude. That's something my daughter and I have. I frequently say, "Damn it, Janet," and wherever she is in the house, she'll go, "I love you."
But the thing is I'll be like in public somewhere, and some car will drive over something, and it'll hit 2 notes out of that fucking song, and the next thing you know, I'm in full blown opera mode.
You know that gentleman just passed away a couple weeks ago.
No way.
Yep.
So,
yep.
The drummer for, trying to think of who it was.
You know, the weird looking guy that was the drag person.
ZZ
right?
Top.
ZZ Top, yes. Yeah. Just died. Yeah.
ZZ Top just
And there's
died.
only one left.
The drummer.
So I want to
my
ask
God.
the Clay question, because I rarely get a chance to talk to Clay for a long time because I don't have a show
Please
no more.
do. Please do.
Clay.
Yes, sir.
So as an activist, sometimes, as we both have been, and all the things we do, and
yeah,
when you heard the words, "I'm going to question the questioners," did it not like just go in your brain? Go, what the fuck did you just say?
Who said it though?
That's how all this started. Was Andrew said when he was going to debate Candace, said, "I'm going to question the questioners," and I went, "Oh my God, is this 1984 like just coming right to life?"
Yeah, he went
And it
liberal.
is.
Yeah, he's a liberal now.
Well, yeah, it is.
It's weird. But what do you think about that? Anybody?
They took it as a how-to manual.
Well, you know, it's funny too, because like I thought about that when I was watching some of the stuff with the debate. Like Andrew has this 100% like whoever, whatever the authority is, I'm going to trust them kind of attitude, right? It's just the way he's always been. But then in that's in theory. In practice, on the other hand, like when you watch some of these clips, like he's continually giving in to the possibilities of them being wrong. Like either you trust the authorities 100% or you don't. And so in theory it works, but in practice, I think especially now that he's come up against somebody with a little bit more panache, I guess you could say, somebody who's basically been talking on the internet for, you know, in my opinion, probably way longer in higher circles than he has. He's really come up against a titan in that manner, you know? So he screwed himself.
That's what I said on Dusty's last night is he had so much going for him. Like he had all of us willing to allow his nonsense on Sarah's, and we were all getting along and everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, Sarah laughed at a fat guy, which everybody knows fat guys are the funniest thing ever.
They are the funniest thing I've ever
then
seen.
All of a sudden, we're not allowed to laugh at fat guys anymore.
Yeah,
and then he makes that
guys getting cookies. Like, what are we doing?
But he made that a stance, like you're not allowed to laugh at any of my people. And guess what happened? Now we're laughing at all of them. We're laughing at all of them trying to explain away the lies. Go ahead.
There was only one that we were actually really hard laughing at before that, which was Speakeasy. Now, Marte kind of worked himself into it. I don't think
he did. I saw it on 10th Man's channel. He worked himself way into it, bro. I'm like, see that shit. I can't unsee it. I hate you, Ted.
I can't blame Andrew for Marte, right? I just can't. But Speakeasy, I kind of put a little bit of Speakeasy because Andrew did build him up a little bit, going over there all the time, and now, we're completely laughing at all of them. They do it to themselves.
It's because they're funny.
No, but admit it. Other than Cynthia, all of us are willing to overlook all of this, and we could all go back to being a symbiotic group and just get along and have fun and
Cynthia
joke
just
around.
writes it in her notebook, though. I mean, what does that do?
Listen, I don't understand. Like, if they bite you once, they're gonna do it again. Why go through it again and be like, "Oh my God, you bit me again"? Just
because if you cut off one of them, you got to cut off all of them. That's the problem, Cynthia. Is you're like, we can't go. Oh well, we can't talk to Speakeasy. Then it's we can't talk to Avarice or Grid. Then we can't talk. But we want to talk to Grid, right?
Grid's about to get in a lot of trouble for sitting on panels with people that just like Andrew Wilson. And if that's Grid's priority, and if he wants to stay away from panels because they don't like Andrew, like That's not my problem.
No, but none of us wish any harm on any of these people. We just like laughing at them.
I mean, I kind of hope he steps on a Lego.
Yeah.
So can I say something? Because I look, there's a particular space where I came from, which is like the 1A community and all that, right? But I came through into the panel verse through one particular person. And I just want to say this, that before him, like that kind of like there was like this boundary within.
Is this going to be a mystery, dude? Are we supposed to guess?
He's talking about Bow, I guarantee.
I'm assuming it's GS just by his reluctance.
You can guess, I guess, if you want.
Was it GS?
So it is GS, but there's another person involved in that, and I'm gonna blame Wrestler.
Chris. Oh, Wrestler, yeah. Yep.
Because there were boundaries. Yeah. And what Wrestler did was he just like opened Pandora's box and let anybody come up and stay up as long as they wanted to. And by doing so, no offense to Wrestler, I don't think he meant to do it, but he like took all the boundaries down. And the kind of people that were coming through were from all these different spaces. And now pretty much anybody who, you know, has iniquities, I guess you could call it, have been exposed indefinitely. I think that's kind of in my mind what really happened. I blame Wrestler, not because he meant to, but because he is who he is.
Well, then you're basically blaming him for being excellent at something.
Yes, exactly.
All right, I just want to make sure we all understood exactly what was actually being said. You said it in a negative way, but you're actually talking respect.
Yeah, because what he did was a power move. He removed the boundaries, and like I said, I don't think he meant to do it, but he did.
What boundaries?
Through the different niches.
I've not seen boundaries in the decade I've been out here. I mean, I started in the 1A myself.
Yeah.
What was it? 9 years ago now, and I haven't seen any boundaries. Like Bao took me to places where I still go and places I would never fucking go again. And then there was like following AC around for a while to weird panels, and Dan goes to crazy ass places. Like, come on. Like, I see the crossovers all the time. Talcott is now hanging out at fucking OG. Where the fuck did that come?
Oh, really? Wow. No,
I've seen him there twice now. Like,
yeah. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is particularly with the ortho bros, the master debaters, right? What they would do is they'd do the TikTok invasions and the whatever Speakeasy calls it, and they'd go in there and try to stir up a bunch of shit without like any real pushback from their crowd, because they would do it like nonchalantly and not really give out where they're going, right? But now, more specifically with them, it's like everybody knows where everybody goes, because those boundaries were kind of taken down when Wrestler allowed everybody up and just however long you wanted to stay there. I mean, there's 13, 16, 24-hour streams that he was doing, 2 years ago or a year ago, whatever it was. He doesn't do it anymore, but it's just something I believe I observed. Whether I'm wrong or not, that's debatable. Probably right.
Well,
I would generally assume you're wrong unless I hear you explain it yourself, and then I'll give you the chance to actually be right. But beyond that, I'm going to assume you're wrong, just in principle, because I think it's funnier that way. You see?
Yeah.
I've only recently been introduced to Resla, so I can't speak to what he's done or hasn't done. So you may be right in that instance, but the crossovers are inevitable. The entire community of panelists, including every single niche, isn't that big, and neither are the audiences based on like percentage of global population, being that this is a global platform. Like,
yeah,
the panelist, the panel verse, as they want to call it, is a niche all in itself, and so of course the little niches within it are going to cross each other. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, but let's take the debate panels, right? The actual debate panels, right? So when they actually let the panels up, like you can go up, but then you can get booted for money, and then you can also aggravate the shit out of the host and just get booted because you're a complete dumbass, right? So there's a lot of control in those spaces. I think in the 1A spaces, a lot of those guys, they do a lot of yelling at people and telling them they're dumbasses. So, you know, they pretty much just chase people off. You can't have a conversation a lot of times. But with Wrestler did not get aggravated with anybody. He would not boot people. He literally made it a rule that he would not accept money to boot people. So when you do that, right, you see what I'm saying now? That boundary was gone.
So I opened up that fucking Pandora's box. I turned out bad.
Well, I had a little part to do with that too.
Did it though?
I know.
Hold on now. You say it turned out bad, but Resla got a bunch of experience dealing with the most heinous motherfuckers that ever walked the internet streets, and he didn't have to pay for it except for, you know, in his mentality and his capability of dealing with life.
Yeah. So it was good for him like as growing. Yeah, as a growing experience, I think it was good for him. As a growing experience, I
stumbled across him one night. I was on vacation, and he went live, and I think it was his first live stream on his channel. He had like 17 subscribers or some shit, and I saw him, and I was in chat. And I talked to him a little bit, and then like 2 nights later, he went live again, and I popped in. And I was like, I'm just a little liquored up at that point. I went up on panel and talked to him through my phone. Sound was terrible.
Yeah.
You were saying?
Whatever happened to
Clay?
secretary?
You know,
God, don't get me started on that. Go ahead, Clay.
No, I was just saying, like, then the boundaries were taken down, and when the ortho bros would come through over there, they didn't have any shelter from the storm, so to speak. Like Speakeasy would go over there quite a bit. And when Speakeasy would go over there, Wrestler enjoyed having those conversations with him. But later on, much like many people in the panel verse, the expose was happening. And eventually, you know, the yelling and screaming over each other happened, and
Can I make an observation? Resla was the only person who walked through Vegas without getting shit on his shoes.
No, I like Resla, but he gets triggered whenever I'm around. I don't.
Oh, that he was
Can't be unusual.
Yeah, that whole thing, man. Oof.
Who doesn't get triggered when you're around 10?
Clay, Sasquatch, sometimes.
Me.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Dusty, usually.
Yeah, I think pretty much with 10th, you know, we pretty much agree on quite a bit already anyway. So, but then even the stuff we don't agree on, it's like, whatever. You know,
I just don't know why everything has to be a war.
First of all, I don't think we have to agree on anything for us to be able to sit and talk about the stuff we talk about.
True.
I think there tends to be a lot of jealousy in some people, and that's why they have the anger issues or the I'm going to destroy you, slander you, make up lies about you, because for whatever you have something that they're jealous of.
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't know. It's really weird to me because I have very differing points of view with almost everybody I know out here. And most of them, like Sass and I, have sat on so many panels together with such opposing viewpoints. And I've never called Sasquatch a name. Well, except for Sassy sometimes, but that's more endearing.
Right when I first started speaking politically, I think you thought that I liked Trump because I took the Trump side on a particular point. Right. And I can't remember what it was you called me, but it made me laugh so hard I blew rum out of my nose. There was no offense in it, but you were pretty fucking incensed at the time. It was so funny to me.
Well, I get really disturbed by people who back any politician. Like, it's not Trump specifically. Like, that's a silver diamond tactic, Trump specifically.
Sure.
For me,
just keep in mind, I don't like Trump.
Well, no, I know. And knowing you better now, I know that you're a lot like me in that. At least that's one thing we can at least see eye to eye on is that it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other at this point.
I'm sorry, I distracted your point. What was your point that we have oppositional views, but we don't really fight about it?
Quite often, yeah. And that's, but I mean, that's the thing is that like a lot of people on panels can sit up with opposing views, have decent conversation. And I'm not saying we don't talk over each other, yell over each other sometimes, maybe even get passionate about things, but it doesn't get down to your mom's a whore and your sister fucked an ape.
For
How
real.
did you know?
It does go down. Never mind. I'm gonna leave 10th alone.
Someone had sex with a killer whale and made Rachel Wilson.
Oh my God.
What the
Get some
fuck?
help.
I mean, he's been singing it all afternoon. I'm not.
It's my favorite
Right,
fucking
you
song
threw
that's
it out
ever
again.
been written.
Where's OG today? Is he okay? Do we know?
Dusty?
Who?
OG.
Who?
OG. He was
OG,
fine last night.
I hit him up
Everybody need a couple days.
earlier. He's taking the day off.
But
Oh, okay.
he was fucking with me pretty hard the other night when I was drinking on Dusty's. He was hitting me up in fucking DMs, like just fucking with me.
OG was?
Yeah. It was kind of weird because usually he doesn't really fuck around with me like that. But I don't know. I guess he got a wild hair up his butt or something. I don't know.
Hey, he was having
I was
a
fucking
good
with him
time, I
too.
guess.
I asked him kind of randomly. I asked him. I said, you gotta do me a favor. If you ever fight anybody on from YouTube and you do it on camera, you have to shave your mustache and your cheeks so that you can be the neckbeard nightmare. I'll buy you a fedora and we'll get you a cape. And you walk in and say, "I'll save you, milady," and just beat the shit out of you.
Oh my God, that should be funny.
Dude, I might be willing to pay a couple $100 to see that shit happen. That would be fucking hilarious, bro. I'd laugh so hard. I'd just keep it as like something that pops up every time my phone does anything.
So, I did read your text, and I'm definitely going to take a look at that later, Beth. Unless I don't get a chance before one of you guys goes live and I get distracted, I will be taking a look. Now, I just sent you a meme, and I sent that to Sasquatch the other day. He gave me an LOL. And I haven't seen anybody show it yet, but with Clay here, I would really like you to show that.
Okay,
If you could, please,
Let me.
if you wouldn't mind.
Is it just the picture?
Yeah.
All right. Download it. All right. I'm getting it moved over. You know, I got to take it from the phone and send it to the Discord,
course,
and then
I
send it to my
understand.
other Discord, and
I just send a draft email to myself, but whatever. Same.
That's what
same
I do.
difference.
Yeah, there's all methods. While you're doing that, Beth, there was something I wanted to tell you because after I left, there was something that you said, and I wanted to say that I don't think you actually disagree with me with what I had said before I left the panel, because I actually agree with what you said.
I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. It was about the fathers in the home and regarding their responsibility, and they're ultimately responsible for the household.
Yes.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. I don't know if you remembered it, but I just wanted to make sure to say that as well, because I had thought about it. I'm like, no, I actually agree with her on that. Yes.
Well, biblically speaking, that's
absolutely
like how it was.
Yep, exactly. It's scriptural, right? I go literally
There
by the
you go,
scriptures. So,
Tesman.
yeah. Oh my God.
What does the sign say?
You can keep quiet and let people. Go ahead. Sorry. We're both
You
reading
can
it.
keep quiet and let people think you are stupid, or you can open your mouth and prove it.
Yep. Throw that money away.
Isn't that a Samuel Clemens quote? Mark Twain. think so.
I'm not sure.
That's the quickest I ever seen $300,000 go
certainly
down
is, Mark Twain.
down the drain.
He
I've
said,
never
I heard
seen
him on
anybody.
I heard
You
him
go
on a stream. He said that it's the best 300K he's ever spent, and that what he really went there to do was to tie her into her positions, and he considers it a total mission accomplished.
Yep. And he's got publicity and contacts from this debate.
Good.
For 300 grand.
It's just, it reminds me of dominatrix stuff, right? Like he literally said, okay, so I'm going to pay you $300,000 and call you and all women a retard, and I win.
Somebody needs to do an AI picture of Andrew, like in one of those masochist outfits, and Candace standing over him, stepping on his balls.
Stop that. Get some help. I'm already aroused. I'm already there, dude. I've been watching that shit all. Oh wait, no, I didn't say that. We're not live, are we?
Oh, we are.
We are.
Okay, but
damn it, Clay. Why are you doing this? Stop sending me those things.
Somebody, one of her chatters said it's a strange fetish to pay a woman $100,000 an hour to belittle them.
Oh wow. I still want a supercut of the feet. I want the wide angle. I want that one wide angle camera all the way through, and I want to highlight just their feet right across from each other.
That's the worst thing. All the men do that. All the men do that.
From Bambi.
It's like reverse cuck, except for that.
There you go.
Sorry.
Well, I was just saying it's all the men in his family do that, and women are dumb for not seeing a man shake their foot like that.
Okay.
That's how he addressed it on his live.
What you're saying?
Well, I do too. I look like I'm nicking out constantly, man. I'm always twitching and shit.
Well,
that was beyond, like, I mean, and you know, and I even do that, right? Like I kind of like tap my leg, or you know, I like move my leg, and especially when I'm really focused on things.
I was doing jury duty one time. I got called in for jury duty, and we're sitting there in the middle of this trial that lasted 2 days, and about 2.5 hours into the first day of this trial, the judge calls a recess, lets everybody out to go smoke a cigarette, and then one of the orderlies, or I don't know what you call them, the fucking bailiffs, one of the bailiffs came over, and he's like, hey man, were you nicking out in there? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, you're shaking your foot real bad. I was like, I just do that shit all the time, especially when I'm bored. And he's like, so you're not like freaking out or anything? I'm like, nah, I'm just kind of twitchy, bro. He's like, okay. And so, you know, we went through the full afternoon, and the next day, no problem. About a week after all of that was done and I got cleared on everything, I ended up down here at one of the buffet places, and the judge was in there. He asked me if I shook that way all the time. And I was like, pretty much. I'm either sitting here twisting my chair, I'm shaking my foot, or I'm out walking doing something.
I don't know why. It's just so funny with Andrew. Like, there's been a couple memes that have had me fucking in stitches, yo. Absolutely laughing my ass off.
I totally understand men shaking their foot. My homie does it too. However, I would have sense enough that if I was on a platform where millions of people are watching, especially people who pay attention to body language, I would be aware of that and not let that happen. I would be more prepared for that situation. But
do you think that the sycophants would forgive him if he picked his nose and ate it too, or like how far do we go with this?
Oh yeah,
Grid asked you to prove that claim, sir.
We forgave Landry for it, so yeah, we would.
And then there would be a question as to the definition of picking and exactly what a nose is.
Define $200.
And then we would have to figure out what eating is and forgiveness. And once all of that was covered, they would still scream that you lick sniz.
I knew the sniz was going to come.
Never happened.
You forgot about the thresholds that you have to meet along the way too.
Like jumping through rings with a fucking circus seal. What the fuck?
Thresholds.
What's up, Crack Baby? Good to see you, homie.
Crack Baby, go.
I hope married life is going well.
Can I talk about mushrooms yet?
Yes, we can talk about mushrooms.
We might as well because
I'm going to grow mushrooms too, by the way. I'm going to grow portobellos. What are you growing?
So I've got a selection because I'm kind of in a 3-sided growth area for mushrooms where shiitakes might do well. Oysters will definitely do well. What is the other one? The maitake things. They should do well. The lion's mane should do fine. Chicken of the forest should do fine.
We have so much of that everywhere here.
The hen of the forest, though, is going to be hit and miss. That's going to be sketchy because it's not. I'm kind of outside the edge, but not by much, you know.
We have so much of that up here. Like you would go nuts. Like, thank God I know that. We also get the giant puff balls. You?
So yeah, we get big puff balls. When I was a kid, I remember seeing the chicken in the forest all over the place, right? But they'd always be like really small, and if you tried to come back and get them, they'd be gone. And I always figured something was eating them. It was people. It was fucking people eating those goddamn things. It took me years to realize that people had already scouted out every single chicken in the forest in that entire freaking swamp. And when one would go off, they'd go check all the spots.
Yeah, it's I didn't even know that they were edible like that until like my daughter.
Supposedly they taste like chicken, but guess who's never fucking tasted one because I always tried to leave them to get a little bigger.
I was scared. I was like,
Well, my wife doesn't really she really likes mushrooms, but she doesn't trust them, right? And so we have this silver maple that we just cut out of the yard, and it's like, I don't know, a ton and a half of wood, clean as freaking snow white all the way through. It's not the best wood for it, but it's acceptable. So I'm dealing with a lot of
all the mushrooms we're talking about.
Shit.
This is chicken of the woods.
And it just grows out there randomly?
Yeah. Well, no, not randomly. It grows on specific trees under specific conditions, right?
There's a lot where I live. Yes.
Yeah, they taste like chicken, supposedly. They even feel like chicken when you bite into them, if you cook them right.
Yeah, I'm
like, how do you wash? Like, you wash them right? Like, how
you just rinse them.
Break them off.
I'm like Sasquatch's wife. I like them, but I don't trust them.
Well, that's why I've got a
pee on them and shit.
Another one we have a lot.
They grow up at like head height and shit. Like they don't generally grow directly off the base of the tree. They can. I mean, that's one place, and they only last what, like 8 hours. So it's not like they're going to be around long enough. They grow and die really quick. They get eaten by everything.
Yeah. Pick it and eat it. We also get a lot of this up here, the turkey tail, which is like super beneficial for your health, apparently.
Check out the shiitake.
Okay, Beth, she's getting mad, but look.
Oh, what?
How do y'all cook it?
Oh, we got the kitty.
What happened?
Hello, baby.
Cat break.
Oh.
How do
you don't have to torture her for us.
Sorry, she was yelling at me, so I had to show you.
Clay,
I want to make you aware that both Wilsons were sent to Cuckable's Cup last week.
Yeah. I've been keeping up. I don't always get the chance to get on.
Just making you aware.
Yes, and you know what though? I was thinking about that. The meme.
Oh, there we go.
Somebody needs to make a meme of Rachel Wilson sitting in the corner watching Candace pegging Andrew.
So these things are almost impossible to get, like fresh. They are virtually unheard of fresh in the U.S. unless you happen to know somebody who grows them. You can get them dried, and you can get some that are kind of old in some supermarkets, as in they're like 2 or 3 days old, been refrigerated, that kind of stuff. And you can get them frozen, and you can get it powdered and all kinds of other stuff. But to get a big shiitake, those things are expensive as hell.
Yeah,
I like shiitakes. I like portobellos. What's the little white ones?
Those button mushrooms.
The buttons. Yeah,
I think they're just white mushrooms, right?
yeah, the little button ones. I love them all. They're all good.
I'm not a huge fan of sacrifice, but my wife actually loves mushrooms. And since we were having some yard work done, when they were cutting all of the stuff out there, I'd go out and look at it, and it always had like some little ring of rot in it, and I'd disregard it. And then they cut the main trunk, and that thing is snow white on both ends. There ain't a bit of rot in it.
What the hell?
Stick it
it's
over
not
there.
showing the right screen now. Hang on, I found a cool one. Hang on.
Yeah, the portobellos are the best for sure.
Ta-da! How about that?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm doing the lion's mane. Wait, I did a list back.
I even got a fucking ad looking at a picture. Thanks, dude.
Hen of the woods, chicken of the woods, which are two different ones. Snow oyster. I'm not sure about this one. I think it's Nameko. It's a type of miyaki mushroom, and the lion's mane. And all of this is supposed to be capable of growing on a silver maple, and I have like a ton, literally a stump big around as a car.
Nice.
I know. I do a lot of foraging, and the best I've ever eaten is spirasis, the cauliflower mushrooms. I got one weighed almost 15 pounds a couple years ago, and that was like the best foraged mushroom I've ever eaten.
Okay, you got to tell me how to spell that one. How do you spell it?
Sparasis. Spirasis.
Okay.
I'm gonna start growing mushrooms, but not the kind you guys are talking about.
I
Technically, they're legal here.
I don't have to.
I didn't
No, I know
know
they grow wild, but I ain't
You
with
can't see them, Beth.
It's coming up. I didn't know this was edible. I see this all the time where I live. Like
It's
it
edible and
grows
choice
in my
according to my mushroom guide, but I'm not giving anyone any advice on foraging.
Yeah, nobody
this
should
is
eat
not
any of the
advice.
things we're talking about. We're just looking at random
I
things.
say
saw
only
what
eat it
happened
in the
with that
sense that you inoculate it yourself, which is exactly
We saw what
I'm going to
happened
do.
with that lady in Australia and her poor in-laws. You don't want to go to prison. Please do not pick random mushrooms and
What
serve them
happened?
to family members you're mad at.
It was
she
either
made a
accident
beef
or
Wellington.
murder. We're not sure
She-
which, but she got
She
convicted.
made a beef Wellington and took out her.
Oh,
Her
yeah.
husband was divorcing her, and
Yeah.
she took out practically his whole family.
Speaking of scary
bad.
stories. Speaking of scary stories, I know you texted me back on that, Beth, but that's something I'd love to see.
Look
you
up a
review.
lion's mane.
Mr.
I
Ballin.
love Mr. Ballin's
Yes.
stories.
Definitely
Mr.
would
Ballin
love
is
to see it.
awesome.
Yeah.
I listen to him like when I'm cleaning and doing stuff if there's nothing else on.
Yeah.
Him and
So-
like Rob Skiba and oh god, what's his name?
Was it
The
you ever hear
Unseen
Danger?
Realm guy.
You ever listen to Danger Dolan? That's another one.
They used to love Dolan, dude.
You gotta send me a
also
link to him. I've never heard of him.
Was it Dark 5?
Yeah.
You were trying to talk Witchy? What's up? Witchy?
No, I thought I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay, honey.
Look up a lion's mane.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research on the lion's mane because I've watched all those podcasts with that mushroom dude, and then
I love that guy.
Thing we're supposedly not allowed to talk about, and his life got threatened over with the mushrooms,
and
all that. I've gone way down that rabbit hole.
wow.
Yeah.
I have not seen. Now, I know that we have a place up here that grows their own mushrooms, and they do like it's a mushroom distillery. And I know they produce like lion's mane stuff because you can buy bottles of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to have a lot of benefits.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be great for dementia. It's all kinds of brain pudding. I don't, but the reason I selected the ones I selected is they're, for the most part, with the exception of the Hen in the Woods, they're all almost native here. They're not native because they've been hunted to extinction locally, basically. And so I'm going to put them in my backyard, and hopefully they'll spread from there. They should. The oysters will, certainly.
I have a big downed willow tree that's been down for several years. And I was thinking about just literally like cutting like the top edge off and then just scraping up the inside and mixing it with, you know, a little bit of dirt and some like shredded paper and shit, and then freaking put my spores in.
Well, there's such an easier way to go about that type of stuff. I'm not sure a willow would work well for edible mushrooms. You'd have to check into that, which I'll do in a minute. But
I'll do it too. Yeah, I'm
most
looking right
any
now.
hardwood, all of your nut trees, all of your oaks, your elms, almost all of that stuff.
I have black walnut.
If you've got, but here's the thing, and it's actually pretty integral, because I don't know about where you live, but where I live is like mushroom fucking central, right? I grow mushrooms on my eyebrows once a year. It's really humid. And if you don't inoculate it before the native fungi get to it, you got no hope. So the fact that this got chopped down yesterday and it will be inoculated literally for the 14-day seasoning period that's required, you know, and it's going to be done twice. I'm going to do 100 plugs right before frost. So in about 2, maybe, well, it'll be well before frost. The point is to get it in there while it's still juicy. And then again, right after the last frost next spring.
Ooh.
So you're doing plugs. That's what I was going to ask, because she was talking about like mixing in the rotted wood with soil, like maybe to grow them indoors, and then she can control humidity. But like you're going to do it with plug Sasquatch. Make sure you put plenty of hay over it for the winter.
Yeah, I got it set up at a spot that's got like a whole lot of cover already, and it's not quite where I want it to be. I'm gonna get some weed barrier, put down a couple of blocks, and put it up on the block. I don't know how I'm gonna get it up there, but I moved entire houses before I think I could move a stick, and even an exceptionally large stick.
Well, I'm just saying, not just for insulation, but the hay decays beneath the
it's going to get a wrap, probably.
The snow. And one of the things that prompts the mushrooms isn't just having the wood there. You have to have like the decay and debris of a forest floor. Like they need that decay. And if you don't have like things decaying on top of those inoculated logs, they're not really going to produce for a couple years very well.
Yeah, this is a long-term project, honey. This isn't, you know, I'm not looking for some mushrooms next year. I'm very serious. The oyster mushrooms will almost certainly produce next year, but probably, but I mean, those things are aggressive as fuck. I once had oyster mushrooms happen completely by accident. I was growing some oyster mushrooms, and I was living with a dude in South Georgia, and I had a little mushroom thing up in the back of where the shower was. Behind where the shower was, there was a little cabinet, and I had a little mushroom kit back there. And homie that I was staying with really liked mushrooms, and so we used them in the spaghetti, and we used them in the food and stuff. You know, he never really thought about where they come from. He was just like, mushrooms, you know. And he bought one of those toilet paper towers, right, where you put like 5 or 6 rolls stacked on top of each other, and the bottom toilet paper roll got wet at some point and just randomly grew oyster mushrooms.
Nice. Hey guys,
he was mad about it. He got
I'm gonna have to.
Hang on, guys.
I'm gonna have
go
to
ahead, Clay.
Yeah.
Nice seeing you, bro.
Thanks for coming. It's always awesome hanging out with you.
Yeah,
in fact, I'm getting ready to shut down here in a few minutes, anyways. Because
I'm sorry I broke up your Black Panther party. No, in all seriousness, this was a lot of fun. Yeah, thank you. Later, guys.
We can touch tips later.
Have a
It'll be all
great
right.
night, and our extensions are almost up. So if you want more, I'm dropping the links. Otherwise, I am cool with going. I'm gonna make some homemade mac and cheese. Nice big pan of it to keep the kids happy for a few days. And poor Roger, I gotta let him run around for a while.
Thank you for having me up, Beth. Good conversation. I'm excited to see where this goes. Hopefully Grid Co's come back. We'll try to be nicer about Andrew, but I still feel the way I feel about him.
Yeah, I understand completely. I'm not sure what that video was that you were sharing. Who is that? Is that you, El Pero? What is that? Oh, that's with mushrooms. Who is that? Can you? Yeah, okay, it is you. Gotcha. Thank you.
And just so everybody knows, as I've been saying just before he gets going, because we're almost done.
Yep.
I'm about to have major renovations at my house. Plus, other things are going on in my real life, even though I am retired. That only it's almost like the weekends when you're working, then the work never ends because you're always at work because you're doing real life. Like, you know how it is when you're working and the weekends are worse than when you're working. That's how my life is kind of now sometimes. And so in the next like 3 to 6, maybe 8 weeks, you may not see me very much. And it's not because anybody made me mad and I didn't rage quit. It's just I got a lot of stuff going on. And yeah, it's just I'm about to have my whole house like ripped apart.
I see what you're doing. You can't lie to me. You are pre-prepping for a rage quit so that you can say you didn't rage quit when we all really know you did. So there, I have outthought you, sir.
Yeah, the tens of thousands of dollars is just for a rage quit. Go ahead,
$10. I got $10 that we still see him every day in at least one chat.
Yeah. Before, because I see you sharing all kinds of pictures, I want to ask some questions. Vividness, actually, what I was thinking I would do, because I just read up on that. I'm gonna ask the people who I buy my wood for my wood stove from, because they have a tree service and they've got a huge from their house all the way to the highway in front of their house. It's just a whole field of wood.
I tell you, you're going to think I'm nuts when I say this, but you can grow mushrooms on wood pellets from a wood pellet stove. It's hardwood. That's all it's got to be is hardwood. You just got to juice it up with some distilled water, put some inoculant in it, and wait patiently.
So Pero, are these all mushrooms that you find that you like go out and forage? I take it.
Yep, this is when I was out on the Appalachian Trail. That one
that is so cool.
Yeah, I'm about 3/4 of the way down that thing. So prime mushroom territory.
That's a yellow Amarita muscaria. People are used to the red ones. They come in yellow and other colors too.
Yeah. So for the record, some of these are poisonous and people should not even touch them. Correct.
So it's an Amanita, but it's not an Amanita muscaria if it's yellow. But it's still an Amanita.
Right. It's of the Amanita family, which is still of the same toxin and the same level. They're just different colors. And the muscaria refers to a red, whereas I can't remember what the yellow is referred by.
The muscaria was what the bear ate on the movie The Bear, the little baby bear when he tripped. Now, he only survived because he was a bear. If you eat that, you die.
Yeah. And when it comes to the poison, even water could be considered poison or toxic to a certain degree, because if you drink too much of it, you will die. The same with mushrooms. And so in reverse, if you eat too much of it, you will die. Sure. But there are a lot of mushrooms like that, and we just have to be careful of how we dosage them. This is why we have people do micro doses. And so when it comes to these mushrooms out in the wild, I don't ever suggest just grabbing them up and eating them. Never at all.
Yeah. I kind of worry,
Yeah.
even when it's something like chicken of the forest. Even seeing that, it's like, oh, but am I sure? And that's why I've never actually picked it and eaten it,
my
because I'm
advice
worried that I might
is
be wrong.
Always take a person who knows what they're fucking doing, right?
Yes.
Expert. Someone who's either been doing it for a fucking century or who has an actual degree to do that shit, right? And you go,
How do you
they give
find
tours.
that, though? How do you find
Google
someone?
it. They give tours at different like state parks and different other places where they take you out and show you the different mushrooms, what you can and can't eat, and all that stuff.
And just like gem books, there are mushroom books as well. And the thing here is to be certain to watch out for, like they say, is clones or doppelganger type ones. They look a lot alike, and
Sure.
it might seem that it's good to eat, but there are doppelgangers out there that you have to be extra special aware. So it comes from either experience, which is what I've got. I've been doing this since I was a little boy. I've always been out there in the woods doing everything I could to learn about that. So I've learned about that without college or anything, of course, but I do have a good depth of knowledge on it. Otherwise, yeah, you need some good background research on what the processes are, what the toxins are, the various different grow methods, like Squatch is talking about, mediums, inoculates, things like that.
Of course, my interest began with psychedelics, obviously. And I was always astounded by how absolutely easy it was to grow whatever the hell I tried to grow. But then again, I live in Georgia. It rains 3 times a day. And if something can grow, it's probably growing right now here.
Yeah, we have a lot of mushrooms around here, especially because it's been wet lately. What's this? Oh, that was way
So
early.
I have my YouTube video of my mushrooms forwarded.
Oh,
if
nice.
You want to show it next, unless you're ready to go.
Absolutely. Go ahead, show it. And after yours, I'm going to call it quits for tonight, and I'm going to get some food. Where's yours at? You got it up there? Go for it.
I ate fries and fish.
They're all ones you found?
I am my mother's savage daughter. I will not cut my hair. I will not lower my voice.
Nice.
My mother's child is a savage. She looks for her almond in the
What were those last ones? Is that a deer?
Okay, I suck at sharing my screen. I was trying to mute the sound, although it's a YouTube approved sound. I didn't want to.
You did fine.
I have the
I
music
liked
on,
it.
but yeah, those were deer in front of my house. That's another short on my channel. But yeah, I definitely go foraging ever since I was a child, and my parents grew various varieties of mushrooms forever. I don't agree with indoor growing in a home because spores are not controllable, especially if you have any kind of ducting. The next thing you know, you've got mushrooms growing in the wood of your home, and it damages your structure because a mushroom's job is to decompose wood.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
It's an outdoor activity, I think, and it's become this thing where they're selling boxes of mushrooms you can grow in your home, and then the neighbor 3 apartments over is growing mushrooms, oyster mushrooms under his fucking toilet.
Oh, that's wild.
And those things are invasive as hell, bro. They are there were no oyster mushrooms in America until they were brought here as a crop, and they escaped immediately, and now they're everywhere.
Yeah, it requires really sensitive filtration to contain spores, and no person in their home is going to have that, especially if they buy that little box at Walmart and take it home, and then they live in an apartment and all of their neighbors around them are, suddenly blossoming mushrooms near the plumbing because that's where it's moist.
Yeah, listen, I'm a huge survivalist, zombie movie guy.
Me too.
It's like my favorite thing ever. My husband.
That was the first conversation you and I ever had.
Yeah, but of like even World War Z, none of that is nearly as terrifying as The Last of Us. Like
that
the thought
cordyceps thing. Yeah.
I'm just even getting chills right now, like those mushroom zombie things. Oh my god, they're so freaking creepy. I'm scared of mushrooms after that.
They just said that they've developed a vaccine through cordyceps for cancer, right? Isn't that what I just read? Like on one of those big
Not
Pfizer,
sure.
Monsanto, one of those people said that they developed a vaccine for cancer. Wasn't it
I don't
announced?
believe in any of
through
that, but
cordyceps?
supposedly now they're using flumido. What's the
Bendazole.
Thalidomide.
Oh,
Remember the
okay.
thalidomide babies? They're now using that to treat certain health conditions that because a lot of times what happens in our medicine is they're like, oh no, that caused something bad. It can't be used for nothing. No, they just but now they're finding it can be used for other stuff.
Well, I was just, saying mushrooms have always had known curative abilities, and Big Pharma is finding a way to synthesize it and patent it now, which is pretty interesting to me.
So I have a question, and this is
A
for
quick one, and
anybody
then we're ended.
mushroom adjacent. And I've never actually researched this, and I find it weird that I haven't, but whatever. I have heard from some places that shall remain nameless that there are types of mushrooms that you can use to do things like treating worms and various types of moderately toxic mushrooms that solve skin conditions and stuff by consuming them over time. Does any of this ring a bell?
Chaga mushrooms for one, and then you've
I
got
heard that
turkey
too,
tail.
girls.
Turkey tail is specific to certain types of cancer, they say. All kinds of things there, and that's what Witchy was talking about. They're opening up the research into mushrooms for cross medical purposes.
So anyway, mushrooms are weird. I don't really eat them myself, but I really dig everybody who gets involved in them because they just do the wildest crap. Another really interesting topic is apples, but that's for another day.
Yeah, we can talk about Johnny Appleseed someday. That's for damn sure.
All right, Beth, you should go live your life.
Still.
Yep. Thanks for having me up. Be blessed. We'll see everybody next time.
I love each and every one of you like a brother and a sister, but if y'all give me any trouble tonight, I'll run every dang damn one of y'all off of here.
All right, have a good night, Beth. Peace.
That's my line, Sass.
We'll go for it.
I mean, it's a little lackluster now, but no. Beth, I apologize if you feel I overstepped my bounds. Feel free to read me, but just know I'll do it again.
I'm not sure she's there.
She
seems missing.
By the way, my final words are just know I'll do it again.
Might do it twice. And Beth will be back in a moment to end the stream, but until then, me and Witchy Bitchy will sit here and disagree on some errant point. So, aquariums. 2 sides, 1 side.
All right, guys. I'm saying good night. I've got shit I gotta do. Sorry, I had to run off because chickens were yelling about something. Thank you, everybody, for coming. It's been awesome. I had a great time. Witchy, you're awesome. Squatch, you're awesome, and good luck with your mushrooms. Thank you, Pero, for coming up, and Cynthia, and everybody else at 10th Man, everybody who's popped up tonight. Clay, much love to you guys. I'll see you in the next day or two.
10th Man keeps touching me while I'm backstage.